recognize the gun that you got.
If I said that, I mean it. Way too late, got DJ to wheel it. Fat cash stacked up to the ceiling. Ain't no time to waste, I'm deep in my bag. Way too fly, then man a jet lag. Popping bottles like the new tag. Way too fresh, no jack in my swag. If I said that, I mean it.
this was real. Only to be ghosted. I thought you were my friend. To the end. Thought the time would heal, but only for a moment. I thought you'd stay on my side, but now you run and hide. Okay, fine, goodbye. Thought that we were strong. It never could be broken. Well, I guess that I was wrong. All alone. Now every day I'm lost. Flooding in my ocean, sinking over time. No one to save my life. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Sixteen teams have made their way to the City of Love, but only one will depart with the object of everyone's desire, the Champions Trophy. Hello everyone, and welcome to the opening day of Champions Paris. We're coming to you live from Les Arènes here in Paris, France. To talk all things Valorant, I'm your host Yingzu, but before we get into the nitty-gritty of things, let me introduce you to Ender and Doug, and I need to ask you the very important question of, what is your duo name? How do I address Ender and Doug?
This was not in the script.
I don't know if we've
No.
addressed this ever. Maybe just call us Ender and Doug.
Yeah.
How about like?
Well, I'd rather Doug and Ender just to.
what about End of Esports?
No, I don't know if that's the one. I don't know if that's the one for us.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's a challenge for you two. I'm gonna need you to give me a good name, and for you guys as well at home, if you're watching, please, we'll take
I've got
any
it.
suggestions.
It's ugh. And that's my
Ugh.
reaction when we come on the screen.
All right, okay.
I don't feel that way. Just to
I
go
don't
ahead and
feel
put that
that
out there.
way
I don't
either.
feel that way at all.
Yeah, okay, well, let the fans decide. How about that? How about that? You guys let me know throughout the tournament what we should call Ender and Doug. I want a good duo name. But before we get into today's matches, let's get a rundown of the format. And of course, a reminder for you guys to fill in those pick'ems. I want to see who's going to be able to come out victorious. And without further ado, take it away, Golden Boy.
It's Pick'em Pandemonium in Paris, baby! I hope you're ready to enter the ring. Lock in your Pick'ems online and watch the chaos unfold, because it's VALORANT Champions 2025! 16 Titans, forged in the fires of VCT Americas, EMEA, Pacific, and CN, stand ready to defend your group stage pick'ems should you deem them worthy. These 16 Titans will be divided equally into 4 bone-chilling groups, but only 2 teams per group will survive the fire and advance to playoffs. The undefeated #1 seeds will be randomly drawn against the battle-hardened #2 seeds into a double elimination playoffs bracket, where they will once again await your judgment. Choose wildly, because in the VCT, nothing is guaranteed. After you've pounded all of those Pick'ems peasants to the ground, claim glory, a champion spray, exclusive gun buddies, and a prestigious title for perfect picks. And folks, you're in for a real treat. Something we've never done before. For the first time ever, Pick'ems will have factions. With factions, you can join the ranks of Valorant stars in your fight for max bragging rights in the community. Of these trailblazing faction leaders, the choice of who to give your allegiance to is yours. All the way from NA, it's Tens and Tarek. The boys from Brazil, Sati and TCK. El Rey de España, Mixwell. Say sayonara to the competition, it's Laz. And finally, the hometown heroes, it's Beaz and Lydia, Weeper, and Zerator. But their faction can't rise to the top without you and your Pick'ems bracket. The stakes have never been higher. Don't just watch the action, be a part of history. Make your picks and emerge victorious.
Thank you so much, GB. I am so pumped. Which faction are you guys with? Who did you join?
I heckin' love 10s.
You heckin' love 10s? Okay, good choice.
I too heckin' love 10s. But
Oh, come on, be original.
it's just because she asked you first. Shut up. Can we, real quick, Golden Boy that's got to be a peak moment in his
Oh,
career.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know that anything, I don't think I've ever seen him that happy in his life. I'm not going to lie to you.
I would agree, and I wish he also had we could
faction?
join his. Yeah, we
I
could
would
join
join.
his faction.
I would join.
Also would. I think I'm Team Laz right now. I think I've
That's
snuck
pretty
my
fair.
way through the Laz one.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, and speaking of pick'ems, of course, here is Group A. Make sure you guys fill in yours, and the stakes are pretty simple. Some teams will be up for elimination kind of early doors. We definitely don't want to see that. But if you win twice, however, you are in a fantastic spot to head to playoffs.
It's always win 2, you make it out,
Yeah.
lose 2, and you're done here. And our Group A teams were already going to have that first step of the journey done today.
And I do love, for as much as it might feel bad to like have to see a team exit early, things like this is the pinnacle of our sport. This is where you're either going to be good enough to perform on the stage or you're not. And quite frankly, that's my favorite part of events like this. Either you're good enough or you're not. That's kind of all there is to it.
And we have traditionally seen some upsets at the group stage, right? It's not all the big names that go through. But how does our team stack up against each other? Let's have a look at the VCT Global Power Rankings brought to you by AWS. Now, G2 and PaperX are right up there. I actually personally will put PaperX a little bit high. I think these are the obvious 2 favorites, but my bias is leaning a little bit more towards PaperX.
For sure. Of course, with PaperX coming off of the Masters 1 win where G2 disappointed a little bit. I think this, of course, is factoring in G2's complete dominance of the Americas scene. First place in every single stage we've had, only dropping that one series at the top. But those 2 teams at the top are our clear favorites.
Right, and I mean PaperX as well. It's so funny to look at the gap between the 2. I think it was like 7 points.
Yeah.
Between the 2 in the global power rankings. PaperX has lost 2 series since the beginning of Toronto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've got 2 heavy hitters at the very top, and I think it sets the stage really well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and shout out to NRG as well. You know, it's been a while since we've seen them at a global event, and the power rankings are putting them really high.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes off the back of their stage 2 run, besting Sentinels, getting all the way to 2nd. So I think they're a team that you cannot necessarily overlook coming into this tournament.
Really helps that they upgraded their IGL. I think that's got to be, we'll talk about it when NRG plays, but it's time for our MasterCard fan poll. And we'd like to know which region you think is going to take home the Champions Trophy. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we will have the results a little bit later on. And while you're at it, make sure to use the hashtags VALORANT Champions or VCT so we can feature you and your based opinions on the broadcast. You got any based opinions before I move on?
No based opinions.
That's a based opinion. I think having the self-awareness to know that
I'm
never
cutting
based.
myself short here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug?
No opinions.
I mean, I've got a couple, but I got to save them for later in the show.
Give
it's
me
not
one.
time. It's
Just
not
give
time.
me one.
It's not time. But I have like a dark horse heavy hitter that everyone's gonna laugh at, but I believe.
Oh, okay. I love that. I
believe.
can't wait. I can't wait. But if you guys cannot make your mind up with your pick'ems and you need some help, then you might want to look away, because here's Mitch and Tom with Groupology.
Welcome to Groupology, where we're going to be going group by group and telling you who is going to be winning and making it out of the groups here in VALORANT Champions. Tom, let's start out with Group A. PaperX and XLG.
Let's just get through this one nice and fast. I don't believe we have much time. Obviously, I think Sentinels have been in for a while. PaperX, they are the reigning champions. GX are immediately going to fall down because of that, but versus XLG, I think that there's a good opportunity for GX to maybe come back through, and then they'll probably end up playing Sentinels. I think PaperX go through on that one, and then Sentinels at the end. Nice and easy.
I mean, I think you're on a good track. The only difference is, I think we're looking at GX there. Come on, Ara, he hasn't been playing for a bit. These guys have been playing good Valorant. They've been focused on individuals for this last week. This prep is...
That's that Group A. Group A is done.
It's surprisingly normal.
Why was it calm? Usually Groupology is like hectic, like
Oh, yeah,
Brennan
that's what I
and
mean.
Sideshow
It's
about
like-
to come to blows.
Yeah.
But this was a good group.
It
This
was
They didn't
good
troll.
old honest.
it makes sense.
Honest, good old-fashioned groupology.
Yeah, but you know when that happens is when the curse. That is like prime.
Yeah.
Teams are about to get cursed.
I will say, and maybe this is ominous, maybe this is indicative of a curse. I do agree with Tom on every pick.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
I don't think I've ever agreed with Tom on anything, but that's a...
This is
Are you
topic.
saying that PaperX isn't making it out of groups?
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
That
no.
sounds
no,
like what you just said.
No, PaperX are. PaperX, you're right. You're so right. I mean, they're winning the whole tournament. What do I know? We are, however, playing on a different patch. We're playing on patch 11.05 in Paris. There's a couple of important changes. Doug, run me through those.
Yeah, I think the two big ones are for namely Sage and Chamber. As you see, the orb, the wall going up, and then the rest from further distance, particularly for the Sage, I think does play a little bit on how committed you need to be when you're trying to rest somebody, when you're trying to get the wall up to commit into a post-plant situation.
Sure.
I think for Chamber, the full range and not being restricted to space on the trademarks help a lot.
I think the Chamber one matters a whole lot more, and I think we'd already started seeing a lot of teams playing the Chamber, even during Stage 2 and especially into playoffs. Now with a map like Abyss re-entering in the pool as well, you're going to know there's quite a few teams that are going to want to play that Chamber on that map, make use of the ability to, you know, free up and just dominate those long-range fights. The Sage changes to me, I don't think are going to spike the Agent's priority, but for teams like G2 or PRX that play it on a couple maps, it's certainly nice.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was wanting to go towards. This maybe not to the same degree that Chamber has seen a lot more prevalence in the pro meta. We have seen Sage kind of sprinkled in a little bit here, and maybe not the most optimal place to play her, but she does get some love on Corrode. She gets love on a couple of other maps, so I wouldn't be shocked to see a little uptick, to be honest.
I'm looking forward to seeing which team is going to put the whole, you know, Abyssy into the map pool, or if it's going to be a bit more abysmal. Sorry, I'm just getting it all out the way.
I didn't really know.
I'm getting it all out the
Yeah.
way on day one. But what we should talk about is that naturally some teams are going to benefit from
Sure.
Icebox leaving and Abyss coming in. I think there's some obvious ones here, but I really just want to shout out DRX because I think some people felt like they were one of the weaker teams to make it here, but with Abyss being in, I think their stonks has just gone through the roof because I firmly believe they were the best Abyss team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think both DRX and Team Liquid have incredibly high win rates on this map. Team Liquid have never lost the map, so we're very excited to see what they can do on here and what on this wider map as well, what they can accomplish in terms of those long-range fights.
I think MIBR is another one that we've got to talk about. I think they have only one blemish on their record on Abyss all time. And so,
is this the cope you're trying to sell me? Abyss is what MIBR are going to have to win?
I will just say this. I think there are a lot of people who are sleeping on MIBR, and for good reason. I mean, I think they bombed out of Toronto. They were pretty poor in Stage 2, and they kind of
didn't make playoffs.
And they had a little uptick at the end of the regular season. But I do think Abyss is very strong for them. I think they historically have had success there, and I don't know why we would think otherwise here.
Counterpoint, Kong with EDG broke the kill record in a best-of-5 on Abyss.
Honestly, the fact that we're getting EDG champs again and Abyss is here again. The script writers are getting a little bit lazy. But Doug, you are. Before this, I was thinking, am I a believer? And now you've really convinced me.
That was it. That's all it took.
Am I a believer? I am. Yes.
MIBR playing Abyss is all it took.
100%. 100%.
You didn't. Okay, you must not have watched enough of regular season Stage 2.
I did. You know, I had to stay up till like 3 AM to watch that garbage.
Okay.
So, so don't you come for me. Don't you come for me. But what's also very exciting is we have some players making debuts, not just on the global stage, but also specifically champs as well. It's a long list of names. What stands out to you guys? Which one stands out to you guys?
Maybe this is a cop-out answer, but I think I love that there are this many players debuting on the champion stage for the very first time because of what it means for the future of the sport. I think having new names come in, having a lot of that injection of youth, you take, again, we were just talking about MIBR, a lot of these guys, all 4 of them debuted on the international stage for the first time in Toronto.
Yeah.
And now they're here for the very first time at Champs, and yes, you may argue it's a global, right? But the stage is a little bit bigger here, the lights are a little bit brighter, and that does make a difference.
And for me, coming from Americas, I'm so excited to see Mata
You're
in
from
particular.
Americas? No
Yeah, I know, I did
way.
EMEA a few years ago. You remember me from that, but no.
Yeah.
No, but Mata has the all-time record in Americas for number of aces.
Yeah, 10,
And in his rookie year,
Yeah.
yes. And his dominant, I think the next closest is like 6 or 7. It's like not even remotely close, and he's just done it in 1 year. Like, now seeing him on the big stage, I'm so excited.
Are you on, are you allowed to call him Adam? Are you like that? You guys are...
I don't think they know each other like
Oh.
that.
No.
I don't think he knows him.
Although...
Did you know that Mata is Adam backwards? That's my favorite on the Americas broadcast. I love that toast. It was so good.
It was a good one.
But you're
and
not.
you know what? There were too many of us that did not know that. And
Oh.
learned from that graphic that we ran, yeah.
Okay, but I'm glad we all know that. But did you know, Doug, that PaperX won Toronto, which means they're
I
on
did know that.
They could be doing a back-to-back coming into this.
Whoa.
Yeah, which would be wild. And again, to do it at Champs, to do it on the biggest event of the year, I think would mean so much more. And the truth is, they come into this tournament, as we mentioned earlier on, as heavy favorites. There are people who expect them to be competing for that trophy at the very end of this event, and so there's a lot to be excited about for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped A series in stage 2
Yeah,
to
pretty
Zeta
damn good.
Division. Don't know what happened there, but we move on and it's fine.
It happens. It happens to the best
and
of
it
us.
certainly does, but this team came in to Toronto is a completely different story to this Champions, where they were coming in as
1000%.
the bottom seed from Pacific. No one really had it. Okay, not no one. There was
I
one
did.
person who had
Me.
faith in them. Yitsu
Yeah.
right here. But they went on this crazy run to end up dominating at the end of the tournament. Now they're coming in as the #1 seed, so it is a different level of pressure on them, of expectations for this team to now go the distance and to lift that Champions Trophy.
Yeah, and while I prefer to stay within 2025 when it comes to conversations like this, but I do think it's unique for PaperX because they have been around for as long as they have and because they have lost internationally. And so they've been there. They know what it's like to lose. It's not like they're just riding this high, much like we saw EG a couple of years ago, where they were able to kind of take off and go. They have been in this spot. They know what it's like to lose here, and I think that makes a massive difference when you're talking about the gauntlet of this event.
I will say that on the other side, this is probably, correct me if I'm wrong, because I've always been a, paper girl, but this is probably the first event that they've come in as true favorites. Every event is sort of like, there's a Genji, there's a DRX, there's a, even in their region, they've never been considered as the ones that should win.
Right.
Does that change the pressure and expectations on them that this is the event that they should win?
I honestly feel like it doesn't, because of how PaperX just operate as a team. Like, I feel like they're a team because you think about their history, right? For so long, people are like, oh, they're just the team that like runs at you, and they play kind of like messy Valorant, sloppy Valorant. Like, I think they've been discounted so much that the opinion of outsiders does not matter to them anymore. They're always going to play their brand of game, and even if they are coming in with higher outside expectations, what matters to them is their own expectations, and that's what they're coming into this expecting to win it all.
And I do think when you're talking about this outside noise and influence and kind of changing mentality, I look at the coach to be the one to keep him on the straight and narrow. And I do trust Alex to be the guy to do that. But there is something to be said about having the target on your back as opposed to being the one hunting. And for the very first time, Yinsu, I'm inclined to agree with you. They're the ones with the targets on their backs. They're the ones that people are coming for.
I mean, you said there's something to be said. Would you say there's said to be something as well? On the other side?
I would not, but that's a great segue.
Yeah, that's something. Of course, the MVP, and it's almost kind of funny. It's really, really hard to win MVP on PaperX.
Yeah.
There's always like 4 other guys that's ahead of you.
Yeah.
But again, definitively for the first time going to a global event, something looks like the best.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely smashed in the grand final in Pacific. I think he played the Euro on every single map, was completely dominating round after round. I feel like he is such a skilled player at finding those windows, right, where he can take the more aggressive angle, at finding those pockets he can play inside of, and there was just not a team in Pacific that could deal with him.
Yeah, and I think watching something develop into the player has been so much fun. Do you guys remember his international debut? There were a lot of people who were like, something's going to be sick, he's going to be insane, he's going to light the world on fire, and he was serviceable. But for him to grow the way that he has and to now perform on this stage and to be probably the star of the event before things kick off is just such a drastic difference. He has grown into this role perfectly.
As you can see here, he's now the global KD leader.
What's Oxy doing in there? Sorry.
No,
Oxy,
you didn't watch enough Oxy. Oxy's getting so many
I'm
kills.
kidding. I'm actually hella kidding. But
Get him up here.
Shout out to Rooksik for being #2 on that graphic, but he's definitely a heavy hitter. Also, I think the confidence matters a lot for this team, right? When they're confident, it's just doesn't even matter who they're playing against. It's impossible. And what's going to be more of a confidence boost than coming into this event as the MVP? Did you see the gold keyboard that he won? It was absolutely
for the
incredible.
MVP. Yeah.
Yeah, that is insane. I almost
Is he playing with it?
I hope he. I mean, what a flex! Can you imagine looking over at the guy opposite you on the stage and he's got a gold keyboard?
You know what would go great with that gold keyboard?
An MVP bracelet.
A little bracelet,
Oh.
You're so fashion forward. Look at you.
I will say though, Forsaken was talking about in the press conference how he's only worn his bracelet once. He did not bring it to Paris. It's just at home, locked away in a safe because they don't want to bring it. And Kong Kong's exactly the same.
Yeah,
He did not bring his
valuable.
bracelet.
but honestly, yes, valuable. You don't want a thing to happen to it. that's in the past. That was that is an entirely different tournament. It's an entirely different year, and this is the stage that they're playing on now. And so honestly, like from a competitive perspective and a mindset, I love that. That was done long ago. This is a new stage, this is a new tournament, and you still have something to prove here.
I love that, because maybe a player who could be the present and future of Valorant, Patman, is joined by Mika Fabs. Let's see what he had to say.
Mika Fabs here, and I am with Patman. Patman, I will English you first, okay? I want to ask you, you started out this year as a rookie, and now you are a Masters champion, and your team is here at VALORANT Champions Paris, expected to be one of the teams to win it all. How are you keeping up? How are you coping? Sumusobra ba? Nakaka-overwhelm ba?
To be honest, we're not pressuring ourselves. We're happy to be here among like almost 40 plus teams in the world, and we're like here like top 16 teams. So it's just really a big achievement for us to be here, and for us to keep it like how to be consistent is like just have fun still and don't pressure ourselves, of course.
Eager to see that fun on stage. Good luck.
I hope he gets to enjoy this stage. Of course, it's going to be his first time at Champs. Of course, you know, he was tweeting about how excited that Taylor Swift is dropping an album while he's in Paris. Hopefully, that's a good omen. That's going to push him forward. But they do have to get past an opponent here first today on their debut here, which, of course, is going to be XLG. For them, though, the pressure is crazy because, as you guys can see on this graphic, and of course, I want you to focus on the championship points, because the Ascension winners, DRG and XLG, they're going to be battling to see who's going to remain in VCT for next year. Whoever makes it the furthest in this tournament in Paris will get to keep their spot, and the other team will have to fight through Ascension. In the event that both teams get knocked out at the exact same stage because of the championship points, XLG will get to remain. And we've never had this situation before. This is entirely new for us.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that one of these teams is going to have to fight for it. But for XLG, because of how well they did back in stage 1, that's why they have the advantage. Keep in mind, this team, well, they're coming in as the 4th seed to this tournament. They dominated China in stage 1, dropped 1 series on, went on that huge run, had higher expectations going into Toronto, and then lost to 2 American teams back-to-back, didn't win a map, bombed out, and since then, it has not been that same story for the squad.
And I think that kind of pressure, that's something that slips through the cracks. That's something that shows up on the stage, and that's a lot. That's a lot to wrestle through. And then you think about each of their respective first-round matchups, you're talking about a night and day difference. This is a tough thing you have to climb through.
I will say the caveat is they did play with a sub last time they were at a global event. And this time around, they're actually coming in with the guy that they've been playing with during the regular season.
Exactly. And I also think it's important to say that while they're coming in as the 4th seed, it's not like they were scraping by on championship points. They lost to DRG and EDG, 2 teams above them. Where is that man?
Noman. It's actually, they're playing with Noman.
There's no man.
There is no man.
Oh, there's the man.
I will say, though, I want to just glaze Noman for a second. I freaking love him. I'm so happy that he's getting his shot in tier 1. And for people that are really upset about Wolves not making it, wanting to see Sufat BB, he brings really similar vibes. He is that guy he's always got a smile on his face. He loves standing up. He loves giving it. And so a lot of the times when his teammates are clutching and doing crazy things and they are a little bit more shy, they don't want to trash talk, Noman will stand up and do it for them. He does this when he's like bottom fragging. I love it so much, and I think he will 100% make the most out of this stage here in Paris.
You're completely selling me on him, because like you tell me all that, I now love him outside of the game and outside of what he's doing in the server, but I also think he's just one of the most versatile players inside the server. He plays every single agent under the sun. He'll play a Raze, he'll play a Chamber, he'll play all the other Sentis. He's got the odd Sky he'll bust out on Bind. Like, no one can really hit every single agent in the game like he can.
Yeah, his agent pool is insane. I think a lot of the intangibles into that you were just talking about are also hard to measure. I mean, I guess that's why they're called intangibles, but those are things that make a difference on a global run. And so I think if there is somebody who is kind of going to get them over this bump, if there is an X factor, if you will, that might give them a shot here against the heavyweights of Paper X, it would be this cat getting out of his seat.
You need a hee-hee-ha-ha vibes, man. You just do. And I think Noman will be that guy.
That's what he's bringing?
Yeah.
I love it.
He's not bringing any man, but he's bringing the vibe.
Right, okay.
But we do have to talk about, I think, probably the best player on the team. And for me, maybe even the best player in VCT CN behind YZ right now, which is Happy Way. He's so good.
Happy was insane.
Yeah, but even when XLG won that good, like you said on the global stage, he was good.
Yeah, he was still
Yeah.
like the player going positive in a couple of those games. And I think that Happyweight for me, because he's usually playing on the defense side in particular, I think is where he can take over. He's usually playing on the weak side of the map. He'll have maybe one other guy next to him, and he'll take the slightest of pixel angles. But he is so quick on his reaction speed that he's still finding kills. He's almost never going to go down just for free on that side of the map. He is so hard to dislodge on the sides of the map that he's anchoring.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is showing the team's trust in him and the fact that they continue to put him in positions like that where he is often without resources, where he is often without help, and he's asked to hold down a site, hold down a side of the map, essentially by himself, or maybe with a little bit of support. And so for Happyweight to be able to continually deliver in those hard positions is another part that XLG will have to rely on if they want to best Paper X today.
They might just have to, as in Paper X, they don't need this, but they might have to see Ned this play a little bit, like find Happyway and be like, oh, let's just run to the other side, just to, give them the best chance. But then again, I don't even think Paper X need any advice from me specifically.
No,
to have
I don't think they're listening right now.
To win a game.
I mean, they don't even listen to their coach, you know? They're just gonna...
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely Happyway a massive win condition. Raga, however, we're going to talk about him in a second because for now, he spoke to Mika Fabs a little bit earlier.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm here with Raga of XLG. Now, Raga, as the duelist on the XLG squad, and you are now going head-to-head with a team that is notorious for playing like 5 duelists, how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling great because I can play versus them on the one stage. So I want to show I'm not like someone else and I can beat them maybe.
Should be exciting. Good luck.
When it comes to the duelist, though, the other players that play his role, it is a really tough competition. I know Ender last time he spoke to you about how he didn't think he was the best. In fact,
he's my
the
humble king.
opposite.
Yeah, I was like, I asked him in Toronto, like, where do you see yourself stacking up with the other duelists in the tournament? And he was like, last. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, I have to prove myself, like he has to do that first. And I think Toronto for him was a bit of a miss, and he's going to be coming in now with a lot more to prove himself personally.
I do think even the approach that he had in that conversation was notably different to the one he had with you, where he was like, yeah, I am thankful for the opportunity to play on the stage and to show them that I'm not just another guy.
Yeah.
And I do think
I'm now the second one. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, maybe. And it's tough because this might be the most lopsided opening match that we will have, and so
I mean, Masters winners were the 4 seed.
Right, right. Like there is a massive gap between these two teams, but they do have a little bit of like, we want to show them that we belong.
It's champs. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. And for now, it's time to reveal the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region was going to take home the Champions Paris Trophy, and the results are in. 63% of you said that Pacific will win champs. Honestly, I was one of the 63%.
I mean, that checks out.
Then we've got Americas with 20, EMEA with 14, and CN with 3. Now, the last time y'all underestimated CN, who won champs 2024 again?
I don't remember.
Who was it?
I don't know. Do
Who
you
was
recall?
it?
I don't
yeah,
recall.
that's what I thought. So 3% I think is really low.
You're saying that, and you voted for Pacific, which makes sense because they won kickoff
Mark
stage.
Phillips
Masters
instigating from the other side of the desk. What is this?
Crazy.
But let's take a look at the predictions.
Why didn't you predict XLG, Yansu?
Because I was looking at the global power ranking powered by AWS, and I was like, oh, this is telling me Paper X has a better chance.
Yeah, to clarify, in the top left next to Achilleos, our prediction king, GPR global power ranking, this will basically just put whoever is higher in that global power ranking will predict them through. So because Paper X is rated higher than XLG, they're chosen, and Sentinels over Giant X also going to get locked in there. So we also get a battle against the power ranking.
Are you surprised that your fellow America's caster Sideshow decided to betray Sen?
He's not from Americas anymore. Yeah, no.
Have you heard him talk?
What happened?
Yeah.
No, I've never actually heard him talk. Now you mentioned it.
Predicting against Sentinels
never
is
listened to him.
naughty.
I just mute him normally. Yeah, is it really that skewed, do you think? Because the first match, as you said, Sen XLG, Paper X XLG pretty Paper X favor, but is Sen the overwhelming favorite for the second one?
I don't think to the same degree. No, I think that match is going to be a lot closer. And I think, again, like Christy was saying, we're talking about Masters 2 winners versus the number 4 seed out of China. That, it just feels like a massive gap. But between those two teams in the second match, I think it will be a lot more competitive.
Third seed is a fluke from Sentinels. They're going to come in hot.
Oh,
I'm a believer.
Oh, wait, you mean like they should have been higher seed?
Yeah.
When you say fluke, it makes it sound like they should have been lower.
No.
Yeah.
But
I would never.
I think people agree with that. I think it's just that maybe the gap isn't as big.
We will find out later because that's the second game. Our teams have fought tooth and nail to make it all the way to champions. And for PaperX, XLG, GX, and Sentinels, today is where their run will begin. What happens here could make or break their chances for a title. So please join me and kick off day 1 of Champ Paris.
Pourquoi brûlons-nous? Pour l'amour.
At the beginning, I was just playing in the shadows.
I had a tough time with my career. I was going to retire.
I was already planning to go to the real life, working as a lawyer. Then I found VALORANT, and everything changed.
Through all the dark times, you just keep chasing this indescribable feeling. It's like a love story that I started and was eager to continue.
VALORANT reminded me of why I was chasing my dream. I think that's the beauty of the game.
I've loved and I've lost more times than I can count. Defeat after defeat. Loss after loss. But now, it's our time.
Parfois, on tue par amour.
Pain. The ache of standing inches from victory. The knife twist of nearly.
The angel of death has descended on heretics.
We're still under the shadow of last year. And it only takes one shape. Revenge.
On parle peu, on fait les choses. On s'active, augmente la dose. Assez de voir ma vie en pause. J'ai fait une prière, fait un toast. Levé le verre, j'ai touché le ciel. Mon verre déborde à la nôtre.
L'amour. Il a bâti des royaumes, puis les a réduits à néant. La passion brûle comme le feu. Sans discernement. Sans pitié.
2024, my World Champion brothers left me. I had nothing left. I felt empty. I didn't know where I belonged anymore. G2 was waiting for me at the doors. And now that I'm back, I'm ready to show who the real world champ was.
Le temps passe, j'encaisse les fonds pour les minimis. Je donne de l'inspi pour many men. Donc on continue le taf, on élimine. Ça paraît grand jeu, un coup de fiche, je les minimise. On vise et on fait les mises. Je travaille comme deux, toujours en eau, je rentabilise. Je baisse, je me stabilise. Le temps passe, le temps passe.
Chaque pas que nous faisons,
Le temps passe, le temps passe.
chaque instant que nous portons,
Le temps passe, j'encaisse. Le temps passe.
charge notre balle la plus meurtrière. Mais ces échos ne résonnent pas que dans les ruines. L'amour s'épanouit dans les recommencements.
Yeah, I'd love to win a trophy with you.
Why is that?
Because we're old. And normally, like, it's the youngsters that, like, dominate the game. But it's nice to see that you've proven that you've still got it. We've had players come and go, and it's been tough for those players that have gone to get back to the top.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. But
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy we could start our journey again. You're a fun teammate.
Thank you, man.
Probably one of my most fun teammates, but don't be telling the other boys that, because Alfie will be getting jealous.
Il fait d'étrangers des frères.
여기 왔네.
사실 이전의 챔피언스들이랑 좀 다른 느낌이긴 해. 진짜 힘겹게 왔지. 처음에 챔스 진출했을 때는 솔직히 내가 여기에 있을 정도인가라는 생각이 들었어. 널 보면은 내 옛날 생각이 나. 너가 첫 챔피언스기도 하고 너한테 부담이 될 수 있겠지만 너가 DRX 미래거든.
Il unit une seule braise en une flamme partagée.
感觉能来这样的城市，能来打也算是人生的一件幸事。确实。
Un rêve partagé.
你哥对你自豪吗？
那肯定啊！他现在逢人都会说他弟弟是个世界冠军，他会很开心。
我觉得这东西，如果今天能赢下来的话，都不是我们末朝了。我觉得就是
有潜力了是吧？
不是，我是觉得哥几个就是要算就算大的。
Quand ce lien prend racine, il défie l'impossible.
Les 16 meilleures équipes du monde se sont réunies ici à Paris. Le désir brûlant d'être les meilleurs.
Il se propage. Il endure.
Puisque l'amour de Valorant nous rassemble tous.
Il se bat.
To be the best, you have to sacrifice everything you have. You can never think about going back.
I've done it!
Llaman peligrosa, j'ai bien compris que pleurer ne m'apporterait rien. Écoute bien. Si on dit amoureux, ne m'attendez pas. Je refais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finiras en taule si t'es pas mort avant. Une vie dans un coffre, ça t'en rêvera. C'est beau t'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper, je suis en pleine forme. Garde tes belles phrases pour ton procès.
XLG wanted an opportunity to prove themselves on the global stage. Who better than Paper X to answer to that challenge? Of course, the winners of our last and most recent Masters. The map vetoes are going to be very interesting as we head to the first match of Champs Paris and surely this is Paper X's to lose.
Of course, I mean, coming off the back of that Masters Toronto win, every single team coming into this tournament has been looking at Paper X, has been looking at figuring out a way to take them down, and now we've got those vetoes coming in.
Hold on, Doug. It's XLG that choose to go to bind.
Yeah, I think they are just really confident in the waylay that they've been running, that they introduced last time against an undefeated Paper X on bind. I'm inclined to agree with you. Also, real quick, looking further down the road, Sunset means Sage, means buffs as well.
Yeah, it definitely does. But I do want to focus in on this bind for just a minute because it is very interesting. XLG had not played bind at all in stage 2 up until the playoffs against DRG. It was a map they picked, debuted. They're playing this funky comp like you mentioned with the waylay in it for Rarga, and it was the map they won against DRG. So it's certainly a choice to start things off here, but they're trying to sort of come in with something a little bit different against PRX.
And I think a lot of it is bringing good against good. They're obviously confident in it. They're not shying away from, again, like you mentioned, Christy, all of Paper X's maps are going to be good, right? They're one of the best teams in the world. They dominate their region domestically, but also, you know you're going into the Lion's Den. You know you're going into an undefeated map for Paper X, and you think this is your most confident hit. They have to deliver here.
I am also curious for XLG because they banned the Lotus, a map that Paper X have actually lost on in stage 2. And this is a map where they play a crazy triple Sentinel composition. And I'm wondering if they're just done with Lotus in its entirety, or if it's specifically they don't want to run that more passive setup up against the behemoths that are Paper X.
I also love how ballsy this bind pick is, because
that's what I'm saying.
If we talk about preparations, right? I know Mini, was helping out with Paper X as well. If you want to prepare for a map veto like this, there is no way in hell you thought XLG were going to pick bind. There is zero chance.
No chance. And even if you did, you only have one map of tape to go off of, and that was a month ago.
I mean, I think that sometimes that is how you beat the Titans like Paper X. You have to take a risk. You have to be ballsy in situations like this. But, Ender, put your coach's hat on for a second. How?
It's on. I've donned it.
How on earth, now they picked it, how do they beat Paper X on bind?
That's a great question.
How do they do it?
Ultimately, I think that I want to see how good they can be on the defensive side of things up against Paper X. I think bind is a map that on defense often comes down to tandem play. 2 players on a site, especially towards B, working hand in hand with one another. And you have to be locked in as a duo to hold against a team that is going to be so explosive.
I do think his Agent Select is coming up here in just a moment.
Yes, live Agent Select, of course. So Paper X is still hovering. No, everybody's locked in. Nothing too surprising, except for the fact that we spoke about the waylay that whole time, and they're just gonna bin it instantly.
I don't know if I like that or hate it, to be honest. I am not a big waylay believer. To be very candid with you guys, I don't necessarily love the pick, so I love that they've moved away from it, independent of itself, right? But the problem is you're going against one of the best teams in the world. This is not a surprising different comp. This is drilled and true.
I'm going to be honest, though, I don't care. I think Raze is a better agent, and I do really like being able to combo the Gecko and the Sky. I think Gecko being able to put down Wingman to plant and have 5 guns out to fight Paper X on site. Paper X, if you watched Sideshow's video, you know they're a team that flood into site, want to fight you heavily against that, and I think having the benefit of not having to force someone to be a plant bot is going to be nice.
Yeah, it just surprises me for me, because Rarga, you don't normally associate with him with playing a lot of Raze. It's everything else, other than that. But that is it. We have everything locked in, map ready to go, agents ready to go. So it's time to introduce our casters. Show some love for Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. VALORANT Champions live from Paris, and what a game to kick us off, Tom. Paper X versus XLG. It's fair to say there are some expectations when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, it turns out when you have a team that won the last international event facing off against a team who's never won a map at an international event, it puts it down to a fairly one-sided looking affair. But I do think XLG coming into this, there can be quite an awkward team to play against. Now, obviously, it's at times a little bit sad to maybe not see the waylay. That was what made them a little bit different. But I like the Raze. I think it's a better choice overall on this map. And well, coming into their map choice, they need to prove why they've taken us to bind in the first place.
And speaking about something to prove, I think the Rarga, we heard it in the interview, he wants to show that he is able to battle out with the best, able to take down Paper X, and he is happy to just play on a stage against them. But I think he wants a little bit more than that. Show that he can dominate them. For Paper X, expectations are clear, as we said. This should be a series that they are winning. We'll see whether XLG can put a bump in the road early as doors be long. There is a stack up of defenders ready and waiting for this fight, but Nomad and Rarga, they take it into the lead for XLG. A surprise swing from Divide, though. They're not expecting 4 players there. Why would you? And now it's down to a 2v2.
Yeah, clearly having a good read initially, but I feel like considering that stack up, XLG have come out of it all right. A little bit wary of the positioning of the player and want to make sure they can get that spike back without too much of a problem. Now, there's been some aggression out from Devi as well towards that A site, just to make sure that they have rotated in, and Happyway now winning the battle, puts it down to just Devi and a good chance for an afterplant.
Yeah, he's taking the TP as well, so they've got the info before the plant goes down, can reposition, go for backside, and they're nice and safe, tucked away. The drop down will be heard when Devi eventually goes for it, dropping the wall, and that's the round gone with it. XLG start this out with a win.
Yeah, a solid start from that. As said, it was mentioned by Ender just moments ago, the way that they have this sort of aggressive style on the PaperX side that tries to disrupt you from getting the plant to begin with. So that early fight towards B-Long look to do just that. But the fact is XLG managed to sort of hold on to their position.
Nice! Come on!
And then even find those isolated battles to bring themselves back in. An early pistol and rounds like that, they're going to be worth their weight in gold because, as we said, in terms of who's favorites here, PaperX are miles ahead.
Yeah, when those rifles come out, but for now, PaperX are left with a Sheriff and a Ghost. An attempt to go for that TP. Through being long to catch players in shower, but no one's there. Look how patient and passive XLG are being. Now they have a reason to play like this. They've only got 1 pistol brought into this, and a Marshall, I suppose, that you can live or lose it, but 3 rifles in play. They can't afford to lose too many, and already seeing that PaperX are willing to do this like 4-man early hold on B long, you have to be wary of another trap play, and that could do damage even in a round like this.
I like the fact that they are taking the time with their initiators to sort of scope out some potential aggressive spots. But with both pieces of that wingman utility already down, I think PaperX can now make the read like, okay, no one's come to retrieve that. We should start pressuring this side of the map, and the timing, oh, it's not going to work out. Luckily, Coconut looks back at the last second. Well, I was going to say he gets an upgrade, he does not.
Well, this is getting a little dangerous. 1 player down, another low. Jing's able to escape as well. You're still in this 3v4.
They're going back, though.
Happyway's got a lot of control. Expectation of this round is that XLG will be the ones taking it. My question is how much damage can be done, because Nomad already looking like an easy pickup if they can get that one-on-one. But first, they've got to get past Happyway, and oh, what a shot! No danger from Forsaken anymore.
Yeah, luckily, versus the pistol, you'll sometimes get that second bite of the cherry. Patman obviously on the wrong side of the map, but it may come down to PaperX just wanting to make sure they don't give too many orbs over to the other side. You can see Nomad already getting fairly close to having his ultimate if a kill or 2 extra goes his way, and I don't think with how they play, you don't want Seekers online. As they're going to get in your face, they're going to take map control. Seekers ruins that completely, so I think it will just be death to the spike, and that will mean that those 4 guns are kept through into the next round, although the Marshal might be removed anyway.
Patman is trying to secure them, but that TP is going to be taken, and they will be far, far away.
Does he go in?
He's going through, and there's one! A little more would have been beautiful. Yeah, it's only going to be the Marshal removed in the end. XLG, a comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think ultimately, if you'd lost the rifle, this was the timing. I was so ridiculously close to potentially just having the full force of PaperX swinging in onto them. Of course, for either side, like we've seen some strong results. Obviously, for PaperX, I think it's over the last few months, they're 5-0 on this map. So it is a very bold call to pick into this as a choice. Although a dominant victory for XLG versus DRG maybe is the reason. They were stellar on their defensive side, but then again, we didn't get to see much of the attack.
Now, round 3, few upgrades over on XLG. They brought another rifle through. They've got a Bucky.
I was about to say, is the Bucky the upgrade?
And you know, you see, no, the other rifle, the 4th rifle is, to be clear, the Bucky is an interesting choice. On defense, you can see there's so many areas that you can use shotguns in, whether it be Lamps or Hookah. We've seen rounds won because of Judges, Buckies, or even Shorties.
Yeah.
But on attack, it's a little bit harder to find
yeah.
space to use that.
Well, yeah, he's currently using the Sheriff as a primary weapon and the Bucky as the backup. Maybe if they can get into some sort of post plant where he has his utility available, but they're just looking to put a little bit of pressure back towards long. Prowler will be used by Patman. So they will have a reasonable idea. Again, it seems like XLG's planning for the most of this is to try and sell a ruse on either side, and it's worked. They've kept 3 players over on A. They've put smokes in on that side of the map. It's whether or not the rest of the team now rotate in towards A, and whether or not Paperex get back in time. They were halfway to the B side.
Of course, after losing all that B-long control and a player, now the rotates come back through, players flood the site, and Paperex are here on time. They're ready for the battle, but the smokes are blocking them out as the plant goes down. Undeniable. Something, though, has managed to find 2. That should be mostly, if not all, through the smokes. Another from Jing, but they're holding on. They still have a chance on XLG. 2 players sitting inside a bathroom. The flash blinds the first. Happy Way good on the swing, but they know exactly where No Man is. With no element of surprise, close as this may have been, 8 HP with regen shields on Jing. The Paperex are still going to find the round. Pretty costly, though, all in all.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, it's almost sold as a double fake. Like, you get that early kill after putting all your smokes in. It's an attempted ruse, and then you teleport back at the last second. I think the only actual problem, or the real spanner in the works, was Forsaken putting the Molotov. It means that the only space you're fighting from is the showers. Like, there's no other angle, even though you could see that Paperex were diligent in checking those positions. I think they also had a snake bite late into the round. I do wonder if maybe that could have gone through a little bit sooner, but nonetheless, there's still going to be another purchase coming in for XLG. That was a bonus of sorts. And now there are some weaknesses on the side of Paperex, a stinger in play.
That's the downside of losing so many players. Monster's on the loose right away, something able to TP away, but lots of space taken. That gets them very early on XLG in towards the lamps. They haven't got control of it, but back through to take that space. Now look for this deep fight alongside his teammate Divide. The flash popped. Here close though. He's able to already find the first. Rarga from further back cleans up more, and XLG, they're looking phenomenal. With rifles in their hand, barely a scratch, and indeed a flawless round for XLG, the underdogs, but it doesn't look like it.
No, that was really, really clean from them. I think they almost lose Raga on the way in initially, but other than that, just successful in taking those fights together, not allowing the sort of pressure of those sort of fight backs in. And they were very ready for any of that aggression. It is surprising that there wasn't even a trade in the mix of it, like Tomatoes from his teammate, but ultimately managed to get the job done, and a huge early breakback, considering 2 players were only surviving in the last from his incredibly poor for Paperex going into the next one.
That's about as bad of a start as you could expect. And you think about pressure in this scenario. On one side of the stage for XLG, there's almost none. Losing to Paperex, no one's going to question that. But on the other side, Paperex, this is a game that run here. If you're going to continue to defend that title, well, this one, you'd almost want it to look clean. But XLG, they're pulling out all the stops, and they've got a timeout from Paperex. This pressure 5. This is a big blow on the other side, but we know Paperex. They're a squad that's capable of bouncing back. You certainly can. They've got a one, like you said, their credits are going to be in tatters. Although also knowing Paperex, those are the kind of rounds they win.
Yeah, that's always the issue. I like the fact that we are seeing the early check-in from Alex. I think if there's any coach in the world that I have faith that he can spot the bad tendencies of its team, it is that man. I think there was a thing earlier, how early will he slam the desk? I don't know if we caught one within round 4, but it might have been the case just because of how clean that was. For now, though, after that early check-in, and now looking at XLG, you want to get these early starts. As said, the last time out when they played in Toronto, they didn't manage a map. In fact, they weren't particularly close. The best scoreline they had was a 13-8 defeat to G2. But this is a new tournament with a different player within the roster. No Man, probably one of the few players that has played within the Chinese league and also played Northeast in EMEA. I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, the blind was so well timed. Forsaken was about to throw a spanner in the works up close with the Bucky. A taste of the same medicine XLG tried to feed their opponents just a few rounds ago. But the blind stopped any of that impact from coming through. XLG still sitting on full health full shields on all players. Spike left back towards the spawn. This early posturing from the team is just about denying that control from PaperX, finding the points of the map where they like to play aggressive, which I think by this point it's very clear to see it's B long. And then late on, making the decision on where they go.
But normally they have a look. That's the difference. Every other round they've had one player probing the other side of the map. Now, a TP back to the other side would be so risky when you don't have any space. So instead they are walking into the stacked up site. That's where Jing is waiting. Showstopper popped as well. And this is exactly what you were talking about. Just moments of madness coming in. Nomad 10 seconds to try and save the day, and he had a chance, but Jing is just too quick. A MasterCard thrifty, and well, blink, and PaperX are back in the game.
Yeah, welcome to playing against PaperX. This is really what it's all about. A 4-1 lead looking likely for XLG, and it has shut down the bookie. One of the heavier investments they had, it doesn't find much. It's taken out of play, and the pistols, alongside the showstopper, are what gets it done in the end. For PaperX, well, that is certainly one way to correct the flow of the game, but XLG, even having a flawless round in the mix of rounds they won, they're in a decent position to still buy up into this one. They've got credits to their back, and the showstopper that made all the difference for Jing is now online for Rarga.
It's definitely a bit of a worrying sign, though. As I said, what they were doing in the, especially in their bonus round, they did very well to sort of like keep space on both sides of the map, and I think you see the problem if they don't. Like, they didn't have that information, they went into the site blind, and that's where some of those superstars can thrive. But now at least, they are still in the lead. Claiming those orbs once again. Coconut is getting ever closer to having his thrash for, I believe, the second time already in this map.
Round 6, a minute left on the clock. It's XLG's time to decide where they go. Big TP comes through. Still players around here in a deep push that's already come through from Forsaken. He's looking the wrong way. Gets flanked on, but not before he can take down Happy Way. Giving him a chance still as they push forward the showstopper, desperately searching for Jing, and it's found him. A connection that puts the advantage in their favor for just a moment. No Man pulls it back, and a 2 versus 3 with the old pop by something. He's finding these players, at least one spotted already. I don't know that he saw the Bath fade away, but he has given Devi the information. Devi knows there's a player around one of these corners, and they'll fight this together, but Rarga goes back. And XLG just need to buy time.
They've got plenty of positions that need to be cleared. Devi needs to win this fight. They're going to have a chance with Rarga instant on the trigger. I think that's the moment that something realizes, okay, 3 players to find. I managed to get the first, but anything more than that, and my operator is at risk. So he's going to have to fade out of the round. Another victory for XLG, and honestly, after losing a round like they just did, a very good recovery.
Well, that's it. A wise man once said, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep on going. And for XLG, that previous round, that was a lights out connection to the jaw, but they managed to bounce back here and now, and it's even with some of these extra plays from PaperX, sneaking a player straight down through mid, man behind enemy lines, and still they deal with him every step of the way, catching that flank as well early, and Rarga showing that he's got the brawn to deal with Devi early on.
Well, what I was going to say, that is still a bit worrying for me, that late TP. Because I don't mind the Sky Flash that cleared things out, but if Forsaken is looking the other way, that round could have gone very differently. So I think it's something to keep an eye on. XOG are gambling a little bit with some of their rotations, and this round, well, it's much more direct.
They're already taking so much space. Lamps pushed back by the nade, but they're going to stand on that corner, ready for the fight. Double swing back in, and it's Jing to take 2. XLG down by 2 men. Spike lost as well. They have got a big fight on their hands, and the Prowler actually didn't re-clear anything that isn't being held already. The flash going through. There's no one following it up. They're burning utility here on XLG. They need to start winning fights and start winning them soon. There's 3 players on this spike. How can they possibly get it back? Fighting through those numbers, and one of the players up close has a judge in hand. This looks like a death sentence if they even try it, but they've got to.
Yeah, they were dreaming of having an ultimate or 2 in this scenario, and well, Happyway does have the Viper's Pit. Could try and put it into Lamps. It would be a very bold strategy, but it would at least lower the HP of some of the others.
Nice Molotov.
Molotov instead will force Forsaken forward, and he's been cleared, and there goes the Viper's Pit. They just want to try and cover these players off, and then they put the Molotov in front, so nobody could be in position. Jing, though, once again, has managed to catch another, and they have spotted that this is not being planted. They know it's going back the other way. This puts something in a position where he could catch them.
Yeah, already on the angle. It's a clean shot from something. Last man spotted, 12 seconds on the clock. A plant at this point seems impossible. Indeed, it will be with so many players here. Happyway has no choice but to save this weapon, and PaperX will be taking a third. The gap is closing in on XLG.
It's one where I just think a lot of it comes down to Jing. Like those first opening kills, like sure there was a player with a judge in position, but it's Jing that ends up landing both of those shots. I think he also then gets the next kill that they find as well in the mix of all the madness. Yeah, that was it. It was No Man sort of running back out. And then even just Devi having that little bit of extra information. I don't mind the adaptation though. I said the molly into the Viper's Pit, it's not a bad idea. It's just the fact that something was still waiting on the other side. Like PaperX had that contingency plan.
Yeah, I think a walkthrough from Devi as well got them early information. Wrapping around that pit, it could have ended there. Deep play from Jing. Reveal is great, and he'll get 2 from it. It didn't see anyone else, but he knows there's corners to hide in. Waiting for his moment in the smoke as another 2 push down. Already having cleared outside of Hookah, and now it's time to make that big swing. In goes Jing, in goes Forsaken, and out goes XLG. Their lead no longer in play. It's a 4-4 scoreline between PaperX and XLG. An early fight from the attackers, but now they're starting to cool down.
It hasn't yet shattered the economy. That's the one saving grace, but it's also just the manner they're losing some of these rounds. Jing is on fire. Like, you've tried to put Raga in onto the Raze, and don't get me wrong, he's not been bad. But when Jing is currently 11-3, you put down a reveal and he's able to get 2 kills through the smoke while spotting out those players.
Just hiding there.
It's a scary prospect. Because we already know that when this man is playing the Raze, there are few that can match. And within the first 8 rounds of the game, we're going to get our second timeout. Both coaches being incredibly proactive. But you can understand why. It's a match that PaperX, obviously, they don't want to lose their opening game on their run to potentially a back-to-back trophy. And XLG know that, hey, we might be playing one of the best teams in the tournament, but you go into that lower bracket, it might not get much easier.
Exactly. And the reality is, I think this is irrespective of the position in the tournament, just looking at the game and how we got here, it could have been a 4-1 lead with an anti-eco going their way, something XLG should have secured. And lapses in judgment, little mistakes. And that's given the breadcrumbs, the trail for PaperX to fall back into this game from the coaching staff perspective. You got to get in there early, highlight those things that when you're talking about them in scrims or after scrims, you're doing your VOD reviews, you identify these problems, but putting them into action on the day, on the stage, that's a different thing entirely. And now that challenge for XLG, as you said, the economy still pretty healthy. They'll get full buys. Some regen shields have to be bought up, but for the most part, we're in a healthy spot. Ults are online for both squads, but this is a turning point. They lose this, economy in the bin, PaperX on a streak.
It's going again.
And it's the same play through B. Reveal sees nothing, Flash gets nothing,
so much.
And now it's all onto the A site.
Yeah, they've got so much information though. They're already starting that flank seconds into the round, and that was a pixel shot that takes out one. Molotov over the top as well. Something just sat at the back. He knows that he doesn't need to re-aggress from this point onwards. Viva needs to put up a play, and in fact, it's going to be the orbital strike committed to just try and force them back. That will buy his team not only some space, but a little bit of extra time.
Oh, and here we go. The showstopper activated. Jing on a tear, has another to work with, and it's Coconut down. The player deep towards the bathroom is Viva, and he is out of the action, but No Man and Rarga making it happen on site. Defuse tap, but Seekers see that no one's on it. Spray almost dropping a few. Look how low the health bars are for XLG, but they are holding on tooth and nail till No Man's caught with a knife out, and now it's all onto Viva. He's got to be quick, down to the 1v1, but time is already gone. XLG up to 5 with a Red Bull clutch.
It's just chaos. That round was absolute chaos. Ults being thrown in left, right, and center. Just the pace of that flank, I thought it was going to be a massive problem, but I think just spotted out by Viva, that's just filthy. Like, I don't even know how he can spot that, but it's just the reactions of someone like something that, yeah, just being able to deny that flank long enough, you could see the rest of the team then garner extra space. Otherwise, they were going to be stuck in that corner. And a big clutch to be won.
Good round. So many
Still, though, economy-wise, I think XLG is still in a worse spot here. Those ultimates that they had have been expended, and the only one that wasn't expended by PaperX Has been now.
Yeah, Viper's Pit for early control. B long, as we said, it's been a focus for those early fights of PaperX, and we've certainly seen it with the deep dives from Jing. I think that's been more apparent. But now, the aggression's coming in elsewhere. Forsaken. Oh, he's looking the wrong way again. His timing. It's through no fault of his own. It's just being slightly off. And XLG, they find the advantage as a result. But still to deal with is something on that operator. And once they walk through that wall, big danger awaits. Jing's the one to draw first blood. And patience on something might get him a reward. Instead, he goes for the wingman. Delays the plant.
Trying to slow them a little bit. Calling for the rotation of the remaining players, but it's a little bit labored. I think the amount that XLG have been taking those TPs has started to get into the head of PaperX, conditioning them to not rotate quite as quickly as maybe they would. Something though, well, talking of quickly, this man is so fast with that operator and already clearing out that Lamp's position. It leaves just two. Make that one standing. Only Viva left. A nice couple of shots though. Maybe in with a charge and he gets all four. A Red Bull clutch from Viva. How has he done that?
That is going to haunt PaperX for the rest of this game. Maybe this week, maybe this tournament. Two players not even looking. They're so locked in on the spike.
It's day one. It's map one. We can't be having clutches like this already. Like, this is a 1v4. And look at this final kill. He didn't even know where Jing was. He didn't know where he was being shot from. It's like, oh, this hurts.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. PaperX, they win the rounds they shouldn't. They lose the ones they should. Something on Naranga now. PaperX are angry. They're getting aggressive, but Viva, he is fighting right back. 6 kills in a row for him now. He's only got 9 in the map. I mean, I don't know what happened to him since last round, but XLG 4v3, and it's all thanks to Viva.
Oh, you know, they say the Viva la France. Maybe he's just found his home. Like, I don't know what's going on. But whatever happens, anybody who walks into the crosshair of something over the last couple of rounds has ended up dead.
Oh, Happy Way. He's got the flank. Again, it's the same scenario. The guy from PaperX gets one immediately shot in the back. The timing, good and bad, I suppose. Weighed up. Back to a 2v2, though, and that op is still lurking around, but on this side of the map, it's only Divine. He doesn't last long. No Man's Sky able to take him down. And the op, all that stands for PaperX. This could be a 7-4 lead for the underdog.
It's still, you know, something is alive. He's going with the operator. Knows at least where the opponents on the other side are sitting. He's going to try and just get it to half. Honestly, that's not bad. He will have to deal with the Tiger. And they now have to swing this. They have to go looking because he's already managed to get it halfway through. And what? A 1v2 where he has an operator and he manages to isolate both fights. Oh, it makes no sense, Mitch. It makes no sense.
I don't know what's going on in this game, man. Another Red Bull clutch, another 4K. This time it's on PaperX's side. This swing wide as well. Caught Happy Way off guard. He thought he had the jump on him. And something jumps to his feet. A frustrating loss. What could have been a 7-4 lead, a guaranteed lead at the halftime.
They won a 1v4 the round before. Like, if we're going, balance has been restored in the world.
Absolutely. Perfectly balanced. As all rounds should be. Back and forth we go, but for PaperX, this is where they want to bring it up one more. 6-6 at the halftime. 3 pistols that PaperX are up against. A huge advantage to the defenders, but already a lot of space taken by XLG.
Yeah. A large amount of invested utility. That's most of what they have. Dimensional Drift utilized, but an immediate first kill. The trade again has gone back the other way, but this time the weaponry advantage starting to take control. It's left all onto Happy Way. A 1v4, but this time only with a pistol, and there is no hope. There should be no hope, and eventually the job gets done. It is a dead even half, and honestly, Mitch, I think it's about right. I think it's about right. 6-6 seems fair.
Certainly not the half I expected to see, Tom.
No, no.
And then 5 rounds in, it's not the half I expected to see either, because XLG were dominating.
Maybe not even the half I wanted to see. There was some stuff happening
come
there.
On. Come on, I'm here for the 4K Red Bull clutches all day long. this has been a competitive one. And like we said, XLG underdogs, but there's no reason to count them out. PaperX, even in rounds where they're underdogs, they show us just how hard you can swing when you're fighting up. And I think after this half, it's anyone's guess what is going to be going on when we go to half number 2. But I'll tell you what, before we get there, we've got a halftime break, and during it, we're going to go over to Lou, who's standing by with a special guest. It's Jing's mom.
Bonjour, bonjour à tous. On est en direct pour ce premier jour des Champions, en direct des arènes avec la maman de Jing qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour soutenir son fils. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Pearl, to Champions Paris, following Jing as always. So this is going to be my first question. What makes you follow your son in all his adventures? What are you the most proud of him?
I'm very proud of him, but the real reason why I'm following him is because my son doesn't know how to pack his luggage. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good answer. And you know, you always need your mom's help, you know, for this stuff, even if you're an adult. Donc première question, qu'est-ce qui fait que vous venez soutenir votre fils comme ça à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement, il ne sait pas faire sa valise. Donc je suis avec lui pour un petit peu toutes ces étapes-là. Second question, we're speaking about Paris, you know, the city of light, the city of love, but also the city of very good food. So have you been able to try any? What do you want to try?
We tried the escargot.
Escargot?
Yes, it's really good, and my son's favorite. And also we went to this really good hot chocolate place, Carrette.
Okay.
C-A-R-E-T-T-E. Yeah, it's really fantastic, and we are going back again.
Oh, you're gonna be back again for sure. Donc, est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la nourriture française? On le sait, on est connu pour l'amour, pour notre belle ville, mais aussi pour notre nourriture. Et du coup, oui, j'ai testé les escargots. Jing a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi, de mon côté, on a aussi goûté du chocolat chaud. Donc voilà, on y retournera, c'est sûr. And let's see now if Jing brings back the victory on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
Chocolat chaud, escargot, not a bad palate, I have to say. Some sweet treats in there, and when you look at this game, another sweet treat for us and all the folks at home and here in the venue at Paris. This 6-6 scoreline, Tom, it certainly caught us off guard. PaperX clear favorites, we would think, but it's been a back and forth game as we get into the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, no surprise to see Jing is very high up on that one. He's been having a pretty damn good game so far, but in all honesty, it has been this sort of like, who is going to win the round for PaperX, or on the other side, it feels like anybody can step up. Jing and Something definitely leading the way in terms of just the individual brilliance. 16-7, 14-7, both have had their rounds, but yeah, that Viva clutch, the 1v4 to start the tournament, I don't know, that's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will at some point, but honestly, madness in this first half. And the good thing is, obviously data incredibly low because we haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG other than their victory versus DRG, but they were way better on defense. So it's possible that they come in and this is now their favored half.
Well, that's exactly what Ender was saying on the desk, right? Like he wanted to see how XLG would perform on the defense because yes, this is a squad that evidently has the individuals to match up. But the reality is, for PaperX on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen. And we'll look at this pistol round to finally give an advantage in this half to one team or the other. For PaperX, it was 4 players towards B-Long on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still, XLG took the cake. Will it be the same in half number 2?
There are 3 players ready and waiting on the A site. The TP is still available. You never know if they'll double back in. They're using the Viper screen to take themselves a lot of additional space. Jing has already made it round the backline. Nade over the top is going to make this very awkward for Viva in position. In fact, not awkward, he's gone down. The remaining 2 players still in position, but Jing is just running right. Eventually he should fall, but there's a trade to be had.
Yeah, finally. It comes through. Something sneaking about. He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser. No man. The last one standing. No man to help him but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first to fall. Now down to a 1v2. Bite-sized, manageable, but his back turned to Something, and that will be a death sentence. He won't escape. PaperX 7-6. Pistols 1-1.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game, and I'll be looking to see if there is any sort of response. The amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the
Viper screens. Maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds. Maybe a little bit of extra utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A happy wait. He had a Bucky on attack. Now he's got a Bucky on defense, but I'm a little bit happier to see where he's playing with it in this round.
Yeah, perhaps a bit more normal. As we said, whether you're in lamps or hookah, those shotguns can do a lot of damage, and I think there's good reason that PaperX are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through B-Long. Again, this has been, I feel like, the hot spot on the map for this team, but it's not looking too good to start. Luckily, Jing's there to pick up the pieces. Patman down. They lose that fade utility. They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall. Do they decide to still go bursting through as XLG have made the rotate?
Witnessed early the power of that double flash, the Sky Gecko. A guaranteed blind. Okay. Oh, okay, he gets through. The Bucky does at least a little bit of damage, but there were definitely some weaker weapons in hand. So, although I think the Marshal has been kept over a Spectre, it really doesn't make much of a difference, and they will at least keep themselves the rifles.
Marshal over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day coming into the next round.
It depends what your plan is.
No, I'll take it any day. We've already seen the no-scopes work. But we'll see as we move on to the next. This is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten if they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds. We want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them taking the fight to PaperX here, but it's not easy. This bonus round, if you want to even call it that, it's only one Bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the attacking side. Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems like this is just PaperX's first 15-second plan in so many of the rounds, and it does almost get them first blood. No man's on half. The nade is, oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one before he falls.
I'm surprised he didn't just take the TP, but yeah, clearly don't want to give up that control. It's something they're willing to sacrifice his life to battle for, especially when his teammate had full control over showers already. So it wasn't even a risk, really, going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well. Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though. 45 when he took that fight, but now leaves a couple of opponents tagged up as well.
Yeah, if Viva walks out of this round with a 4K, I think we pause for an investigation. Down to 6 HP, 25 up on the shields, at least the regen, keeping him relatively healthy, and he's on his way. Smoke's already down. Mosh pit to buy a little bit of time, but the plant hadn't even been tapped yet. 35 seconds, still plenty to play with for PaperX, and they've sent Forsaken through to the B site. He's finding himself a pick. They can go for the TP now. They can wrap back around, but they've already gone in towards the site.
Can Patman escape? They've had to use a smoke across, and no, Raga spams. That was the problem. He didn't make it into the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in what was the plan. And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to run, grab the spike, and try and plant on the A site. I don't think he has time for that anymore. Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG, just based on, I feel like the havoc that PaperX caused themselves, have been able to win the round.
Yeah, indeed. You know, you look at this situation as if you just stick that play towards the A side. Already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny. And maybe they could have found success. Great pick from No Man, considering he was so desperately low. But then you start seeing players fall back, fall forward. It becomes complete chaos.
Oh, and then it's like one of the last bullets.
I think it was literally the last bullet from Raga, ends up dropping the spike, which could have made it to the TP a little bit earlier. Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PaperX. Well, they have fallen apart because of it. Still, that was the quote-unquote bonus round. Now they come in with a Guardian instead of a Bulldog in the previous, but a big weapon that is in play is the showstopper, and it's right onto Viva.
This is a cheeky little off angle though from Raga. He's finding in the smoke, and well, doesn't get rewarded for it. Does at least deny the plant for now, but with the amount of space that's already there, it seems like it's going to be a lot more commitment in this round from PaperX. Not risking the rotate back. They've done well to clear out Jing though, and we'll even things up once again.
It's going to be a very late play coming in from something. The wraparound taking quite a while. The steps are going to be heard. He's heard Coconut, but Coconut didn't hear him, and pops the ult. It's disastrous. Something's going to be right on them with No Man in the dog as well. It's a double kill. Something. It looked like he was late to the party, but he ends up winning the round for PaperX. That is a great flank from the Yoru, and a 9th round for PaperX as a result.
I think with just how direct that initial take was, I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking on the other side of the map. Like, if they're a little bit quicker, that could have all gone wrong, but instead, and rightly so, they go back and they go, okay, yeah, let's try and take this one slow. Let's use the Thrash to clear out all of these risky positions, and because of it, they get caught, they get bitten.
Happyway is having a terrible time.
Oh. 9-7. Unfortunately for XLG, that was all of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but this is just a shooting range. Up against no weaponry, and while Happyway is going to try and take this fight with a bucket, there's absolutely no hope. A flawless round for PaperX, and any economy problems are immediately dissipated.
Here it is, the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more needed for PaperX if you're having trouble figuring out what's between 10 and 13. And this is what we're worried about, right? It's about once that ball gets rolling, the snowball effect on PaperX, the individual confidence sky high, something playing one of the latest lurks in the previous round, and it working out. It's a terrifying sign for XLG. They need to bounce back. It's going to be a good time to put in their pause. I see the timer frozen, and indeed it is going to be a pause from XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though. They have started to slip and slide, and it's PaperX who seems set to take this map. Perhaps not the series, but you have to remember, they chose Sunset up next. Whatever we think about that, they must have ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a slip-up versus Zeta, but that does feel like a bit of a weird week for PaperX in general. Other than that, confident win over T1, and over the last few months have had big victories versus a lot of top teams. So I don't think they're going to be too worried going into that matchup. And on the other side of things, well, XLG got decimated by DRG on that map. So I think that this is, even though this is a very, very good map for PaperX and maybe overall a solid sign for XLG, you also have to then consider the rest of the group. Like an informed looking GX, Sentinels. Like, I don't think most people would have PaperX Sentinels making it out based on previous tournaments. And for XLG, although a loss to PaperX is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and Sen. You didn't do bad, though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. As we said, the pain of nearly. For XLG, that's what's going to haunt them. They come in today, you tell them you're going to lose 2-0, 2-1 to PaperX. Okay, fine. As long as we put up a fight, but then you tell them you could have won, you were close.
Yeah.
You had the
at least in the first half.
Hey, in the first half, absolutely. This could have been a 7 or 8 round half from them, but this is the moment where they can't leave anything on the table. Where are those signs of life? Rifles in hand, a lot of light shields. Ult's not really there for the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through, play inside the smoke. Flashes popped at something, even though it didn't hit. Hit shorty did. We're down to a 3 versus 4. Full control for PaperX with Viva down. Swarmed from all sides. And XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad. A couple of low players as well. The swing, Coconut has managed to bring this round into contention. A 2 versus 4 that, I'll be honest, looked impossible. Raga, I wasn't even sure if he was going to go for it, but when Coconut puts that into play, there's a chance. Even still, Forsaken and Divine, normally a safe pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up. They're going to try and join each other, but the swing for Forsaken isolates the battle. It gives Raga a chance once again, and the swing is perfect. 5 HP is all he needs as XLG win the 2v4.
That is a huge win, and we heard it from him in the interview. As I said earlier, this is a guy that said he just wants to prove that he's got what it takes to fight against some of these players, a team that we've seen with the 5 duelist comp before. But he can match up against them. That's devastating for Happyway. Thank God they had that clutch in the end. Your scoreline stays close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was. Close ain't good enough for PaperX. Gap of 2. The rifles still come out on the attacking side.
Yeah, definitely seeing some of those blips. The 1v4, 2v4, PaperX making a fair amount of mistakes with hefty advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize off of them. Coconut
with a huge individual round and basically keeping them in the match. That would have been their economy not only wrecked, but also PaperX being just a couple away from taking their own map choice. And they do have to be careful in this round. Light shields on every player bar one. And that sniper for something, think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a fight.
Not at all. You end up getting lit down 140 in this to 10 HP, and it's pretty much guaranteed pickup for PaperX when the utility bombardment comes through. There's the Outlaw already spotted with the decoy sent through. Flash finds nothing but it. Always the danger that that's a Yoru on his own, ready to gate crash, but now the Flash confirms that the big play is coming through. They've taken Jing out of the sky. No Man's got two. The Patman tries his best to pull it back, yet it's left all onto Divide. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25 seconds. A Viper's Pit online. He might even have time to get this up after the plant. From where is the question? With the showstopper hunting him down. It looks like he wants to stand his ground. He wants to take the pick, but decides to fall back a little too late. Rarga again getting the round on the board in the final stages for XLG, and a 10-9. The signs of life very much there.
Yeah, like doubling up in that corner, it definitely seemed like a gamble. You know that if a player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky, it could have been your round over, but I think that's been something that XLG have done great so far in this match, is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read that even when you have a full bombardment of utility, they're able to come out with an advantage. And even then, just I like him watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is basically just going, okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my team.
Snakepipe landing on long, denying that control for XLG. But it's towards the A site that the real fight is coming in. And the reaction from XLG very early on, they pop the Thrash. They see players inside of Bath, but that Thrash not retrievable, not finding the impact. It's a glorified drone.
Coconut doesn't want to hold it for a retake again. Oh, the nades are going to be exchanged, but it's Divide almost using the distraction of a teammate, and well, 3 players immediately down. We've seen a 1v4 or 2v4, but we've definitely not seen a 1v5, and I don't think Viva is going to give the time of day. And this is what I felt like has been the difference between the two squads, though. It feels like when XLG win a round, it is by the skin of their teeth. It is very close. It's maybe a player or two surviving or a clutch round. When PaperX win a round, well, as of yet, there's not a point of damage done.
I know it's kind of bad of you to assume Viva's not winning this 1v5 with time ticking and Spike on the other side of the map. But I agree with you entirely, in all seriousness. Like, PaperX, like you said, they look dominant in some of the rounds that they're taking. XLG, it's clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth, trading blows. Viva will even get out of here with the Guardian. You've heard the TP, so did he. The smoke buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP, though. That was close to disaster. 11-9. PaperX 2 away. XLG 2 behind. It still is anyone's game, but there's a problem brewing, Tom.
Yeah, this is the issue. When you have so many casualties in the round that you win.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, right. I'm glad that the player
saw him earlier.
The player was highlighted. It's like, yeah, and then he just banged him through smoke. Just off time.
He obviously calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage. Well,
sure was allowed.
The buy is abysmal.
I mean, a good chance to catch them if they do go through that pit, having the judge investment. The problem is, when you look at the tab as PaperX and you see, okay, they don't have much money, and you see a pick go up, if you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. Now, PaperX are insane.
Sometimes they,
so
yeah.
there is a chance they do that, so actually rated against them. But yeah, generally speaking, that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere.
The only
and of
other
course,
thing
you can't force stack B because you have to clear that Bath wrap around.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though. It's, if you see that pit, you're mostly probably going to assume maybe it's just one player there. It really is a game of playing the odds. 45 seconds left.
Viper screen definitely causing them issues before with the amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually going to commit the orbital strike. They're going to try and isolate players. Viva has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round, and the rest of the team have plenty of time to make their way into the site. We've spoken about the clutches, what XLG have managed to bring home, but this one I would really, well, I expect a hole in the desk if PaperX let this one slip.
I expect a hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff, though. This feels like an overheat, Tom. You come into this round where you've got next to nothing, where you're fighting if you lose for PaperX. 3 rounds in a row, 3 chances in a row to close it, and a pit and an orbital strike put through. That feels like such a heavy commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy round.
I guess the look here is that, okay, now we have 2 chances, once with the ultimates and once with the rifles, rather than having 1 chance to all in. I don't necessarily mind it. Like, I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PaperX. But I do feel like there's also the thing of, like, you could have both those ult and then still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pit I'm not against. Orbital strike caught me off guard.
Oh, here we go.
Down 1, here goes Showstopper, and there it goes. It's gone. Rarga snipes him out of the sky. Pop by the flash, won't find much else. And another popped in as Viva struggles up close, but finds himself 2. Now, inside the smoke, he will fall, but he's given his team a fighting chance. The problem is, with that Viper's pit going up, they now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spike. That's close. But he doesn't go back till it's too late for the spam.
Yeah, I think maybe assume that he let go. They're going to know that both players likely confined to this pit. Although Patman has managed to leave. The drop will be known, and it's risky from Divide, but the risk pays off, and now No Man left alone. Pit going to be dropped, and Divide is there to close it. It was a valiant effort by XLG, a fight back and forth, but ultimately the job expected to be won, and was won by PaperX.
Well, this is expected result, but an unexpected way we got here, right? This was quite a journey. XLG showing us that they've got the ability to take PaperX, to push them to their limits, and they'll have to do the same on Sunset, PaperX's map, after this break.
Dude, actually cannot believe we are playing already our first match.
Reason is, we win Japan. We go here. We tire. It's like a bit, then we win champion. Yeah, we tired, we start slow, and then after that we rocket up multitudes.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Alpha able to find 1. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Come let me this.
Wavy lines, they come let me this. Wavy lines, they come let me this. Wavy lines, wavy lines, wavy lines, come let me this. Wavy lines, come let me this. Wavy lines, come let me this.
Hey guys, Mika here with Alex of PRX. Congratulations on the first map win of Champions Paris. That was a bit closer than many expected though, so what do you think it was? Was it PRX with a bit of a slow start, or was it XLG doing something that surprised all of you?
I mean, first of all, I think XLG is a very good team. You know, they champions of Stage 1 China. They have the MVP in their team. Aside from that, I think both teams are a little bit nervous. So you could see like the games were. I mean, everyone was trying to take their time and relaxing a little bit, trying not to make mistakes. So I believe that now that everyone's warmed up, I think the second game will be a banger.
Oh, that's a teaser. Well, good luck to you guys.
Paper X, they take map 1 here, but they did have to work for it, Ender and Doug. It wasn't easy by any means. So if we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment here from Viva, this was ridiculous.
This was absolutely insane. So No Man gets cleared down short. And then look at these shots from Viva. So quick on the adjustments. It's like one shot miss, instant reset headshot. Miss, instant reset headshot. Just sick.
Yintu, I think you said it exceptionally well. They pushed Paper X. I think they had a really good idea on their attacking side. We talked a bit about the Waylay versus the Raze and how, traditionally speaking, the Raze fits a little bit more, but maybe they'd be missing a little bit of that, you know, Joker in their hand, a little like trick to try to make their attack side a little bit more, a little bit stronger. But I love the way they layered their utility. I think there were often times that Paper X looked a little overwhelmed on sites. They did a really good job of chaining those together, and it was enough in the first half, but then everything kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it was. If we take a look at the postman, we can tell they've given us a reason to believe why they picked Vine.
Well, I think the first thing is, I think XLG really locked in the post plants, and we're very aware of the flanks. You heard Alex talking about it. I think PRX were going way too often for walk-ups and going for flanks, and the crowd here is going wild for the flanks, it sounds like. But honestly, I think XLG held their ground really nicely, and specifically Viva and No Man's Sky. You know, great game, great player. Absolutely popping off in these late rounds.
And again, I think it was, they understood their game plan was utility dump onto the site, get out there. And once you get there, once you get into a post plant, they've got Paper X figured out a little bit, but they also knew what their protocol was.
I even love the creativity of like Viva realizing 3 people are on the flank. He drops the Brimald, right? Just to delay, and he ends up going down, but you still see those moments where I think XLG did a very good job of adjusting to the chaotic style that PRX were bringing.
They did, definitely, indeed. This is the thing, though. If it weren't for, you know, the Something Jing duo doing so well, being able to bring this game back, it could have been, you know, even an overtime, I think, the way that XLG were playing.
I think there's a world where, like, without Something just dominating like 3 rounds in the first half and solo winning them, like XLG could have been up 8 or 9 at the half, but it's brought down to 6 and 6 because the great work out of Something, and him and Jing just crushed.
Yeah, in the second half. Ender, I think you're absolutely right. If it was not for Something stabilizing in that first half, it probably gets away from them in the first half. And then, you know, Alex was talking about it in an interview. They needed to calm down a little bit. They were kind of overswinging. They were a little bit too up. But if not for Something's heroics, we're talking about an entirely different half and potentially an entirely different score here.
He was giving it as well, which is crazy, you know?
Yeah, out of his seat a little bit.
Yeah, I love to see it. I would also love to hear what Havoya had to say, of course, standing by with Mika Faz ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Havoya of XLG. Now, that was a very tough first map. I wanted to ask about the bind pick because this is one of Paper X's strongest maps. It's also a strong map for XLG, but I was just curious on your thoughts on picking that map, and was it because you felt like the ban on Lotus was more important for Paper X?
I think, first of all, Paper X feel themselves better on Lotus. But also, we feel fine on bind. It was just like a tough series for us, and I mean the map. And we dropped some ecos. Also, we didn't manage to win second pistol. I think if we could step up a little bit earlier, I think it could be our map. So it is what it is. Let's move on the second map.
Right, well, hopefully they step up a bit more on Sunset.
What are their chances on Sunset? If on Bind, you guys weren't super sure why they chose this, does it get better on Sunset for XLG?
No, honestly, I mean, we were a little bit surprised with the bind coming through, but it was sort of a secret weapon map for them in the playoffs for the team. So I think bind was almost a must-win in the series, with it being PRX's choice here.
Which is almost unfair to ask, given that you're going against an undefeated Paper X on bind, but I'm inclined to agree with you. It did feel like a must-win, and as we turn our attention over to Sunset, again, there's going to be a Sage. We're going to see that for the first time on the global stage, for sure, the buffed stage and kind of how that changes playstyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's less of a major change to the playstyle. It gives you a lot more ability to like react, put down a wall from a further range as you're rotating in or something like this to put it down. But I think for XLG, what they will have been focusing on in a lot of the prep work, coming in knowing that high chance that Sunset is going to be coming through in the map here, is when they're working against PRX's defense, PRX puts up so much of a fight into the mains, A main, B main, and I think that XLG need to be very snappy at punching these forward positions. I think having a Neon and a Yoru in your comp to take down those angles is a good spot.
Oh, it's Noman's not playing Deadlock anymore. It's going to be Noman, Neon, and Raga Yoru. I really like this.
I do too.
I like it a lot.
I'm completely on board with this. I think you have so many different fighting tools, again, to punish Paper X overextending, and again, you call it overextending, but they are often dominating on those forward lines. I think also with the way that Noman was dominating back on Bind, you could not ask for a better guy to be stepping into that second duelist role for the team here on Sunset.
I think this might be his 7th or 8th agent that he's
played on his team.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
You're right. I do think, so when I saw the change from Waylay to Raze, I thought, okay, they're going to want to fight it out with Paper X, and I think we saw a lot of that in the first half. I think this follows that same line of thinking. They're going to want to duke it out with Paper X, and that's a hard thing to do. They did it in the first half, kind of fell apart in the second half. I'm hesitant to see this on Sunset.
Yeah, and if that map was Paper X needing to warm up, they're going to get scarier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be more warmed up on Sunset. It is their map pick. But there is a switch up on the side of the comms, at least for XLG, so maybe that's throwing another spanner in the works for them. I don't know how you guys feel, but I would love to hear what Mitchman and Tombiz thinks about that little agent change.
Well, Tom, how's that tickled your fancy?
I don't know. I feel like being a little bit more boisterous could be nice. I think Noman definitely had a few moments individually. I do fear that trying to almost beat PaperX with firepower and aggression, it might not work. I think it's a
Dangerous
bold
game.
play. I do want to focus though on Happyway because I feel like he had a pretty poor first map, and he's someone that the Des highlights I like to highlight as well as one of their best players individually. He's now a pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance, PaperX win easy.
No, without a doubt. As you said as well, looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's Sky was stellar when it came to that first map.
Look at them
PaperX, they didn't get the memo. They think they're still on the attack side. They've pushed through mid with 3. Full control, 4 in fact. You can count the player towards the door of Patman, who will be safeguarding Market. But this is all about the flank game. And there is, luckily, a trap waiting for them there. So it won't be a complete surprise that there's someone there. It just might be a bit of a surprise quite how many players Happyway is about to see.
Yeah, Patman's the only player elsewhere, down to 1 HP already, so I have to be a bit more careful. But you can see they have switched up where they are defending this spike from, or pushing all the way around. It hasn't mattered though. The swarm that is PaperX has given them an advantage, and Device is going to start defusing. He's just going to stick behind the wall. They need to run back around over the top. They need to go, and it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything. It is diffused in front of their nose. Rocker, he did well, and I think Device even stopped for a second because he was like, okay, someone's going to jump on this wall, and then they didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were too busy dealing with players towards main. It's a nasty little strategy, and one that has worked wonders. There was a gap on the, on the left side here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective. It could have been exploited on the wraparound as well, so no surprise that he was a little bit worried. And in the end, Rorga surviving on 1 HP, but it doesn't make a difference. It is 1-0 start for PaperX. And we want to see XLG on the board early because we saw it in the last one. PaperX slow to start. We even heard it in the comms. They called it. Let's start slow, and then we get them. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true. Got to pick it up. They only had to dock into the station, speak with the conductor Alex one time, then it was plain sailing.
I love watching something because, like, you would see him play an agent that you think is like, okay, supportive util lineup, and then he's playing contact with a sniper rifle at B-main. It doesn't necessarily add up. I also love the fact that we've seen these changes to Sage, obviously making the range of that wall so much further. So Devi obviously places it 2 millimeters away from where he is. Yeah. This round, expectation incredibly low. Any weaponry drop would be nice, and hey, Braga has dropped one of the rifles, and that should be retrievable. Oh, good selection, though, from something.
Will be retrievable, but at a heavy cost indeed. Round goes Jing, he's down to 15. Doesn't need to swing as something covers everything. That. 2-0 start for PaperX, 4 players alive. Big weapon still carried through, and it's a strong start. But this round is really where we get the litmus test. A good sign early on, though, is seeing Rorga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes into, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing like it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. As I said, like last time we saw XLG at Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like, obviously, we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in for you, and I don't mean you, obviously.
For me?
No.
Shadows traveling. You trying to replace me, Thomas? This like Baby Bay. It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against him.
Your Phoenix might be better than his. We'll have to wait.
Oh, well, there's no need for that.
This purchase is definitely an odd one, though. You've got yourself a Buckium for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like, this is around the XOG nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades that there will be. Dimensional Drift only 1 away as well. Could be powerful in that post pump, but it is a wide net currently being thrown out by XLG. And while Forsaken mentioned that he had a weaker gun, it didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
45 on the clock, fairly committed from XLG. They got to go towards this site. Jing to deal with to start. Great stun, but he gets out of there thanks to the blast packs. Well placement. 35 now. XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around, but PaperX are flooding back into the site. 3 players here now with 1 deeper towards the spawn. This is essentially a 4-man hold. 25 seconds, and they call for the rotate. Yeah, it's the right call. They've dragged all these players over, and they'll make their way across mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a plant, but I'm always wary of PaperX's ability to be disruptive. Something, he's in there. Only one.
Yeah, and they managed to make it to the side. The spike was being guarded all the way through. A good redirection, especially with the Sage Wall being used in towards the spawn. There was the box up top that you would have had Devi watching from afar. And now even with no man in the spawn, just waiting to try and catch them as they fall out. The fact is, though, PaperX, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so they might as well try and do some damage.
Now, that's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle. The idea is certainly in their head that someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Devi as well. Good chance to make these exits very costly. He will close in towards this spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance of... Oh, actually, he might have a chance of having an impact if he goes back to mid. But Devi is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive for XLG. That's a picture-perfect round 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly as clean as it needed to be. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, and as we mentioned, like, you're always going to see these sort of timing fights looking to be utilized by the side of PaperX. It gets them a lot of early information. So I like the fact that with 20 seconds left, they were willing to sort of gamble on that rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though, it's going to be an immediate purchase back up from the side of PaperX, and I'm kind of looking at Braga here. He's going to immediately utilize that dimensional drift. Bear in mind, the only weapon he has is the shorty.
Perfect for this ultimate. One flash left. Oh, he's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the wraparound from Patman. Quick on his feet. He'll take Raga down. Now it's Rifles, though, that they will be up against. The trick play hasn't worked. Devi's dead. Dead to rights. It's even a headshot from Nomad to lock it in. But still, a 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. PaperX holding strong so far. And Happyway failing to take down Jing. Now that's the information. The element of surprise gone for his position. And the wraparound super late from Forsaken. He's going to cause issues, but Viva seemed aware of it. The timing, though, he corrects in time, but he can't quite land the shot.
Yeah, there's been a lot of moments, especially with how low some of these players are, where there's a chance, but it seems like PaperX are ready and raring to go on this defensive half. A third already picked up, and I have to say that the orb placement coming out from Patman there in the early stages of that round was just wonderful. Like you see this attempt to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied all of it, just keeping hold of that control.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's able to walk into spawn to be safe and then back out with his smoke, right? It's so much value delivered as a result of that. I'm not sure what's being said there. I love these guys. The energy on the stage is different, and 3-1 up. Energy will only increase as these rounds keep going away, but PaperX, deep play, caught by the stun, caught by the paranoia. Jing stuck in the corner, and they know it, but in goes Devi, happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success. Forsaken's found one elsewhere, but Jing looking the wrong way, will be dropped by Nomad. We're back to a 3v3. Spike still secure for XLG, and this map, it doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it, this should be an advantage for the attacking side.
Yeah, it feels like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round lead to those early battles, and then there's a break in the action. I do feel like XLG throughout this matchup so far have actually done quite well to deny a lot of these plays from PaperX. I think it was even Nomad just having a reactive stun immediately to try and slow that push. Now with 50 seconds left, early rotation available for Forsaken up top, but he has been dealt with immediately. Nomad doing well on this Neon.
Spike planted.
Spike will now be planted.
They know players on side are stuck there. Snakebite stops them from falling back and stops Happyway from helping out, but now it's faded. Happyway on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and Nomad tripling up. That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let PaperX run away with this as they push up to 2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with Nomad going onto the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual brilliance. I think we saw some of the skill in the last map, but as said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players, and the timing was then in his favor, but even just winning, some of the fights that maybe he necessarily shouldn't. Not even flexing while he does it. 3-2. Economy of PaperX has taken a hit here, though. A pistol for something. Although at times, it doesn't even feel like a detriment.
Well, PaperX, think back to the last map when they had that astonishing, I think, round 5. Bunch of pistols in play, and that's maybe the most dominant that they'd looked. For XLG, ulti's available. They need those safety nets. It rotates from Coconut, the information. You have a Hunter's Fury soon. Deep play from Noman. No ult popped. It's down to his rifle. But Coconut's fallen in middle. Rarga, good to trade that back. Now they've sensed the weakness. Blood in the water, but Forsaken still standing strong. Deep fight from Noman, though, has managed to pull this back to a 3v3, and with the ult pop, he's got a tough fight up against Jing, and he won't win it. But with Forsaken going down, the numbers keep going back and forth till there's only 2 men left standing.
The 1v1 that leaves the Sovas on either side. Bit of a risky position to plant from, and because of that, something is going to get away with it. It was kind of as easy as that 1v1 could have gone, but that was, yeah, I feel like that. I always talk about an observer's nightmare as a round where there's just a million pieces of utility. I feel like that was it. It was just one kill, but all on different points of the map, like timing to catch out Patman, the drop down avoiding the fake out, Jing winning the battle versus a slightly shaky Noman, and then coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PaperX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that has a few extra credits to spare, so a winner of this round, it could be worth a double.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a Hunter's Fury off rip coming through from Viva. They want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see Noman taking space. Paranoia burned by PaperX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in swinging, won't find much, and TP from Coconut. He's deep in their spawn. They are making so much pressure towards this A site. Forsaken, he doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally, he will come crashing down. A 4 versus 3. Res possible for PaperX, but the positions of those bodies, it doesn't make it look very likely. Happyway's got beautiful timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarga's there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He can't even get out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round from Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds. He goes swinging wide, guys. They can potentially be isolated on the site. Instead, him staying alive is much more of a burden than even the individual kill that he could have got instead. And it's sort of the Happyway I wanted to see. Like, yeah, sure, still maybe a few jitters here and there, but the guy is always good at having those backstabs, always good at sort of having those multi-frag rounds. And I like the change of pace from XLG. I said so far, I feel like even in the last map, they called a decent game. Like, it didn't look like they were getting outclassed.
And the important thing there is, right, PaperX, on that A-side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid-flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide and hold the short fight. They can't just look for the elbow duel, because they'll be shot up from spawn potentially. And you have all of these headaches created for PaperX. That very much felt like PaperX getting a taste of their own medicine.
Shadow. Oh, back to a low bite. Can see how slow and methodical they're being on the other side. Forsaken has been able to take that first fight. Now the move away is somewhat to sell a ruse for something, but he's going to be able to hear any of the steps as they rotate. They've still got this aggressive position from Jing, and bear in mind, he does have the showstopper available. Probably won't want to use it immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in, and the steps were faked out. That was Rarga's utility that has baited the ultimate, but now they go back towards something. Are they going to check the box? No, they're not, but it's a bit whippy. Not quite connecting. Divine now the next man up, and Happyway just thriving. The Dane just seemingly slipping out of the round. And what could have been incredibly costly ends up with still 4 players standing.
Great correction from the previous map where PaperX were finding so much value with these weaker weapons. Forsaken,
very careful.
The only player that, well, he didn't have that much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian. Wasn't the Sheriff doing the work. And he's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already lost.
I'm starting to question that.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that Hunter's Fury! And Forsaken now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is, but the Hunter's Fury surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time on the clock is already so low. Forsaken goes in, pops it, goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be desperately close. The spam coming in from Viva doesn't get there in time! But it's a 0.02 second difference. Blink and you miss it, but that margin of error swings in XLG's favor.
So you know earlier where I said it might take a while to beat that 1v4? We almost just had it beaten, and it was 0.02 that made it not. That's absurd.
I can feel myself swallowing my own words.
But I'll be honest with you. You doubting Forsaken in this clutch, I'm a little bit disappointed.
They have Hunter's Fury post plant in a 3v1 with the spike planted ages ago.
But Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
Nice shot.
You can see the confidence right back in. Aggressive start, but this is what I'm saying. XLG have always been doing well to recover any of those early advantages that PaperX are able to gain. Jing could be expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing outside the A site, and because of that, it's allowed for an immediate rotation for Forsaken to get back into B. They have definitely been red, and in fact, Jing can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep, but that drone, oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke. Forsaken, oh, it's beautiful from PaperX with Jing wrapping around the other side. That slipped through the smoke. It's been a problem. A couple of times you've seen that finesse from PaperX, them being quick on their feet, able to get especially smokes, poison orbs, it doesn't matter what it is, but able to get that positional advantage in some of these plays. Even still, a round gap of only one.
It's definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments, Jing still performing to a high level.
And this one is, it's not looking great, is it?
No.
4 Sheriffs, an attack side Bucky. Makes a bit more sense when it's on the Neon. Slide in, get real close.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of TikToks of that sort of gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the locker. It might not matter. Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a Bucky onto Jing. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the Duelists have not only got them positioning, but it's also got them in with that weaponry. And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates. Hunter's Fury might now be able to cause some damage. No Man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through. Raga just immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either, he sticks around. Divide though, the one to punish him. The res available. There's a player that can be res, there it is. Patman's brought back. Even numbers. And he gets Coconut curious, he swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go pushing into him. Viva down, and it's Happy Way against 2, but he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP, a headshot needed, but it's Divide jumping with the shorty to close this one out. A round that should have been PaperX's. They will just about get it. I'm starting to doubt myself there.
If they lost 2 rounds to time with that close, that would have been madness. But unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, the only man falling down in this case was Happy Way. Nice shot from Raga. In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like No Man actually walking further into that shock dart rather than away from it. But you understand the panic. A nice attempt. Very low by round, and Happy Way definitely.
I think he was doubting it as well.
Well, he has just watched the spike go off at 0.02.
Yeah.
So you can kind of understand why he's nervous, but not quite as close.
The flashback's definitely hitting hard there.
Yeah, XLG.
6-4. XLG, they've called a timeout here on their attack side. That's their first one used, and indeed the first one of this map. It has been a pacey set of rounds. I've liked, as you've said, the direct approach. Even here, they had Sheriffs, they had a Bucky, We started out, it doesn't look too good, and it comes down to a 1v1
They've
with
mixed it up a
0.4 of
lot
second.
as well. I think that's what, whenever I see a team that can only like dive or only do executes, I'm like, okay, this is an average team with maybe great coaching staff, but it feels like a lot of the sort of slower rounds with mid-rounding, I've been impressed by XLG, and you take away the pistol and the follow-up, and this is an incredibly close match. The problem, though, is now they are in a case of this ends 6-6, you go into the second half, you're happy. If this ends 8-4, I think most people will have a lot of faith in the attack side of PaperX to be able to close this one out.
Well, touching base as well before we get back into the round, just on Happy Way, someone you highlighted as he had a tough, and the desk highlighted, had a tough map previously, and look at him now, 11-7. He's been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out on time in the 1v3. Impressive performance. And, well, Rarga's going to wait for his teammates to break that wall open. It's going to limit how far he can get. He can barely make it to the backside. Instead, he's going to tuck in default. Hunter's Fury coming through, fired in deep from something, clearing out these close corners on the site, not finding any tags, but delaying the push.
It didn't really allow for much space to get back in either from the side of PaperX. They're waiting to move as a unit. Batman does have ult, but unless they really need this space, it's going to be tough. The Vigo's a little bit ahead. They were still setting up utility on the remaining players, and No Man has been able to take that close contact and put them into spot, and especially with Forsaken coming in on this flank, he's managed to get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. In fact, he's going to take it all! Forsaken, a one-man retake! And another on the board for PaperX.
Shrouding his steps to great effect. He made it past that trap. As you said, camera placed deep on the site. They're worried about the retake from Market. They're worried about early contact for the player over on that box and backside. And instead, he smokes main, so they think, well, he's obviously not coming from here. They want to block this line of sight. And the timing could not have been better. That round was Forsaken for XLG. The timeout making no difference.
Sit down!
And one round left to play with. For XLG, 7-5 still possible. I'll move to the defense where we've had our questions. The answer's not far away, but will they be a pistol round away from correcting the scoreline or trailing by 4?
God, this is where the last round really could give them a little bit of wiggle room. Well, we've said that it's been a closer affair than maybe expected, but if it ends 2-0, ends 2-0. They'll still be yet to win a map at a VCT international event. Maybe after how close the first one seemed, they might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but it won't change a thing. Already you can see some of the vulnerabilities, and more worryingly, it's that showstopper Viper's Pit on the other side. Like, there's so much to play with in this final round of the half.
Oh, the showstopper! It's found 3! Jing! That's unbelievable! XLG put it all into this, a round that can correct the wrongs of this half, but that has come falling apart. An explosive entrance into B main from Jing. An 8-4 locked in PaperX, doubling the score of their opponents in that first half.
It's just absolute insanity. Like, it just came down to a lot of those contact plays and Jing managing to get it done. Nonetheless, it's a pretty big recovery. We'll see if XLG can turn it going into the second half.
Let's go.
adventures through the night. Tonight, keeping you safe. I'll just put it bluntly, we're dying for our country. Yes, today you should form a smile for the safety of your life as we brave this world tonight.
Welcome back, folks. The halftime concluded, and it's time to get back into the game as we look at the Coinbase Econ report for our first half. And, well, it has to be said, PaperX, they should be leading in terms of the stats, 8-4 up.
Yeah, for sure. It's been one of those games where there's been a lot of crazy things, and a lot of it happened just in the last couple of rounds. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. I think we had a 0.02 spike exploding with almost what was an ace for Forsaken. He then decided, okay, I'm just going to stick to the 4Ks for today, come back behind and eliminate the whole opposing team in a retake. And then the next round, Jing decided to get 3 with a showstopper at the very beginning of it and end it before it even began. For XLG, this now comes down to a play of resilience. Like, can you turn the tide? And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think it starts with a pistol.
Very much so. A loss here send PaperX skyrocketing into the lead. A 9-4, probably 10 on the board. And then they're already on the home stretch while XLG trail, clamor their way back into the game or attempt to. I like this early play. Similar to what PaperX did. 3 players, walkabouts on mid, 1 late towards A, but it's pressure on Happyway. He can't overextend and go down. Just falls back. Looks to punish anyone over aggressing and hopes that this flank can find a lot of value. But PaperX look like they want to play aggressive.
Well, this is where the wall causes issues. You're going to block off one avenue and then try and pressure the other. The only thing they really need to worry about is the flank, because they've sectioned everything else off. And actually, no, they're looking the wrong way, completely the wrong way. They've been foiled by their own plot, but there's still a couple of players standing. Jing, Forsaken, not in the best of positions to try and deny this, but that time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the spike. They need to try and wrap back around, and that's exactly what Forsaken will do in this match. This man could do no wrong.
Oh, his impact has been outrageous. That pistol round was slipping through their fingers. The flank that should have been expected. When he found his 4K from main, there was at least a trap there giving them some security on the other side, but PaperX had no reason to believe that that space was clear. They get caught off guard, and oh, it's just so nasty.
All I'm going to say is he's already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual-wielding by the end. This man knows how to put up MVP performances. And well, map number 1, he always said that the agent he'd never played was Brimmy. He started playing the Brimmy, and it didn't look fantastic, but stick the man on an Omen. He's having a ball. And well, I said, it was almost imperative for XLG that they get themselves a pistol. 9-4 down, their opponent's map choice. PaperX going into the attack half. And when they have shown strength on this map, that's where it's been. Solid victories on that side versus Sentinels, Fnatic, T1 more recently. And it was a defensive side defeat when they struggled versus Zeta. Everything is set for them to now take this map.
What's a good stack from XLG. 4 players on the B side, 2 of them with Sheriffs. The other on the polar opposite of where this hit's coming through. A lot of players from PaperX, though, covering this plant. They've got numbers even after the barrels run, or the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks like a lot of the danger already dealt with. No man traded out, and that's really the story of this take. Even if one player lands that first shot, PaperX flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and 10-4 on the line. But this was not the round XLG were fighting for. It all comes down to round 15. Rifles in play, both sides.
Yeah. Well, that was the investment of the last round. It was mostly into stingers, a couple of rifles. I also think this is the point you'll make a lot of the time when it comes to Sage. Like there's been critique a lot through history of this agent, but one thing it gives you, especially on a map like this with a lot of different elevations, is sometimes you don't know the angles you're covered or not. And that's about as free as a kill as you're ever going to get. Because let's be real, there aren't that many teams to play with the Sage. Okay, a very aggressive early start to the round, but it is Noman. Been impressed so far with him on the Neon. And he started off strong again.
Well, yeah, it's Noman and Jing both trying to get that early contest for this corner. And even with the Boombot backing him up, Jing can't get it done. Forsaken, I think, heard that cam activate. Certainly now did. He knows it's there. He's calling for it. And we see the pings that he wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing. Even with that smoke, a TP will be heard. He'll be seen walking through. Ooh. Nice shot by Noman yet again, delivering. And as he looks up at the cam, that's a wonderful punish. What is going on with something here? And a swing from Noman that gets punished. Something's got three. And I think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP. But in comes his old buddy. Something here to save the day is for this fifth. An ace from something. An XLG from 1 foot in the grave to bury deep behind round after round of Paper X success.
I need to see the POV on the first 2 kills, because I feel like there were 2 players in elbow, and I don't really understand how he's walked out of it alive. Oh, they're just isolated. Okay, fair enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry. It's incredibly clean, though. An absolute headshot machine throughout the round, and I don't even know if he reloaded in the middle of all of that. It was always going to be one of them, you felt like, to take the first ace of the tournament, and something will be there. Mentioned maybe Forsaken looking for another bracelet. Maybe he's looking for one that goes with his keyboard.
They'll have to be in gold. 11-4. And a timeout for XLG. Oh.
At these last few rounds, it hasn't even felt like the round 14, you're talking about you're on eco. Round 13, you probably should have won, but Forsaken clutches it out.
Yep.
Round 15, you probably should have won, but you get aced. Yeah. Like, what are you going to say? Oh, we need to get together a little bit more.
Don't let Forsaken get a 4K. Don't let something get an ace, and we're good. And that's the thing, I feel like...
It's crazy that you retired as a coach in 2020, or was it 2021?
I didn't say retired. I'm still open to offers.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
evaluate in the offseason.
Maybe when Alliance come back, you'll get another job.
I think that's the only way. Well, I'm happy where I'm at for now. Let's put it that way. I think I'm better suited, hopefully. But for Paper X, 11 rounds on the board. XLG in a position where this is really a rock and a hard place. Do you fully invest now? Do you wait? They're going to come in with 2 Guardians, mostly keeping some credits for the next. Nice opening from Devi. And this should be a relatively easy round. That was one of the Guardians that he took down, though. The main punches that they're packing. Okay. Full blinded up. Patman still looked like he was close to taking that kill.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty upgrade for Noman as well.
Given the coconut.
Willing to risk it.
Nice.
And also, Forsaken's been caught TPing. This is putting them in a good spot. Bear in mind, the spike plant here for Devi would get him his ultimate online and likely bring back someone who's been terrifying if it even gets to that point, because
you will not kill my
they've already got an advantage.
Yeah, worth putting it in, obviously, in this position. If something can fade back, this is where you'll see your Sova play in main. Most of the time, Hunter's Fury for post plan, but no, they want to fight. Of course they do. This is Paper X we're talking about here. What's going on? Is that fight? Devi closes it out. That came down to a 1v1. They needed a 3K and a res to get it across the line, but you know what? A round's a round. 12-4 now for Paper X.
There's so much I hate about this round.
That was crazy.
Like, it was just like, at this point, you can feel like they are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the site with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between a wall, so there's only the tiniest of angles. And yeah, that is a nervous smile if ever I've seen one.
I aced like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Well, here's the
Hunter's Fury immediately.
It's an early one, and it's Forsaken going deep on the back of the Chaos. Viva, good for the trade, and Noman doing the same. Numbers light on the A site. Noman's the last point of defense, so he'll fall back. Won't continue the aggression. While the rotate had come through, Viva, who started over here towards A, went back to take that kill and spawn, drones out mid, clears it, and they're comfortable now that there's no more pressure on A with that deep control coming in from Noman. There's nothing on mid. They weren't looking, they weren't walkabouts. So the B site's where the hit should be coming through. They'll keep in 2-2, but Happy Way and Coconut, they're the ones that have a chance to keep their team in it here and now.
Cage immediately used. Going through all of this utility. Feels like a little bit of a risk. Paranoia even being thrown through as well. So they're going to know that there's a couple of players here at least. Curious to see if PaperX still opt to actually execute in this direction. They're throwing in more utility. Boombot to clear close.
35 seconds. Now we're limited on options. We gotta go, but the spams through the smoke. They'll take down Devi in the choke point. The shock dart's fantastic, and the swings are even better. XLG with a round win, still trailing by 7. But they gotta take this comeback one step at a time.
That's a good round from them. Something to note as well is it really does feel like the Sage Wall, how far you can get it now, actually makes things really interesting, because Devi put that wall in from inside main. Like, he was just like, I might as well give it a go, just try and give us a little bit of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people using this were before were basically boosting themselves up. Brings a slight bit of tactical element to it. Well, a weak buy, but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning indeed. It's a little
Never mind.
unexpected. Jing hit that. Happy Way down and out. Jing revealed in the corner, but he's got backup now as they start to float back out. No Man looking for market control as a deep late play from Patman. Will it be attempted? But there might not be anyone left to flank. Jing's already got 3.
He's still going.
Coconut's being watched on the flank as Jing looks for his 4th. He won't find it, but they'll clean up anyways. 13-5, 2-0. PaperX looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win to open up champions here in Paris.
Fact is, you can see that individual form, especially on their own map choice. Forsaken something, performing incredibly well. Jing joining the party towards the end of it. And in map number 1, seeing both Jing and Something still performing to that degree. I will say though, I feel like there are silver linings for XLG. Map number 1 especially, I think they definitely look like they could compete, but for a couple of clutches here and there, and who knows, I think going into that lower bracket match, there's going to be more opportunities, because not everybody plays as manic and as crazy as a PaperX does. Nonetheless, it is the expected result. We're one of our top seeded teams coming into the tournament, 2-0 victory, and well, I don't think anybody will want to match up against how they're currently playing, especially some of the stuff Forsaken is doing in the clutches.
Yeah, we saw signs of life, sparks of hope from XLG, but it is PaperX coming in as the favorites and playing like it, especially on map number 2. They were a little slower to start in the first, but they found their rhythm by the end. And I like that they played against a team who was willing to, at times, match them on their own playstyle. They mixed it up. They didn't make this easy, but we saw just how deep the bench of individual skill goes on this PaperX roster.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen almost everything. Multi-kill with a showstopper. We've seen an ace. We've seen a 1v4 clutch. Like, it's been an enjoyable series. I think most would have come in and expected that this would just be bullying, a bit like map number 2, but I think the XOG have shown they could probably do some damage though.
Des PaperX pour une interview, Something. Come here, come here. I need to speak to you about this first win in Paris. So first of all, bravo, congratulations. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, this was the first match, but we already see such a high level from you guys. You guys were shooting, but there were 2. So who impressed you, let's say, in the XLG team?
For me, the most impressed player, obviously, it's Rarga, because he is my close friend. So, yeah, and overall, we start slow on bind, and I guess it's just like bound to happen because we came from Korea, jet lag and stuff. I mean, overall, it's nice to win the first game.
Yeah, we could see that definitely. Donc finalement, qui t'a impressionné chez XLG? C'était le premier match, mais on a cliqué des deux côtés. Et ben, j'ai envie de dire Arga, c'est un pote à moi, j'étais trop content de l'affronter. On était un peu slow sur Bind, on avait un peu le temps de prendre le rythme, on est aussi un peu jet-lagué par rapport à la Corée. Mais voilà, toujours très content de gagner forcément. And I'm speaking to a champion here, you know, an AIM champion, MVP from Stage 2 with that gold keyboard, winning Toronto and stuff. So I wanted to know, like, do you keep on setting like such high standards individually on yourself, or does it matter less, you know, to carry when you have such a great team?
I mean, I don't really think we have pressure after we won Toronto in stage, just because like we also understand another team scared of us because we are playing well and our form is great, especially after stage. We show it and then, yeah, there is no much pressure.
Pas de pression. Du coup, la question, c'est est-ce que tu continues de te mettre un peu la pression individuellement? Est-ce que tu sens que tu as besoin de carry avec cette équipe ou à l'inverse, c'est plutôt le team play qui prime et bah, il dit, moi, la pression, je m'en fiche un petit peu, on gère ça, on est en équipe, les gens commencent à avoir peur de nous et c'est ça qui est le plus important. Thank you so much, Ilya, for your time. I wish you the best of luck for the next match. On souhaite bonne chance à Ilya pour son prochain match. And we're gonna discover in a few minutes who's gonna win between Sentinels and GX. Stay tuned.
Bang, that's all. We're like alternator. I kill one, you kill one, bro. I kill one, I heal you, bro. RTK! No man, stand up. Good, minus 60. I'm racing, I'm healing, killing.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I could do this all day.
to the first day of Champions Paris. It is time to dive into our second match of the day. That is right, Giant X versus Sentinels. I'm your hosting, so I've got Ender and Doug here with me, again, taking suggestions on what their duo name should be.
Have you gotten anything good?
I've got a couple of ones, but there's all ones I've seen before. Like nothing groundbreaking.
Nothing original?
Yeah, nothing original
Do
just yet.
better, people. You can do better.
Yeah, do as good as Paper X did.
Yeah.
And they did do good.
They did
quite good.
Super good.
Right.
But let's talk about the second match and start with the Giant X. Be honest, did either of you expect them to make it to champs?
No, I don't think anyone really did.
No.
Like, you didn't expect them to make
Hell
champs.
no.
Yeah.
No.
This is a team that won a series in kickoff, that won a series in stage 1, and then won 7 to have to be top 2 in order to qualify and be here, and somehow they did it.
It's such a good story, and I think for them to, obviously go through the rough parts that they did at the beginning of the year and then do as well as they did in stage 2, I think is the perfect platform. Yinsu, it was you who said it earlier. Once we hit the champ stage, literally anything can happen.
Yeah.
Right? Any team can go on a run, but also for a team to come into this stage with the momentum that they do have from stage 2, has the potential to bode well. But they're facing some demons on the other side of the stage.
Oh no, he's playing. Demon 1's not playing today. I think he's playing day after tomorrow. But if you look at this graphic, you were talking about this, Ender, just now, but the thing is, you don't see 2023 here, but 2023, they essentially needed a miracle to get to champs.
Right.
They won LCQ flawlessly without dropping a single map. Cloud and his teammates at the time, alongside Pipson, they made it all the way, and now they've just done it again, because like you said, the only way they could have made champs is a miracle.
Yeah.
Quite literal miracle. When teams like Fnatic Heretics, they were dropping out like flies, but they made it all the way here, and Pipson even tweeted. He had some pretty strong words to say, because he does get dunked on. He's an easy target, He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, everyone's calling him the worst coach. Like, what's going on there?
There's also a really famous clip of him when he was playing back in the days, because he was a pretty good player as well, where he just was like on no man's land, and people clown.
No, he was in the last series.
Yeah. No, they
we really are getting all of them out the first day, aren't we?
They reference it a lot, but now they've made it here, like you said, Doug. The expectations might be a little bit different. Do they have what it takes? Because they made it here fair and square. It wasn't like they needed somebody else to do them a favor.
Right, they earned it.
Yeah, so as C2, are they the second best team from EMEA? Like, really on paper, do you think?
I think that's a tough sell, right? Because we have to think about the entire body of work. But again, the nice thing about this is Valorant's a momentum-based game. And so if you've got a hot hand and you hit the stride at just the right time, who knows what can happen? I think it's easy for them to forget about kickoff. It's easy for them to forget about stage 1 right now and to just ride the crowd that's currently chanting and cheering behind us.
It's the Giant X fan section. They're going nuts over there. They're feeling the momentum.
Wait,
They're riding that.
That's Lembo.
Yeah.
It's Lembo. I see Lembo. Lembo is like kind of their leader.
Yeah, we had to turn out the lights here because we want to put a spotlight on the fans out there. They're going absolutely nuts.
Honestly, as they should. They're handing out flyers. Oh, please save me one. I'm going to go down and grab one after this. But let's talk a little bit more about the players of Giant X, because like you guys said, for the people that are not aware, some of these players didn't play kickoff. Some of these players didn't even play stage 1. They sort of came in at stage 2. Aaron and Flickless, they came in the very end of stage 1, and everybody was criticizing Giants for doing this. They're like, why are you making roster changes randomly at the very end of a stage? It turned out that it was a very good decision, because Aaron and Flickless have been some of the more outstanding players of EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you just look at the prior results of 8th, 9th, 10th placement for the last 2 years nonstop, you add these guys to the roster and they're carrying you to second. Like, of course, they're the difference.
Yeah, and I also have to shout out Gruby, because Gruby has been just a ray of sunshine, and he keeps talking about how much he's enjoying doing media, doing interviews, doing content, which we don't hear very often. In fact, I actually had a chance to chat to him after they locked champs, and this is what he had to say when I asked him who he's most looking forward to facing when he got to Paris. Take a look at this.
For me, I think I would like to swap my jersey with Bank from Sentinels.
Oh, Bank.
Now, I've spoken to a lot of different players, and I've asked them this question quite a few times. You're going to a global event. Who are you most looking forward to jersey swap with, meeting, all this stuff? I have personally never heard anyone say Bang. And the fact that Gruby says bang to me means he's a knower, and,
Yes.
he actually watches the game.
That's a man of culture right there.
Right?
Because
You
if you've
could've
been
said
following, yeah, you say Ospas,
Yeah.
Hong Kong. Those are the easy
Durka,
choices.
yeah.
But Bang has been so lights out for so long. I respect Gruby's game on that.
Right.
And he's going to get the opportunity to do it. And so you make it all the way to Paris. You get a chance to meet the player that you want to trade jerseys with.
Oh, but surprise, you got to play against him.
And then you got to play him. Right.
Yeah.
That kind of sours the deal potentially.
Hold on, do you know what, Doug? I'm glad you mentioned that because here in Paris, we have an opportunity to make some dreams come true. Mika was even standing by with Gruby and Bang.
I've got Gravino here from Giant X with me. Gravino, I hear you're collecting interviews.
Yeah, right now, yeah. Last month, I was collecting some interviews.
Okay, well, can I add to that collection? Can I add your first Champions interview as well as a jersey swap? I hear you wanted to swap jerseys with Bang, so Bang, come on over. We have this jersey swap. Aw, look at that. Jersey swap here on the arrivals. So Bang, one of your biggest fans is now on the opposing team. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, it feels great. I remember when I used to play against players that I looked up to, so it's honestly sick to have someone like that, like playing against them. It's sick.
And now you have to take down Bang. You have to outperform him. What do you think? You're going to do that?
I mean, it will be hard probably. Bank have like better experience for sure in tournaments, so like it will be hard game. But let's see what I can do.
Well, good luck to you both, gentlemen. All right, fist bump.
My heart, that is so cute. I want to give some context. The reason that Gruby says he's been collecting interviews in the last few months is because when he did his first one with us, he said, oh, you guys never invite me. And I said, well, we do winners interviews. And he was like, oh, that makes sense. Like he didn't win a lot before GX.
And is that why he decided to start winning now?
Yes.
So that he could get those interviews?
Yes, literally.
That makes
But
sense.
on the other side of this though, Doug, we're living in a generation where players are looking up to Bang, and you were there when he first started.
I was actually just thinking that. It's crazy that I've worked on this game for so long that now Bang is one of the players that people are looking up to. I remember when he first hit the scene, he wasn't talking to anybody, he was super shy, didn't really know anybody. The impact he's made on this game is insane. You think about another youngster who's hit a very similar trajectory that was just on the screen, it was Zekken.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken is going to be a really fun matchup to watch as well. You like the Gruby and Bang matchup. We've also got Zekken versus Ara, where Zekken, also a young kid, but by now has been proven a veteran and so skilled on the international stage. Of course, thinking all the way back to Madrid, but this is a matchup we got to be watching.
I mean, there's definitely stark differences with them, but I also like the similarities in the way that they play. On that neon, you know, I think both are at their best. If they turn up and show their best, this is going to be one of the best duelist matches, I think.
Oh yeah, it'll be really fun. But I do think the differences are where it's very interesting to me, because when I think of Ara, I've been really impressed specifically by his play with the operator on defense. He's a guy that is going to be often saving in the early rounds so he can get that online as early as possible. Whereas Zekken does not op. This guy avoids the op like the plague. So on that sense, they're completely different players.
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, I think some play style personalities might be a little bit different as well. I think when I think about Zekken, I think about, again, a player who's been around for a long time, who's playing under the Sentinels banner that has incredibly high expectations. The fan base demands it. I think the community demands it of them as well. This feels like the tournament where Zekken, for Sentinels to really do this thing, has to take over, and take over like he does domestically, take over like he does when he's besting a bunch of other teams, when he's been able to best duelists on the other side of the stage that have challenged him a little bit, but I need to see a lot out of him this tournament, and I think it starts against this rookie on the other side of the stage.
I like it every time we're like, we need to see a lot, he always delivers. He's like the one you worry about the least.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time he didn't deliver, to be honest.
He will deliver. But for those of you that don't know too much about Giant X, I have good news for you, because it's time to get to know them a little bit more. Mika had a chance to catch up with them and play a little game.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I am with Grabino, Cloud, and Flickless of Giant X. And in case you're wondering why they're all facing that way, it's because we are about to play Quick on the draw. That's right. So if you're not familiar with this, it's pretty simple. All we're going to be doing is I will be fed a prompt, a certain word. I'm going to be drawing my special interpretation of that on my board. I'm going to be passing it over to Grubino, who will try and guess what the prompt was, and then he'll give his own interpretation, pass it on over to Cloud, and then we'll get down the line to Flickless, and he'll have to guess what the prompt actually was, okay? So, let's see what we will be drawing today. What is it? Okay, I've received the prompt. I'm a little worried about this one, but okay. We have 15 seconds to draw this. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait, hold on. And how many seconds do I have? All right, okay. All right, I'm out of time. Robinho, what is this? You have 15 seconds to try and make this out. Timer starts right now.
Okay, I'm going. It's easy. We should guess it.
All right, last 3, 2, 1. Can you please show the camera your interpretation of this? Respect. All right, now Cloud, please take a look at this prompt.
Easy, Cloud.
We have here? Yeah?
Okay.
All right, timer starts now.
Opa. No.
You need to...
Should understand. No.
And 3, 2, 1, boards up. Please show the camera what is the... Yeah, sure.
What is the flag?
What happened up there?
It's cage, I don't know.
What happened up there? All right, Flickless, please turn around. What is this?
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower is correct. What do you have on your board, by the way? Please show the camera that.
Buy the GX bundle, of
Buy
course.
the GX bundle. And I think because you got it right, we do have to buy the GX bundle, everybody out there. Looking down the line, by the way, would you like to see our own interpretations? This is mine. I have tourists. I have tourists on mine.
Groovies looks good as well, to be honest.
But Cloud, I don't know what flag he did.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. One lane missed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Quick on the Draw, and congratulations, Flickless. You got it absolutely right. So I guess that means we gotta buy the GX bundle there. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Buy the GX bundle, indeed. I like that they've got that on their jerseys. But of course, we do have to confirm that Aura is playing today. I think there was a bit of a talk on whether Waylander had to step in, but the roster is logged. We will see Aura on stage, and I think that is ultimately great news for GX
Of course,
fans.
yeah. I mean, and also just for us, because now we get to see Aura versus Zekken. Like, that's just nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think one question I want to ask you guys about Sen is earlier you said that it was a fraud finish, you know, in Americas. It doesn't portray just how good they've been. So sell it to me. How good have Sen been really in Americas?
Well, I mean, the truthful answer is they did get beaten by NRG, but they also have been consistently the second best team in Americas throughout the entire year. And I think that is especially important heading into a global event as prestigious as this one, where you are going to be challenged, where there are going to be teams and a lot of players showing up here for the first time. The Sentinels team has plenty of experience when it comes to that. And I think even just from hearing the team and Kaplan talk about the adjustments they made and how they're reacting to their loss against NRG, they realize the mistakes they made, and I have faith in them to bounce back and be one of the heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, they walk into playoffs undefeated, right?
Yeah.
And then they deal through everything through the hard group. They played G2 early on. They dealt with Cloud9 the way they needed to. They come into playoffs undefeated, and then they lose to NRG, as you were mentioning. I think if you were to zoom out and ask for a team with championship aspirations to lose, that's like the perfect time to lose. You lose, you get that out of the way, you learn a lot about what it is that went wrong, you learn a lot about yourself, and obviously this isn't the first time that they fall at the hands of another team, both domestically or internationally, but when you win as much as they did in Stage 2, it's easy to kind of coast your way through. So I do think expectations are incredibly high. I think that loss was right time, right place for them, and I'm excited to see how they do here.
What went wrong? What did they have to fix? They have had a lot of time.
They have had a ton of time. I think they just ran into an NRG that hit stride and hit spark in a time that like nobody could really stop. I mean, they rolled over everyone except G2, right? And so when you've got a team that hit stride and hit strike the way that they did, it's really hard to best a team like that. And I think that it's, I mean, they got bested. I don't want to call it unlucky, but NRG just played out of their minds.
So what I'm hearing is GX have a chance?
I think they have a chance. I mean, we need to see the form that Sentinels show up in, but I think me and a lot of people, even though Sentinels are coming in as the lower seed relative to Giant X, people
That's crazy.
No, that is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a situation where people are going to come in and they're going to say, these rookies from Giant X, you know, they had a great stage too, but now it's been a little bit of time off. Can they carry it over to the international stage? There's always going to be those levels of questions. Plus, we're in Europe.
Yes.
And Sentinels win in Europe.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true.
They also
That's just a fact.
They win in NA too.
Yeah, but they
Not in a while.
win.
They win
They
in Europe. Win in
Do you
Europe.
know who doesn't win in Europe? EME18s. But for now, let's hear what Zels's, what his thoughts are on Sen's group here in Paris.
You're in a group with Giant X, XLG, and Paper X. It's a toughie, but you guys are an incredible team, without a doubt. How you feeling, buddy?
Listen, you're gonna make Rob hate me, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
like he's never gonna send me to another group draw again.
Why? You think that you're the jinx here or something?
Maybe. You know, not, actually, our manager Kez is a jinx, so and he's here.
Okay.
You can blame him later.
Okay, that's who you direct the blame
That's
to.
who I'm blaming. Yeah.
Well done.
yeah.
Well done. Way to divert blame. Super
I mean, our
responsible
group
of you.
is. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
It's
okay.
all right, you
It's
know?
okay.
I love how everyone else they sent like baby babe Bonka, and then Zels has just had to go and do this. I don't know if he's like acting or playing up to it, but he doesn't seem confident.
No, and I don't really know why. Like, I understand you see PRX in your group and you're freaking out because it's just like, okay, getting out first seed is really tough, but I don't think this is as crazy a group as he is making it out to be, and I think really this game against Giant X is going to be the test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a good chance they lose to Paper X. This is the line, right? If they're going to get out of this group, they have to be Giant X. We just saw the other team play, and so we know like this is really their make or break in the group.
I mean, this is where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, right? They could have had Paper X as their opening opponent, then that would have been really, really tough for any team to go up. So against a GX where 4 of them have never stepped on stage in a global stage before, Sen, you should be a little more confident if you're a Sen fan.
You come in with a big experience advantage, and I also just think that knowing the way Giant X play, this is a team that plays a lot of similar setups on repeat on the defensive side. It's not until really you see the operator coming online for R that they get a little bit more fluid in where he's going to be playing for the team. And I think a guy like Kaplan and the brain trust there with John QT is going to come in and be ready to dissect these setups because they have a lot of tape to work with.
Hey, don't you underestimate Pips and Waylander and Cloud. Don't you be one of those people.
I'm not underestimating them. Their setups work, but they do have, on the defense side, they do tend to go back into the well that has been working for them.
I can't stress, I mean, I'm biased, but I can't stress enough just how much I love this GX team. I was telling you guys earlier, they kind of give me 2024 kickoff like Heretics vibes. You have one guy who's really experienced in the IGL. By the way, Cloud, IGL, been playing for 5 years, is 21. That is outrageous how young he is. And then you have 4 kids that are just excited to be here. They're just happy that they get to travel. They're happy they get to play against opponents they've never faced before. It's really wholesome. I love every single one of them, and it's really difficult not to root for them because everybody rooted for Heretics last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's wholesome, right? That's feel good. But then we're also playing for a trophy, right? And there are often situations where a team like that feels really good and they're happy and they're wide-eyed, and then they run into a buzzsaw. And then who knows what happens?
Is Sentinels the buzzsaw in this situation?
If they're playing at their form, would you disagree?
Not necessarily, no.
Also, Tom is disowned forever. Like, I better not catch you in Berlin. Like, he's dead to me. He literally is dead to me.
I mean, we'll trade Sideshow for Tom.
Deal. Actually, deal. I mean, who's gonna notice? Like,
honestly, so down.
Who is going to notice if we just
crazy work. That's
we take
crazy.
Josh and you take Tom, though? You two predicted Sen. Why?
Because otherwise Rob Moore will heckle me. I'm
He'll just own us too.
I'm fearful.
Celsius, you, me, we're gone. The kids are out. I don't know what happens after that.
You're a sellout? You sold your soul to Rob Moore?
No, but I also just believe in the Sentinels team.
He struggled, yeah.
Look, even Groovy believes in Bang, you know? So.
Yeah, Groovy I think believes in Bang, but I don't know if Bang might underestimate Groovy. That's I think in these scenarios, it is very easy to underestimate your opponent.
Yeah, I think with Sentinels going in as 3rd seed here, I don't think they're underestimating anyone.
Underestimating, yeah, underestimating. And I do think you're right. You kind of can't, right? It doesn't matter how good you are in stage 2. You've got this team that, again, is your litmus test. If you want to make it out of this group, this is the team you have to beat. And they have aspirations to be playing a couple of Sundays from now, so it can't end here.
Why did you predict Sen? You didn't say.
Because I think when they're playing at their best, they're world beaters. I genuinely believe that. I think when they're at their highest form, they can take down anybody. The problem with them is, internationally, that has not always been the case. I think they've struggled in the past, and I think there are a couple of star players who have not delivered against the likes of PaperX, against the likes of Fnatic, and I think that has to change here.
They struggle to beat teams with G in their name.
Well, guess who did beat Fnatic? Giant X. So here we go. It's enough of us yapping, and it's time to bring out the second teams that's going to be playing on this stage today. Without further ado, join me and welcome Sentinels and Giant X. It's not often that we have 4 players make their debut on the global stage, and it's going to be champs that we see them on the side of Giant X. It's going to be very, very tough for them today. They're going up against Sentinel. Some of these players have been playing, I think Zelsus has been playing longer than the other 4 players put together, which is absolutely insanity. But looking at the map vetoes here, what do we think?
I mean, Corrode to start things off for Sentinels has to feel good. This has been an absolutely lights out map for the team up until they ran into some Odins on NRG, but I think the way they approach this map, and especially the way they dominate playing around mid, no one really in America has been able to consistently defeat it.
Oh, and I think if you take a look at Sunset, think about how long they have been successful on that map. Yes, they hit a couple of bumps in the road, so to speak, this year. Not as proficient as they had been historically, but this is also a very comfortable map for them.
But Sue, tell us why this also works for Giant X, right?
Are you asking me to cope, or are you asking me to be realistic?
Be real for me.
I'm gonna be real. I just want to shout out Lembo real quick because I saw him with.
Okay, shout him out. Get that out of the way.
Everything that you can hear. I don't know if you guys can. What you can see right here is Lembo in the front leading the charge, because there's a lot of Sen fans. Every single venue we go to is packed with Sen fans. So if you're the GX players on stage, you gotta feel good that, you know, your boys and your girls have come out to cheer for you.
Especially because no matter where Sentinels show up, there's gonna be fans in the crowd too. So it's a serious fight out there.
Everyone else in the arena right now are Sen fans except for them. Literally everyone else.
But these guys are rowdy. No, it's sick.
What did you ask me?
I was asking because we were hyping up the Sentinels. Oh, they get to play Corrode and Sunset, but Giant X have similar pool.
They have a very, very similar pool here. I'm surprised that Sen are sticking to the Ascend ban. I thought maybe it would be a little bit different for champs. But GX, they're not going to hate this map. Well, they love Corrode, they love Sunset. They're also very old school. Mini is being very critical of the way that they prioritize so much breach in EMEA. I don't anticipate that changing. I think they have a very strong identity, which is they don't care for the double duelist. They don't care for what other people are doing. They're going to stick to their breach. They're going to stick to their jet. They're going to stick to their op, and they're just going to set our up for success.
And I think that is something that can be effective against Sentinels. Sentinels usually play a little bit slower of a game plan, especially when they're playing double smokes plus Senti type compositions on the attack side. They can slow things down, try to take mid control, pivot back and forth between the sites. And I think when you have things like breach in the mix, you can try to disrupt a little more.
Also, you can tell that West side, I think it was Flickless, or they went to the merch shop. Like, they've never been to the merch shop on a global event
pulled
before.
Up right before they needed to get on stage.
And they just bought hats, they bought caps. They were like, we're going to wear it on stage. It's so wholesome.
I think another player that I do want to touch on very quickly that we haven't hit on is Narrate.
Yes.
Narrate is also making his champs debut. Narrate's a player who who, you know, we talked about it domestically a fair amount. You go back to his kickoff tournament, and he's crying backstage because he didn't play well against Loud, a series that they still won, by the way, and he's grown so much up until this point. This is the apex of his year.
Yeah, and you know, when I was talking about how Groupie wasn't winning a lot, it was partially Naraid's fault. When they faced each other in EMEA, Naraid was incredible, so he's gonna know what to prepare for. But here we go into Agent Select. What do you guys think?
I mean, all things considered, no big surprise here for Sentinels. I think really that this game is just going to come down to whether or not Giant X can beat out Sentinels in the mid-fight. The attacking side, Sentinels run over that, and I think it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have a bunch of layers to how they fight around the middle of the map, as we've seen. This feels like a tone-setting map for both of these teams that should, on paper, have a chance to kind of make it out.
And for me, the Giant X, they changed their comp. I didn't think they were going to change anything coming into this. Obviously, they bring in 3 different agents we didn't see before. They don't have the KO anymore, which is what Flickless was really... They were relying a lot on Flickless's KO.
But I do think the Fade is going to help them out immensely for the spam and all the info you grab.
I can't wait to jump into this map. Hey, Cuba, by the way. But also, hi, Uber and Wire. Welcome to Paris.
Great to be here, Yinsu. Thank you very much. Already it's getting loud and proud down there in the arena. So it's great to see the GX Ultras turning up because we've got a team who is hitherto untested at the global level against the Sentinels roster, who are still trying to live up to the legacy of that roster last year, the Tens and Sassy Dynasty.
So far this year, they qualified to Bangkok, but they bomb out 7-8. They make it again to Toronto. They do better. They make it to 5th, 6th, but yeah, they're yet to get that 4th place that they got at Champs last year. And they're yet to get a trophy as they did in Madrid last year. Still hunting that greatness that this organization is known for.
Change of comp here for GX. Last time we saw them against TL at close 13-11. They were on a Cypher still. Westside has opted to go over towards Device here instead. It's Sentinel starting on the attack side and already want to pressure A with a split.
Second, now moving forward, getting a little bit of information, wants to play off that Prowler, which does get the connection. All of Yard is now under the control of Sentinels. You can see Gravino fast on the rotate though. 4 GX players posted up.
Some stall here. You'll notice, of course, Westside is tucked there over by Pocket. And for now, Sentinels slow things down, but they are at a clock wire with the drift across the map by Flickless.
Gold cover gonna go down backside, Westside. 2 on the anchor from Elbow.
Big opening here. Sentinels realize they're priced into this at this point. With Westside out of the picture now, they're going to have to commit, but a Paranoid is going to slow them up in further, and this has brought time for Flickless now to turn up in A main. Sentinels have decided they've rattled Sabres enough here on this A side of the map, and they're slowly pulling out.
This B site is entirely vacant with Flickless pushing through B main. It allowed all of GX to rotate over to A, post up with the entire team. But now, trade-off, Sen are going to get that free plant on the B side, but you have to favor GX. Being able to take this retake down, it's just going to come down to competent trades in this 4 versus 3.
Zen can still set up here and at least take a tower position. Naturally, an 08 will post up in Elbow. They're concerned about a Rappy coming from spawn side, but all of GX now have announced themselves, and that's Grabinho. Not solo, they're a top mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though, and Zekin from that tower spot. That Ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide across now, but it's Flickless who's exploring the site itself, and GX lock it down. Ara and Flickless, the 2 players coming up from tier 2, are the ones to make the impact in the pistol.
Both those Sen players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. You know, despite Bang getting that isolated 1 versus 1 kill on the controller opposition, they're still able to eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. It just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
Sentinels had honestly timed their exit from that A side of the map to perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually see them get there. Not the opener Sentinels were looking for. But again, their attack side's been pretty darn good on Corrode. It's the defense side that's raised a few eyebrows in the past. Here's Zekin trying to challenge early slide on out. McLeod deals with him as Westside will remain in that pocket spot.
Celsius going to go ahead and grab that orb. I'm interested in seeing what Westside is going to bring on this Vice pick, because throughout Stage 2, he was running kind of his patented Cypher on this map. and he was locking down that B site with some very creative setups. But GX have very much so indexed into the meta of this map that we've been seeing more globally. Have certainly been seeing a lot of in Americas. These are agents that Sen are definitely going to be prepared to play against. They've got a lot of experience against them.
Delsa's likely an attempt to sell something more at A. Doesn't just draw out the shield wall, he commits and is easily picked off. Not the most inspired way to try and catnip GX over at A, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to keep them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds of the round.
Sen should have no hopes of dealing any damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orb situation and collect each on the two sides of the map. West side likely going to clean up these last two players. Things go a little bit awry, but all good. He was the man just with the Ghost. So all of the important weapons retained for GX into this bonus round effort that'll be coming up. Of course, an Outlaw early for Aura. So proficient with the scoped weapons. That has been his bread and butter. And such a crucial part of the success for GX on the defensive sides that they play.
I really enjoy watching GX on defense in general. West side, obviously, fantastic anchor player, really dependable, and where the map allows for it, GX love to push up, get some info, super active on the defense side, even trying to set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test node. Sent into a buy, looking for that mid-control early, and they've smoked it off heavily.
That standard haunt thrown up top by Narrate Prowler through your critical pieces of utility for getting a mid. It's early link control. Bit of damage exchange. Bang, real low. Zekin as well.
West side has fallen back to elbow out of that pocket position, but might even... I thought about reposting towards the Gat Crash set up here. Flickless, though, is down. That's a pick over towards top mid. He just goes for an exploration, and Bang was holding the line already.
And look at GX at the top of the map. They're now concerned about some of the gaps that are open, but Sen have just been biding their time. They're waiting to get into this A site, which is now totally devoid of any anchors.
Also, great presence in A main still for Sentinels here. An off angle by John. And they'll be able to drift over. This puts GX in a bit of an awkward spot. Gravino has been so dependable in this controller role. Will have to find a way in himself here.
Cover going out.
Look over towards pocket. That is at least going to eliminate that as an option. And also let GX start to get into the side itself. Second waiting. Prowler, though, eaten up. Close range. He's going to relay vault to try and get the space. He's low down to 45. The paranoia here comes on through. West side and Cloud look to step up. Second will be first up and last out, apparently. And Gravino hasn't really been able to move from this position at all. Sentinels draw GX out of A with that pick in mid. Take the side for themselves.
I do love how Zekin plays that situation, feeling the pressure of multiple GX players, retaking through that main area of the site. Loses some health, doubles back. A paranoia comes through from Bang to assist him. Prowler as well, then reposts on the angle. Even a little movement adjustment for that second kill. Really lovely stuff from him. Not too much damage done from GX on that bonus round. So Sen stabilizing their economy just a bit here.
Once again, it's the same setup over towards mid. Both the fast lane and the Viper wall committed. Gravino playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest with this paranoia.
Prowler spotted him out.
Multiple players, yeah. Prowler going through, but Bang, crucial kill.
Aram going to use the paper mache walls to his favor, though. Takes Bang down now, wants to try and challenge mid off the flash. Not much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control, the B side of the map secured.
Now this is GX saying you're not going to be taking mid for free. What an adjustment from Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but wow, actually just pops it as a fake immediately that he's gotten back out towards that B-side link, but he's staying posted up.
Here's that proactivity on defense for GX, but this time it puts him right in John's crosshairs. Aura at least is able to respond, again emerging from that top mid spot. He's already had 3 kills in the round, locking mid down. Causing that spike to go loose and leaving it all up to Zekin.
Those remaining Sen players, numbers dwindling away because they just have too many angles to cover.
A double face here is easy to put together. Zekin has to expect that, yeah. Either Aura or Flickless will get the job done. He's 5-1 for someone who's feeling a bit under the weather recently, not even scrimming. He's hit the ground running.
Debut global event as well. I love this adjustment from GX. Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. Sen have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility, just re-pop onto them, re-fight for that space. Really, really love that decision from GX. And now Sen, some fear is going to be instilled in them as well. When we have those walls up in mid, there could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these, Zelsis lurks mid to late round have been looking so far. Flickless has been hard to shift on that B side of the map. Zara starting up close and personal this time, a little more than he perhaps bargained for at top mid. Now 3 players in link. Surely GX pop from here.
Well, yeah, they want to re-push. Steel guarded as well. Sen routed, running down mid, but Bang caught up top, so is Zekin.
Confirmation though as Westside steps in the mid. This is under the effects of Steel Garden, by the way. The classics ring out. I've never seen a better endorsement for the bundle than that. And the A side is open for Sentinels.
A cool, proactive idea from GX
They
to
lost
try
the
to
pistols.
refight into the mid. But with Sen being able to escape towards the bottom and then, re-swing out, that is
I don't know, man.
madness. How on earth does Zekin get 2?
Well, they have
1 onto the first guy coming in who's trying to clear, see where people are at. Sure. How on earth does he get a 2nd off that?
At the risk of being a little facetious, the crossfire setup for Sentinels was pretty good in top mid because they're obviously able to push all the way up to the arch at the very top of that part of the map. I think that's something we've got to have a look at here. It has to fall apart for GX. They look like they have the Prowler out wide. They have the opportunity, and they lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters' hands.
Well, they're certainly feeling confident. I'll tell you that. They have not come into this game with nerves.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something they did to Fnatic in that series that really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from defenders at really inopportune moments for them. Very disruptive. That is just...
Zekin just straight up won a 1v1 against Gravino on that swing. That is crazy.
So Steel Garden didn't really have the impact I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very GX-coded play, though. They love to use an ult on defense to activate some kind of very aggro play. Sen are just going back to the well, seemingly. They wanted to go up mid, but this time it's just a little bit more of a bait, drawing the attention and a reposition towards this B main side, and GX are going to find that out when they pop out of the smoke with the flash.
Not a costly re-clear in terms of util for GX. Somewhat in positioning, right? They now have to make their way back into B, and if they don't think the timing, they're in trouble. Now, no one's going to be affected by this Nightfall. Flickless, though, does step in, and the Steel Garden is active this time against GX. Bang with the Paranoid. They're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekin gets in there with the overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke, and it's very clear where Flickless was standing. He is hit with that seize, and all of GX now getting mowed down. Coming out of top mid, even at long range, Zekin downs Ara. 3 for him in the round. And another flawless posted by Sentinels.
Zekin at global events this year has just been a monster. At Toronto, he was out of control. If he gets right back into that form here at Champions, this is going to be a potent Sentinels team. GX take a massive risk trying to get back into that site during the Steel Garden. Flickless goes in. That is a bold play.
Give me a fist bump. Let's go.
Crazy bold play, and they're punished for it.
And Sentinels can sort of guess how deep GX have gotten back into that side because of the info, or the lack of info that Nightfall actually provided. And then they've got such a massive inherent advantage. And Zelsis off the rip finally wins one against Flickless here at B, but he has some backup.
This is just a Sheriff's round for GX, so can't really fault Flickless for trying to go for something aggro.
Again, this is...
It's all of GX going for something aggro, which it's really felt like every single round so far. Nice shot from Cloud. Does deal with Zekin.
John gets a lot of damage on this corner, in fairness. At the kill. Picked up for GX. Okay, when those regen shields really getting pushed their limits for John, he is going to have to give a lot of ground here and try and play at arm's length. He's given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario at B.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, they should just be trying to kill John here, and they are, but
thank you.
Able to collect both. Well played from Sen's IGL.
Like the look from Gravino in this game, but he has not been able to get on the board in a gameful manner, and well, that's going to remain the issue. Sentinels post another one here, and this is that economy now. The North American squad starting to develop.
It was fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put Sen's economy in an absolutely out of control spot now. They will not be on an eco anytime soon. Uphill battle for GX in that regard.
One enemy remaining.
And so to some degree, it does feel like Sentinels are trying to tempt some early movement out of GX in these rounds, right? Take some space early, give it up, see if they re-clear, see how much they invest in re-clearing. Either use it positionally or fight them as they try and do so. This time it's over towards A, that's where the presence is, but there is a poison orb inside A main. Sentinels aren't going to advance too much further than this for now. You'll notice they've left that shield wall in their wake, so likely looking to end elsewhere.
We're finally seeing Aura pick up that operator. It's so critical for GX.
Pivotal to his playstyle.
Yeah, success on defense, both for him, but for the team in entirety. You know, a lot of their defense success really comes around playing with the op and then forcing those attackers into Westside's sight where he's so fantastic at anchoring.
Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner. Danger abounds. Westside, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it. And there's bang to fall as well. Perhaps some more dotty vibes, crossing of T's required there for Sentinels. And they have crumbled in a screaming heap.
He is such a stunningly consistent player in scenarios just like that. Playing in anchored positions, Zelsis is going to be able to pick up this one, but still, how can they wrangle this back? Time is getting quite low, 30 seconds remaining. Spike,
30 seconds
isolated
left.
top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now, but...
There's a Haunt shot out. Phone spotted, now we're going to start spamming, I suspect. Ara obviously with the op able to hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That wall heavily perforated, the damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain this weapon. He'll wait for a step up, caught in the seas, decayed to 1, and dispatched.
That's that op getting online, and then just kind of forcing. You can see Sen, they want to play towards top mid. They go right into Westside, who displays some lovely patience there. Picks the opportune timing.
Getting the
crosshair
30
placement is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to for him when you watch him on defense. His crosshair placement is just genuinely impressive. Always in the right spot.
Good bait, no? I'm only behind you.
Really liking what I'm seeing from Westside this game. Flickless also been really asserting himself on the B side of the map and successful. Still have started to figure out a couple of ways to best him.
Second does take a bit of spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that op controlling the B side.
So now what do they do with this mid control? Do they give it up, wait for a re-clear? Cut noise perhaps, look for a way in on A. There's the shield wall there in A main, which has not been uncommon in this game.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's no reason for them to believe that Sen aren't going to, drift towards either maybe up mid, but likely towards A at this point. Now all of that Vice util towards A is actually expended, so that's nice for Sen to get out around the minute mark on the round.
Ara playing forward on B here means it's pretty hard for Sentinels to feign B presence at all. He set up with a gate crash that would let him get back to elbow. Eyes on Westside here, someone who we've been tracking very closely as the top performer already in these 8 rounds. Poison Orb here will obscure that field of view somewhat. Shield wall now triggered, and Sen are going to fully commit. So they got 4 players here heading over towards Yard, which is the only left back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peak into mid dealt with.
Left.
And some elbow control being assumed now for Zelsis. Slow and steady. There's a relay bot catching on to Gravino. He's struggling in this game. Narrate doubles down. Westside out of the picture now. The close vicinity of the A side's been cleared. And Flickless walks headlong into an up shot.
That was simply the perfectly placed recon bolt from Second. That connected onto both anchoring players on their re-entry after being stalled so heavily by a really significant ultimate that Cloud threw out. That connected onto everyone coming through that link side. They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia thrown on top of that, which perhaps Gravino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry, but did think they were going to maybe pop out of that smoke, so can't really blame him, but would have been nice to have for that second wave.
I think in general, I just think the evolution of GX on this Corrode map has been satisfying. They've been criticized, I think, maybe for sticking to their sort of Sova breach guns too heavily on a lot of maps in the past. I think the adoption of this Yoru gives them coverage of a lot more of the map, and also some pseudo-initiator capacity, right, in terms of his kit. Not too shabby from them. Remember, Sentinels have a 74% attack side win rate on this map recently. Typically, they run teams over here. The GX staying in step is a very good sign.
And that is really the thing about GX in terms of their comp choices. They love the double initiator still, and it got them on the best run that they've had all year in Stage 2 to make it to champs. But now that they're here, yeah, they're switching up towards the more meta double controller, at least to begin here on Corrode. Opsil for Aura. Flickless does have that Viper's Pit, which could be thrown down on B at a moment's notice. So.
Still Garden also active on both sides. That's been a pretty key component of the util or ultimate heavy rounds we've seen on Corrode so far.
What do you expect if Sen make too much noise over on this B side? That pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards a main. So this should be a challenging round for Sen.
Yeah, look at this forward posting up here in A main by Ara. This is... I think we heard that shot ring out. This has made a little bit half a cent to get this part of the map under the control.
And it's key for them that they try to exploit some of these lanes in mid, knowing that that pit is in B main. Kill from Cloud, just spam, I believe, yeah.
Might have been off the back of some of that util either way. Zek now falling. That is mid presence completely neutralized. That was a peek out from A short. Now where do you go? Sen are running out of options. They did draw the Viper's Pit out onto the B side of the map. Flickless felt like that was an appropriate investment. But elsewhere, there's no penetration here for Sentinels.
GX just do a great job of finding those kills in mid, the only really open lane that Sen had, and now they're going right back into this pit in B main. Zelsus with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this time.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in Stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe to clear out. Yeah, this pit, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Gravino set up on the corner. Pit down though, Flickless inside of it, caught inside the seize, but Gravino nicely done with a recovered operator. Deals with Narrate, and this puts John in an impossible situation. He'll just hope to walk away with weapon intact.
Gotta feel good for Gravino to get online, get on the board. Couple crucial kills to close this round out. It's nicely done from him. GX able to tie things right back up. You can see the effectiveness now that the operator is online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills with it, it's just the map control that he's getting is even impacting the game right now. That is
apropos of nothing, Wyatt. Cloud has just gotten a
bit unfortunate.
The inkling he should spray.
What a shot from West Side. He is so good, man. He really is talented.
Yeah, I've become a bit of a fan of this GX team, I think, watching them. I love those teams who want to push up for info and defense, get active a little bit, take some risks.
Aura again is posted up towards that A main side with the operator and has a gate crash all the way towards back B. He needs to get over there quickly, and he just may need to. Steel Garden is going to canvas the entirety of the site. Flickless isolated in there with just a shorty.
Okay, Steel Garden out in response, but this does really slow Sentinels down. Do they want to imply they've been affected by it? Pull out your secondary.
I mean, that does enough that Flickless does get his gun back in time, ready to fight towards Link. Second tower.
What? That is a nasty one. Gravino able to cover at least, and now swinging into two. It's Bang deals with him. Did catch the pocket player with the paranoia. It's shocking to me that there's even a trade. Nicely done for GX, and Zelsus is dug out of position. Traded though, West Side off the map. Now player inside elbow, and Sentinels have the pre-plant Viper's Pit in play.
Then caught by that Prowler, knows it's time to just get out of there. This dimensional drift trying to spot players out for Cloud, but with Aura isolated, no value to be found from this ultimate.
What's the play supposed to be for Aura? Yeah, I think discretion might be the better part of Valley here. Play off the side, hold the op. Still another round left in the half. Maybe get yourself a freebie if anybody steps past the line of scrimmage.
Really has no choice but to save. Look at the status of the cash for GX. It is dangerously low, and there is zero chance he'd be able to win this post plant out in this 1v3 with the pit down. I honestly though, if Zekin doesn't get that initial kill, that absolutely absurd neon slide kill, round looks totally different. You have to imagine 9 out of 10 times he's going down there. He's jumping out to create space and draw the crosshair away from his teammates. He didn't even have his gun out.
There are actually
slides and gets a kill.
2 GX players on that corner, and if the paranoia doesn't hit one of them, as you see there, this is disastrous. This is very bad.
Criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from West Side as well. That was nice. He, you know, with the wall going down, he pops a flash, he isolates a 1v1.
The tables are hot, gentlemen.
But from there, he's not able to get any assistance. You know, having was smoked off where Aura was at. Good effort, but
Sentinels seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map. Oh, there it is. Prowler tried to get involved, not to be Aura. Flattens Zek and now is able to fall back further.
That is Aura going onto that angle late. The attacker beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing with the AWP.
Now, he's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after that first pick in A. 3 players of Sentinels here grouped up trying to make their way through short. This is not being actively checked by Grabinho. Now the ball comes up at a nice time for them to get on in. Ara now needs to spend a shot, get back through the wall. This is going to get that top mid control over. The Sentinels have struggled to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction.
They draw a lot of attention towards P. Good paranoia from Grabinho will stall things up. For Sen, maybe allow for a rotate timing. Well, rotate is gone now. Westside at least with a pretty swift trade. Sen still need to deal with the anchors here on this site from GX.
And they're still on a clock from that rotation in through mid. It's Cloud with a Guardian now to give a quarterback good count of himself. And that's Grabinho for 2. What an important anchoring moment for GX. Just as Sen looked like they'd had the local player advantage. Beautiful on defense this team is. Really enjoyed that half. Sentinels here are more stately open to the Champions campaign.
A real neck-and-neck game at the moment. Sentinels, who are typically very dominant on this Corrode attack, get stalled out just enough.
We'll be back, of course, with more of this first map between Sentinels and GX after a few.
Let's go.
Spirited affair already here between Sentinels and GX in their opener in Group A of Champions 2025. Corrode was the map, and as was discussed on the desk, a lot of overlap between these two teams' map pools. Ended up only having, what, Lotus eliminated, Ascent, I think, taken out of the mix. Bind obviously not going to feature. Of course, coming back in with our Coinbase econ report, someone who we really had eyes for was Westside, controlling that top part of the map really well. Obviously is able to tuck in a corner with a stinger, find 3 kills to really derail Sentinels at times. Definitely someone worth looking at. Zekin here, though, at Globals has been the silver bullet for this Sentinels roster.
Yeah, his entries that he was finding were pretty astounding. That sliding kill with the Phantom was absolutely outrageous. We'll see what he can accomplish now that Sentinels are switching over towards this defensive side, where last we saw them on Corrode playing defense, it was against NRG in the lower bracket final.
I tried to bleach my eyeballs after that one.
Yeah, they got 1 round. They went down 11-1. So doesn't really need to be said that they need to put on a much better performance here against GX. This is their map pick, by the way. They picked this map, and that was their last showing on it.
I remember that was Bang had 1 kill at halftime in that game. Okay, naturally for a bit of showing here. Grabino with a classic, though. Deals with Zekum with all too much ease. Doesn't even take any damage in that exchange. And that has already opened a possibility for GX on this B side.
Narrator's got a pretty forward position in mid, but with the wall dropping, going to retreat a little bit towards Link as GX need to rotate towards this A side. Cloud has been posted up in a safe position just to wait out any aggression that may have come from Sen, but it did not. It's been safe from them right now on this pistol round.
Testing A main now. Near Viper ball to keep them at bay, and they're going to step over that. And a Razor Vine there and Flickless.
Narrate just walks out into the open angle, and it's like
John alone as well. John's been able to find 2. Surely not more from John QT. A stunning 3-piece that has now given Sen a chance to come up for air. And Celsius deals with the spike carrier. A round that felt all but lost there. Salvaged by the captain.
I suppose Narrate feeling like if he goes out, they wouldn't expect John to be behind that box as well. So sacrifices his life. And John, he definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that could win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Arkrose confirms no presence in the side after the fact. Westside has pulled back now, though. Giving his position away. Smoke thrown up here. Bang will be waiting within its depths now. Zelsis already got it to half. And Westside gets a frosty reception when he ducks in. Sentinels after a rocky start. 3v5 at one point. Able to take a second half pistol.
That is such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Maybe the spacing could be looked at there for GX, but it's hard to feel like they did anything really wrong there.
Idea's not totally aligned there. I mean, if Ara just swings out normal, he might have just gotten the instant trade. So fundamentals a miss, and John hits some unreal shots to exploit it.
Classic Sen move here. The force into heavy stingers after winning the pistol. Something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up pretty healthily.
The Sen have absolutely loved doing this. They just have the one Bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well. Even on the attack side if they actually win that pistol.
Yeah, it is typically on attack that they've favored this buy. Couple shards for GX, see if they can get anything accomplished here.
Zekken very far forward, but this is being checked for. This is about to be ugly. Oh my goodness, the rate bails him out. Zekken has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go for some right clicks. Oh yeah, classic NA sting around, I suppose. For those unaware, that's a thing.
And then when you lose the stingers, it's well, it's not too bad. It's not the biggest hit to the economy. You can just buy more stingers, so you're fine. That is the North American
hailing
way.
from the land of plenty. Just buy more stingers. Great setup here for Narrate, though. It ends up being a crossfire as GX know. They know Zekken is in that corner. They look to dig him out, but expose themselves to that off angle. Not even Ara can bail them out.
Well, let's see what the plan is here from Sen. They are going to make a pretty fast approach down mid, it seems. As GX work both of the extremities.
How much longer can they take this early mid-control when we start to play the spam game? That's my question. Something they got owned by NRG on, with Brock just spraying them with an Odin.
One nice little benefit of playing the Yoru against Sen. You know that you're going to be able to use that clone to just trip the Vice wall. So that is immediately
super free.
Yeah, just off the map for Zelsis.
So change of tact here for GX. Eyeing off that B side of the map, which is far more loosely held. It is only John. By elbow now with a stinger, so not at his effective range. Likely would leave this open for retake.
Should have the molly for a little bit of stall, and Zekken is actually posting up towards that link. Dodges out the paranoia.
All right, in the site, Grabino also TPing across, very much like Lotus here, as those two are able to get a bit further ahead. Into the site. Rotations coming back through. Spawn here for Sentinels. And a position taken up in tower. But remember, these are just stingers, with the exception of Bang's Bulldog.
There was really no opportunity for Sen to flood their players not in position. Zekin continually just smoked off. And now on the re-entry, they're going to have to deal with these thorns on the ground.
Yeah. And no Steel Garden, no Nightfall, none of that sort of accoutrement, so to speak. In we go. Zekin up first, banged out as John and QT step in. No one to trade there for Ara, but yet it's Narrate with the Sheriff to step up. Cloud, you think would be dug out of this corner in a few moments. Economically, this is massive for Sentinels. A very cheap bonus with 3 Stingers in play. And we're going to have a full retake on the B side.
Just a 5-on-5 full retake. Zekin gets a lot of distance with the fast lane up coming out of Blink there.
It's a backbreaker for GX.
And Grubino just steps into the open to try and find the kill onto him, not expecting that a player would be right there. I mean, Bang gets an absolute free one on account of it. John out of his seat.
As you should be.
Yeah, what a round to win. Inflection point in this map. Yep. Honestly, this is where Sen might be able to just run away with the rest of the game.
And it's honestly an uncanny amount of these Stinger bonuses we've seen Sentinels be successful on, even domestically. But able to have a proof of concept here and an international, gonna feel good for them. Again, they want that mid control here, but they're being pinged out. It's actually Gorbino spotted by the horns. And an easy pickup for Zekin through all this smoke.
All the GX players, but just Sheriffs are caught in the corner. What on earth is that? Come on, man. That's not how the game is supposed to be played.
Give me that White River PvP,
That's not how the game is supposed to be played, bro.
Baby. Oh, my goodness. Tough round, of course, for GX to walk into. Knew they'd be unfavored economically.
This isn't what I thought the game would be when I was playing the
What happened to the game, I love?
This devious.
But what is to stop
activity from Zekin?
What is to stop GX though from scouting out this early movement? Because they are thrusting down mid, right? In theory, you could spray them down. You've got a double controller composition of your own. Ping them out with your, your Fade Initiator. Surely that's an option here to answer this like early push-up.
Really, outside of a couple of those early fight rounds from GX, mid has belonged to Sen this entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical on Corrode that is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
The joke, Rob Moore, please don't tweet at me. Obviously not the ending to stage they would have liked. And everyone expecting them to step up here. So far, not so shabby. The mid control, again, that GX does not contest in the early part of the round. They're really only interested in the extremities. So Zekin's gotten pretty deep.
Rotate now from GX over towards this A side. Have to pay attention to Aura, of course, with that dimensional drift. Can collect all of the info towards A. And if Cloud gets just one orb, we'll have the Nightfall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows them to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post-plant.
Ara in shot there, concealing surely a massive chin. Very chiseled. And beginning with the dimensional drift, and now sees the Nightfall come out. Cloud caught out of that timing. Looks like Ara's going to commit to the site, and he's sent packing by Bang, who'll happily occupy this pocket position and play off second where it even needed. Another 3-piece for the young gun. Another flawless for Sentinels, and 2 rounds away from a map take.
This control of mid is, again, just so influential. The pace that Zekin is able to just get right over into this A site and fight off that Nightfall catches one. Look at the teleport from Bang. That's insane, the adjustment. I mean, we rightly so talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor, one of the absolute best.
And it looks like the cue there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam that Nightfall onto the attackers, catch them out. Timeout here for GX. They've not had any control this half. They've not won any rounds, of course. It started with their loss in the pistol, and then a very unlikely loss in their first gun round against the triple stinger Bulldog Sheriff by. They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Down by 5 rounds. Every single player on Sen effectively money capped right now. They have ultimates to play with. The game is within Sen's hands to take. This first map, their pick of Corrode.
Coach Pipson just trying to re-establish what the parameters should be for this GX attack side. And maybe at some point, they've returned to trying to fight for mid a little bit. But they tried it once so far this half, and it caused Grubino to get pinged out by a horn and picked off instantly.
to be fair, that one time, that was just a buy where they had some lower weaponry, but they're just ignoring mid entirely again. They just want to hit this B site with the ultimates, it seems. Okay. Maybe some kind of cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
Look, we've seen We've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They can at least get their Omen and Yoru past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. And you're right, Wyatt, you called it. Nightfall comes on in. They want to fight for this here. Razorvine already popped out on the side. Zekin is there already. And he's got an overdrive to work with. Straight through the pit he goes. He's ready to throw down. Spots that Grabinho. It's electrified from Zekin. High voltage warning should be on the label for this guy. Not quite the ace, but still, well, it's a show-stopping performance.
Bang cleans this up. 12 rounds for Sen, 1 away from the win. Again, it is just the pace that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight-up hits from GX
20
are
kills.
Getting absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. What a over the top. Very cool as well. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing Sen to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far cry from what we've seen domestically from them. Looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horn does ping out Grabinho. Those stuck inside that corner. Ara's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. And finally, they've given some mid control over.
And why not go for that if you're Zekin?
Here. At this point, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of confidence. Flickless, unfortunately, peaks into 2 Sen players who've taken full A main control.
Oh, God!
Spike down A.
Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag and narrates. Slots in 4 to kick off Sentinels campaign here in Paris. And a slow start, conservative. Looks like they really wanted to get their bearings early on Corrode, and then a perfect defense side to lock up the first map, 13-6.
That is an energizing open for the Sen City, who last we saw took a pretty tough loss in that lower bracket in Americas. They're bouncing right back.
Oh, gotta watch out there. It's a pretty NA biased test, but we're gonna go over and see what Yinsu and our experts have to say to break down this first map.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. And listen, in line of me going to the other side and that huddle, I think we're winning the game. This guy's like, I actually can't.
Jordan's just on Giant X, and I'm like, wow.
Hey, we're going on Reddit one way or another. Don't care.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
How about able to find one? There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Red Bull gives you wings.
here standing with Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, I know you guys didn't exactly end stage 2 in NA the way you wanted to, but now we're feeling this renewed energy from Sentinels. Is it a new story here, and are they feeling all that energy because this is a global, this is a fresh new start for them?
Plenty of it is thanks to a global, thanks to champs. We're pumped, but it's also deliberate from the guys. You know, we walked away realizing our energy is a problem. We can be incredible if we choose to be, and they're choosing to be today.
And Hubert looking very healthy, very happy so far.
Yeah, I think he's lost a little weight. I might have to feed him some baguette. Gets a little hungry, but we'll see.
We'll see. To be continued. All right, thanks, Cap.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see Kaplan smile, but also welcome Cuba to the desk. How are we doing, Cuba?
I'm scared I'm going to knock him over and he'll have a tragic
Cuba, you want to
fall,
say
so-
anything?
Yeah.
No.
Based.
Put
not,
on
a
the
man,
mic?
not a man of many words.
No? Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there looking pretty. It works. That's
He
his
does.
shtick.
I love the little Cuba. Mini Cuba is very, very cute. I also love the way the Sentinels were playing on Corrode. And speaking of, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to John QT on the pistol round. I mean, this should have been, GX should have managed to close it out in a 5v3, surely.
Yeah, and this is coming in at a 6-6F. It was close, and then John QT does this in a 5v3. They're down numbers after losing those early members, and he just crushes them. Like,
And I think we often talk about how pivotal pistols are in halves, given that we play MR12. Like, this is a nightmare start for GX to go that way in that pistol, and then obviously things continue to go off for them. Bang.
What a smoke.
Yeah, the smoke was perfect. It was essentially unwinnable for Westside there. I don't know how we could have played that any differently.
Honestly, after that 3K, I think everything Sen did in the rest of that round was perfect. You know, there's no fault. And it almost feels like I love his angle. Oh, he's so cute. I love Cuba.
the voices are telling me to punch him right now.
No, he's been through enough. He's just a little guy. He's been through enough. Leave him alone.
I didn't say I was going to do it.
Leave him alone.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good, because I think you have to go through Doug and apparently Zekken if you want to get to Sen. Because
I'm not going to mess with Zekken.
No, and Doug, I don't think any of the GX players were messing with Zekken either, really.
No, and I will say this, Aura held up to him at the very beginning. I think he looked great, he looked competitive, but there were just so many situations where Zekken should not have been converting some of the multi-kills that he had. You think about the Visult mid in the first half where he walks away with 2-3 kills with the Classic, and then you think about all the ult kills he was getting as well, and obviously the ult is a little bit different, but Zekken played with confidence, he played decisively, and I think it's exactly what Sentinels needed.
And I think it was a big difference in those brawls, right? The big team fights there, 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, when Zekken's on the front. He was just crushing on that front. And I think to R's credit, I think on the other side, I think when he was finding rounds where Sentinels were walking into him, he could actually find picks with the operator, but more often than not, he was being forced into a retake save, or Sentinels were seeing him and pivoting away and not letting him play.
Yeah, 6 out of 20 of his kills was his ult, by the way. That's insane. Absolutely love that from Zekken, but I want to hear what Coach Pipson had to say ahead of Map 2.
Mika here once again, and I'm here right now with Pipson of Giant X. Now, that was a tough loss on the first map, but as I understand it, it's not exactly news for Giant X, and EMEA fans would know that map 1 loss is quite common, and usually this is because you guys need a little bit of time to iron things out. Sometimes it can be a comms issue that they get a little muddled, so I'm curious, was this the case in map 1 against Sentinels, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, it's definitely similar things to what happened to us in EMEA. So we talked right now. I hope that it will be the same like it was in EMEA, and second and third map will be much better than the first one was, and we are going to end up winning.
Well, good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
It's so nice to hear from Pipson on the global stage, but he is right. For those of you that don't know, GX have had this big issue all year, which is looking terrible on map 1, throwing 5v3s, 5v2s, 5v1 one time as well. And then map 2, they miraculously look amazing, and then they end up winning the series.
Is there like a real thing that changes, or is it just the map 2 glow up?
No, it's, I mean, you even heard it there from Pipson saying it's the same issues. They tend to over-communicate on map 1. They're very excited. They have too much energy, and there's no one sort of getting on top of saying, guys, calm down, relax, which is funny because we know Groovy doesn't talk much, so probably just the other 4 screaming over each other a little bit. So I think now they've tasted what the stage is like, they can relax a little bit, they're going on to their map pick, and I am a big fan of their Sunset. I would love to know why they changed their comp on Corrode as well, but I don't anticipate them changing that much. on Sunset.
Yeah,
You don't need to.
Yeah, you want to keep them playing the breach and whatnot. I honestly think like part of it might just be that when you're coming in, and again, there is so much footage going against you and knowing there's going to be a lot of anti, like coming in with a different idea. I think a lot of teams will usually try to do this to just not be so readable coming into the event, but clearly Sentinels on their comfort zone of Corrode, that wasn't going to be a help for them.
And I'm curious to see, if there are any changes. Since you mentioned that you want them to kind of keep it to their standard.
This is what I wanted to see.
The Neon, Breach, Sentinels are going to be running a bit of the same. And so a lot of this then goes to me around how are you going to layer some of that utility. We're going to see B main traps. We're going to see A main traps, particularly on the defensive side. I think this lends into some of that chaos into that you were talking about prior to the series starting, where this does kind of favor Giants a bit.
Yeah, it does indeed, but we're still talking about Sen, right, at the end of the day. And if you look at it on the other side, this is almost best in slot. They're so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And again, to me, my eyes just keep heading towards Zekken because I think he plays such an active game on the Neon, obviously on the attack side too, but you have to be very worried for what he does in mid, especially on the defensive side. Giant X need to be able to shut him down on those walks to tiles or the boosts up just on that mid ledge on the right side.
Yeah, and I know Groovy didn't have the best start on map 1, but he is an absolute menace on the defense sometimes here. His paranoia timings are fantastic. He's not afraid to get aggressive as well. I'm sure Sen's going to know this, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to abuse this as well, because Sen, Uber and Wyatt on the verge of starting their champs run with a 2-0.
I'm sure Yinsu, they'll be very pleased with that. But, yeah, we're aware of the narrative of, GX struggling a little bit at the start of these series, although if you watch the Fnatic game, you wouldn't be aware of it. Sentinels, however, going to a map like Sunset, which, by the way, obviously great map for GX. It's probably their home map. They looked excellent here. We kind of thought Sentinels would too this year, right? In 2024, this was absolutely one of their go-tos. It looked fantastic, and it made its way back into the map pool when Toronto kicked off. And we did not see that same level from Sentinels here on Sunset, and since then, they've not really made it their own yet, I feel.
Yeah, they've been very mixed in terms of the results here. GX, however, have not been mixed. They've only lost this map twice, both times to Liquid,
right? Yeah.
And outside of that, they have 5 wins on it. This is absolutely their best look. We're getting West Side on that Cypher where he thrives right now on the B anchor. A lot of damage through onto Bang. Gonna need some support. Going to need a flood.
I think they know where West Side is right now. And look at this. They've inserted Zekken onto the site, and the rest of Sentinels have actually pulled out. Zekken might have an opportunity here to really ruffle some feathers. And it all really remains to be seen on what the landscape looks like as this dark cover clears. He'll stay tucked in. Re-smoked to B main, and Cloud diligently is looking to clear this corner very carefully, but Zekken is not looking towards his left at all, just kind of hedges on the right side. However, Grabinho flattened it A, run over by Sentinels, who now can accelerate into the site and start to set up for a post-1.
Unfortunate that GX lose a player immediately after. That was some nice awareness from Cloud to pick off Zekken, the initial first kill. Zelsis ready to flash, maybe to fight towards spawn, but no, Sen going to call that off.
Because of the one-way, likely.
He's just playing right now with that fault line towards Link when GX try to get back in here. They do have a good amount of breach util of their own to do so.
Zelsis still holding onto it. Veins starting to emerge on his forehead now. Patience, patience, and release. It's onto the site now. Are the only player in, though, and is staggering. The spacing of players has really thrown Sen for a loop. The narrates some sharp shooting. It's just not remotely enough. And in a 4v4 retake, GX looks sharp.
GX are really fantastic at playing around their breach utility on this map. This is still the map in the pool where breach is very much so relevant. It's the only map in the pool where breach actually has above 50% win rate against non-breach comps. So it makes sense that both teams are playing it here.
Good up, nice.
Zelsis swings from that box on A side, expecting there to be more players behind Ara. But actually GX slowed things down. Ara goes ahead, and they've still got 2 players tucked on Link, who later emerge, and the timing completely throws them off. Also, Ara just knocks heads together on the site. 3 kills for him.
It's a map, by the way, if you haven't seen Sen for a bit, where John is back to playing the Cypher, just straight up one-to-one swapping with Zelsis, who's now picking up that initiator, playing the breach. This is something that Sen have opted for since Toronto, going back to John's old role where he had so much success in 2024.
Oh, okay, and a rare miss from Ara there. Actually allows for some of the mid-control to be assumed by Sentinels. They are, of course, on nothing but the classics.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to make any investment after losing the pistol when you know you're going up against Aura on defense. 100% of the time he's going to have the
that full
outlaw.
armor. Yeah,
you need the full armor every single time you're going into that initial buy round.
Flickless here inside the site. This is awkward. Very awkward. Flickless able to get through though. Zekin for a moment. Thinking to remain towards top mid, but now it's going to be a large flood across here into market. Westside not able to find anyone. Some damage on Delta, but the looks of things, and Zekin takes the fight to him like a bat out of hell. It ends up being a trade at backside. Westside for one, but John gets in there with the classic. Flickless overwhelmed. Sentinels running in numbers. And Acrobino with the Bulldog has to salvage the situation.
Cloud only has the Ghost right now. Probably can't recover. A gun goes in. Zelsa's just
not
ready
good
for that.
Here's Grubby though. A little more than a one. Much needed, and Sentinels on nothing but classics. Once again, shilling the bundle. Get that top mid control and go mark it very quick.
The GX players just not synced up at all here. Aura is caught in alone. Westside spent a bunch of time just spamming through that cage that was thrown in market so Sen could cross the site. So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura, who fully commits, stays, tries to kill Zekin on the slide.
For no reason. I didn't even yell at them. I didn't even.
And from there, I mean, GX, they just really mistime their players coming into Flood and assists. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this position from Cloud. It's so dirty. Zekin walks up into it. And so GX will take their pint of blood early in the round. Nicely done by Westside.
Stunning shot.
And this is GX for you. So active in these early rounds, so proactive, looking to work the map, push up for info, take risks. And it's given them the edge, even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward, catches one with the cam. GX are trying to be fast on this rotate, and Celsius isolated. That relay bolt forced narrate back or he would have been caught.
Frustrating for Celsius. He certainly would have felt stranded there as the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug. Now I have to try and work the map with only 2 players up. Narrate considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, he feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact. But that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell actually if he broke that, if it was Flickless. Regardless, Sen do not want to get into that B site. They know there are multiple players there. Yeah, but what options do they have?
They've had no mid control at all, and Grabinho is able to scope up in time to deal with John. And simply, he will pull back now towards the middle of the map. Oh, nice little angle there held by Grabinho. A fantastic thrifty from GX. And again, Sentinels try the same thing, burst the pace onto that B site, but very heavily disrupted by the breach util of Flickless.
They're able to, I think, throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get Flickless one? I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay bolt from Aura, who was getting into assist Westside so fast on that rotate.
Oh, we lost against Ico.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get
bored. Give it back
watching
to Celsius a little bit. He stood up for their ego.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Grabinho, wow, they're having problems standing on their feet right now, Sentinels. Cut down aggressively. Grabinho's able to push up here, and Flickless can only go 1 for 1. Still, with Sentinels committing all of their remaining resources to that elbow part of the map, it'll leave Zelsis limping away with a recovered Phantom and 8 in the chamber.
Nice shot from Cloud. Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger Rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards elbow with the much better weaponry. They make light work of that.
That's how it looked off the rip. The ping is very good. It's a freebie for Grabinho. Shoot the dart, boys.
No one ready for that one.
Can't navigate all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down, sit down.
What was the first one? Shield down?
No, a little sit
Shield
down.
Shield down.
A little sit down. Sen, all right, well, we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early. And the buy for Sen honestly isn't great because they committed a fair amount into that Stinger round. They didn't get kills. They didn't, only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously. So the armor, not ideal. Bang with just the Guardian.
And on Corrode, as soon as they knew that Ara had an operator, they stopped playing his parts of the map. They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got the Neon, of course, who can take this space aggressively, but Ara's going to repost up on this corner and might have a timing.
And the danger is where you know Ara's in a location, you want to go elsewhere, and then you're running into the site that Westside is anchoring, and that is where he's at his absolute best, especially when he's playing Cypher.
They do have the option, of course, to try and play top mid, pull a rotation through, and all just get gunned down, apparently, by GX. Man, that's going to lock Sentinels out of the round. It feels very hard to bounce back from that. What, are you going to go back to the site that Ara's still posted up on?
Very cool from GX that they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen will be rotating away from A. Ara's reposted up towards elbow, so then they're ready to just gun them down midway through their rotate. They read the situation well, and they, you know, as a team will always do something proactive around that on defense, even if it is just setting up, you know, a high-low open face like that to get the man advantage.
I'm always really impressed by the sheer number of different set plays that GX can put together on defense. It feels like they've always got something. Like Pipson has them drilled to a T. But this team, right, who in this form we've only seen since, what, the end of stage one? Who, what, they won one game of kickoff? What, one game in stage one? Now they're at champs?
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage one, and now they're at champs. And that is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Ara and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. They make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from Narrate, and they're just but one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder for Zelsis.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. A smoke top mid here. This is already drawing that potential high-low setup across for GX, leaving A pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's Ara with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Safe pair of hands for sure.
This drone heading into mid is going to at least spot out Zekin. These dark covers are going to need to be cycled yet again from Bang up towards top so Sen can safely maneuver around this area of the map.
That's the second one being used. Of course, to be able to use a third should be required.
Now, it looks like Sen at some point, do they just want to see if someone is over towards A? Are they going to make noise and then try to pivot back into a B split? I don't think they really made any noise towards A just yet.
I think Zelsis wants to probably find a fault line opportunity when it comes back available, but Zach is going to go straight into market anyway. Sees the trip, clears it.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Sen are trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid for Zelsis to maneuver in. Ara still has this operator not spotted out.
Dangerous there, very dangerous, but Bang goes for a diligent little shoulder peek. Ara, those asking for more, and there's no opportunity to trade it back. Flickless may have fallen, that's a breach util gone, but most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the round. Sentinels accelerating here. My goodness. Threatening to break the sound barriers. They hit that A side, and all of GX get drawn out into the town square.
What an insane execute from Sen. That's a crazy pivot back towards A. Making it seem like they were going to go through market, then they smoke top mid for Zelsis to kind of re-flank up top while they're going through main. That was madness.
Ara's set up here ends up being what? The trade is the play here from Link. Narrate has his crosshairs set already for that emergence out of elbow. And Sen just send it. They got no other choice. John is...
Wow, he went crazy.
Yeah, he's disgusting in some of those moments. I think the pistol 3-piece as well back on Corrode. Another moment memorable.
Yeah, he's had some insane individual plays so far today.
Cloud did not look pleased with how that round went.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because Zekin goes down immediately in market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in market. It catches out Zekin. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when, you might have a Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they've called.
Yeah, and to that point, yeah, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win. It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary that they just threw to win that one out.
I mean, that is very much just trying to make the most of what you have left. Bringing the lemonade recipe out here to Paris, I guess. But again, tough to replicate rounds like that.
Now, we've seen from GX, when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. R will push down Grabinho through mid. This is something that Sen need to be prepared for. It's a play that they like to activate that they've used in EMEA.
Zelsa's got battered there by the Hunter's Fury, and Grabinho winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about
the spike is down in that corner. Center getting sold out by the dark cover, Paranoia going through, or in an isolated 1v1 though.
They have the Rolling Thunder to get A-main control back. That is absurd. A counter one comes out though. Flickless lets it go, but it's Grabinho who eventually falls by the wayside. Sentinels have not got off the starter's mark in this round, and Zekin's not there to double up. Now trying to at least play off this aftershock. Zelsa's got his, and it all falls apart. Talk about a team who likes to be assertive on the defense side. GX, more than most.
That is a classic GX play right there.
Keep them coming, baby.
They love to use an aggressive early ult. This is an exact round out of their playbook that we saw them use to win a round against Fnatic, for instance, in their matchup in the playoffs. This is what they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Kaplan has definitely seen that. It didn't really seem to prepare them for it either way. What a nice look there for GX. Here's a fault line that'll force Cloud off the line, and in theory allow the cross back, but Grabinho finds a perfect window to punish that rate. And again, early in the round, Sen have been knocked down to 4.
It's good to see Grabinho really getting into the game here on map 2. I don't think that Corrode performance in any way is representative of the normal level of play that he is offering to this GX team. And he's starting to come to life here when they desperately need him to stay in this series.
The buy here for Sentinels is tragic. They want to try and work the map a little bit, but they've got nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Grabinho is still just posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time, but he TPs into the relay bolt. Flickless though, sharp shooting, gets himself set up backside. And crucially, Bang still in play, so need a smoke to come back online for him as 30 seconds are left in the round to probably cover off, that spot in spawn. But Ara has had time to get here with the op. John, he sprays through smoke. Realizes Flickless is there for the taking, and Bang maybe doesn't know the lay of the land before he TPs in like that. Another 3 for John, but not enough for Sentinels. That's the 6th round to hand for Giant X.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam to the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Grabinho.
This just never should have been that close. 4 on 2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke. All right.
Hey, you got to be feeling good here. Tough first map. Much improved on Sunset. They're going to thrust down mid again. They're going for an R and tears that to shreds. Sentinels barely get out of bed before getting clotheslined. Ara finally taken down, but once Sen cannot get 10 seconds into the round with 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play out of the GX strat book that we've seen from them before, and no team seems to know how to stop them. It's just the combination of their initiator util, the push down mid, a push through B main. There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight. And then there's that recon up top. It's just, they run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's a neural theft for John. Sees all of this at top mid.
The second baited into that swing, and I mean, why not? Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously. It's just good that he had support from Flickless for that instant trade.
Zekin doubled his entire kill total in that round, Wyatt. He had a quiet outing up until this point. John has been making plenty of noise. This timing is going to hurt them, though! Tell you what, that's value for ammo, isn't it? Flickless X's around with 3. GX 5-round lead. These guys really lock the map down.
This is just where they're at their best. It feels like even if you prep for the rounds like this that are going to be thrown at you, it just doesn't even matter.
Dude, the util comes in perfectly for Ara.
This is just what they are best at. Look at how all of that util is placed on the map so perfectly. And it's that fault line that comes from B main that just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tiles, which is even covered with a dark cover, so Aura doesn't need to focus on the left. He can just fight right.
It's all set up
so
for him.
Good.
And in situations where we've seen GX, go for similar plays, or if Ara notices that he's a little bit ahead of this util, he will slow down. Like, this is so well drilled from this GX team. They set Ara up for success so often. And this is a hand wringer for Kaplan.
This is stuff that Sen, I think, are expecting. They absolutely should be. They knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen them run this stuff. They know it's going to come eventually, but it's another thing to actually have to deal with it in the moment.
I guarantee you, both coaches knew the exact 3 maps that would get played in this series when they came in.
Yeah,
I think
their map pools just have so much overlap.
Yeah. But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the veto. So now Sentinels have to generate some momentum here. GX are locking them out of the map, and they're not doing it passively either. They are assertive, they are proactive, and they're more than happy to get into the face of America's number 3 seed.
Now Aura's picked up this Outlaw, knowing that everyone on Sentinels is just going to be on the light armor. He'll be controlling that B main side, and the rest of GX on account of that can really put the emphasis on stacking A together.
Grabino here is going to be forced back, timing not quite on his side, but the paranoia came out enough to act as a relief valve. Flickless might try and work this angle with him. Not affected by the C's, but sprayed down as those bullets were intended for Grabino.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags, slow movement. This is crazy from Aura. He's all the way out of B main, holding the exit. So,
okay.
I mean, GX, they know where Sen are hitting. They know that they're going A.
I mean, this is just breaking conditioning for Sentinels, who probably just aren't used to being in some of these positions. Ara, in no hurry to push off that. Full trust in the rest of GX to lock this A side of the map down, but it's where push comes to shove. Zekin gets onto the side behind the box, but the aftershock came through. And Cloud swings for the fences. 2 kills cleaned up. Now Ara decides to get a little active. Catches Zelsis out. Timing certainly works in his favor. And Westside will step in when needed. Flawless round and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense side.
Yeah, they really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the site when the hit comes in. And Second getting stalled up in the back box. That was essential for the win there. And obviously Aura just getting the entirety of the map controlled by that Outlaw, flanking out a B main and holding their exit. Yeah, that was somewhat important too. Just a comprehensively great round from GX, who are running away with their pick.
Yeah. And Sentinels are struggling to adapt why they've not found a gear that suits them against GX.
And Aura has actually kept this Outlaw, does have a few 125 HP targets.
Zekin and John, though, they're the ones with armor. So John can have some confidence pushing into this.
Much faster from Sen. They're going for that 3-prong sight exec, splitting from multiple sides.
Now, how do they deal with the anchors, though? Westside's going to be dug in here, but Narrate steps up with the Guardian. They know, yep, Prowler confirms. Westside in the corner and only gets his one. Stinger goes to work for John. And a Nightfall now to catch the players rotate in. 2 pings at Boba. Tells the whole story for Sentinels.
This is a pace adjustment from Sen that GX were not expecting. Ooh. Crucial win from Grabino.
Ugly stuff with a Stinger, but util in hand for when Narrate steps up to the plate. And now it's on Cloud and Flickless to make their way through a smoked out Boba. Money, damn good for GX, and it might be worth going for it, but they are caught off the site. Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the bark wide. Nice swing. And second down. Narrate steps up, and Cloud might just be him right now. Bang is all over the place, and Flickless is more than happy to put him out of his misery.
Unbelievable retake from GX. It's Cloud just able to isolate. He gets that 1v1 against Zekin, ready for the swing from Narrate next. He is going insane on this map.
That is really nice. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of play, and is yet only 21 years old. And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to Sen.
Yeah. Oh, is it indicating we won a 2v3 against you, I think?
Like, Zelsis stood up after they won round 2, and since then, Cloud has just been giving it to him.
It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back Sentinels are playing early. They're expecting some nonsense because Hunter's Fury is active. Cloud doesn't give it to him, though. Not in that way. Sen will be allowed to work the map here, but is it just them being given more rope? Market probably the loosest held part of the map here for GX, along with top mid now that pressure's come in.
And after just an absolute all-star performance from Zekken on that map 1, here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util, has really had no opportunities for clean entries.
No ping, though, being set up just yet. Looks like the Sova Dart comes in a little late.
Flickless has maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some
Here we go.
util, but Sen are ahead of it.
All right, gets the drop on him there. It's going to be a relay bolt. Now, right, just stuck to the ground, transfixed. Watches the sword fall. And there's a Hunter's Fury that Sentinels are waiting on. In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on Giant X. Spike is heavily within enemy territory, and John has to stand and face the music.
I mean, look at that setup that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to fault line through main. Off that, the Hunter's Fury gets significant damage through, makes Sen scramble in their positioning. They have this double setup in elbow. What can Sentinels do here? Honestly, what can they do?
Sick. Honestly, the protocols have been incredible, and so many different set plays here for GX that have just kept Sentinels off their balance for the entirety of this attack side.
This is GX at their best, without a doubt. It's on this Sunset map, and it's with this playstyle.
Let's now send it over to Lou, who's standing by with GX co-streamers Lembo and Sandra.
Et je suis ravie d'accueillir à mes côtés 2 stars espagnoles. À ma droite, Lembo, à ma gauche, Sandra, 2 streamers Giant X. Guys, Lembo, Sandra, what a pleasure to welcome you here in Paris in those beautiful jerseys, supporting Giant X, of course. And we've seen that on map 1 it was a bit tough, so who can you count on the most within the players? You know, when times are a bit difficult, to bring up the vibes in the team.
I think our little Westside, because he's the clutcher of the team.
I think that's pretty solid too. What about you, Lembo?
For me, Flickless is so important in the communication, and his calls are the winner.
Du coup, sur qui est-ce qu'on peut compter finalement quand c'est un peu compliqué? Ils ont perdu la map 1. Qu'est-ce qui remonte un petit peu l'ambiance dans la team? Et bah, du côté de Lembo, c'est Westside et également Flickless qui sont là. On a le facteur Westside pour les clutch et aussi pour les calls, on a Westside. Donc on va ensuite pouvoir leur poser la deuxième question. I wanted also to ask you, because we know that French and Spanish fans are very passionate, you know. So what do you think about our French audience? How are the vibes so far?
I think Spanish and French people are the most enjoyer of the esports, the more passionate people cheering for that teams. We saw in many events the blue wall, and wow, it's excited to see them.
Really beautiful fan base, right? Donc on voit que les Français et les Espagnols sont tellement passionnés à propos de l'e-sport. Ils adorent ça, ils se déplacent pour les fans, etc. Et donc, bah, qu'est-ce qui t'a impressionné finalement de la French audience? Et bah, tout simplement, ils sont motivés, ils sont là, ils font du bruit, notamment le Blue Wall, les fans, Carmine. And now, let's see if GX can take the win on Sunset.
The energy in here is great. I think something special about coming out to France to cover some Valorant. They have a legendary crowd, so we know that. It's only going to get more lively, I guess, over the next few days. Let's talk this match, though. Coinbase Econ report for you right now. A couple of players we want to highlight. West side here. Remember, the Econ rating, it's a metric, right, that we measure with the amount of damage done as opposed to how much is spent on your loadouts here. So almost 2K down to West side, 88.1, which is really quite high. This guy's been really rock solid, man. He controls that B side of the map.
Destroying Bang so far in this game in particular.
Everyone has been, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he is obviously on the defensive side at his best. But now that we're heading over towards the attack for GX, honestly, it feels a lot like the defense in the way of they play incredibly fast. You know, compared to the average in Europe, they plant the spike 10 seconds faster than all the other teams in stage 2. They send it.
That's a nerd stat.
They have so many crazy fast executes where all of the utility sequences are perfect. All of their timings are hit. They're really incredible on this map.
Yeah, it feels like against GX you have to kind of beat them on an individual basis. And that's been hard to do with all this util slanting engagements in GX's favor. Big stack here of B main set up for Sentinels. That allows the west side to be extracted early, but there's Cloud standing tall. John at least controls any ingress towards that Boba area. And there's Zekken tucked in his corner. This is a pretty conservative approach here for Sentinels, but they are getting torn apart a little. Narrate lit here by the bolt. At least finds Cloud as he gets around the corner, but he's gone low.
Wow, Flick was able to dodge that out.
Now he got into the sights. Spotted out by Flickless though. German unable to win that last engagement. It's a much needed pistol round here for Sentinels. And it looks like nothing more than grim satisfaction on their faces. They're still reeling from that first half.
Yeah, I like their decision to go for such a heavy B fight. GX do like to go for a lot of splits, so they can just isolate a couple of those players in main and then try to refight elsewhere.
One enemy player standing.
Last few bullets there from the right. Important round for him. Some confidence for the young gun wouldn't hurt.
Zekken trying to keep the spirits high there. GX, no investment on this round 2. Maybe if Narrate can collect a few kills, Sen could work towards an early nightfall.
GX been pretty proactive here, getting some information about mid, but that Tiles corner's been pinged already, and it'll be Bang to take contact.
Conversely for GX, if they can try to maybe around the world get the orbs, they can get towards that Rolling Thunder early. They've been able to get Flickless the one so far.
Economically, Sentinels never really able to get in the game on the first half. That's evidenced by Zekken leaving it with 4 kills.
Except for when they win the eco on round 2 and then get subsequently ecoed on round 3 and the economy is cooked.
Yeah. Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty patient, but they're definitely more lean into the B direction. They'll have anchoring presences here, including John once more ready to shut them down from Boba. Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by his util usage and now hitting the paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there, Bulldog sings out, good damage. Cloud on the side, somehow able to win these very unlikely scenarios, but Ara is contained by Bang. Matches his freak, so to speak, and Cloud at 19. It's caught on the site, Bang knows he's coming and is trained on that corner. Still not enough to get him out of there. Cloud getting some pretty ridiculous 1v1 moments. And that'll be Sentinels convert on the pistol 1.
GX will be super happy with that. They get the spike down, they get a couple kills, and it's Cloud, who's now 1 away from getting a Hunter's Fury. That's easily going to be the first ultimate that'll be used in this game. You'd have to imagine, right? So not too bad for them.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some of the attack side calling from Cloud, and he's maybe sort of less experience being pointed out, but yeah, this is not the start that we're looking for on the attack side anyway. Now we get to see a little bit though of what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud. You mentioned that Hunter's Fury just a whiff away.
Fault line set up if there's going to be some aggression from Sen towards A main. The GX could go for a bit of a refight here. But it's just a safer cross setup for the Sentinels defense at the moment.
This fault line likely set up reactively here or to set Ara up.
And now they can get more aggro with it, especially with that drone getting the information.
Okay. So it's good reactive fault line that comes out from Flickless just to stop Sen pushing up. They really don't have any deep elbow presence. Look at them pulling back on A entirely.
Yeah, they're slowing things down, getting into elbow right now.
They don't really have information of top mid Sentinels here, so at some point they're going to have to start looking over their shoulders there at Link. Just giving that part of the map up.
Honestly, feels uncharacteristically slow right now for GX. Hoping that someone from Sen will maybe overextend. That Prowler's going to get the information on Aura in the corner.
I'm looking for decisive calling on this execute from GX. Waiting until, of course, some of that key util cycles back.
Yeah, they get that fault line back up, and now it's go time.
Onto the side, runs in and narrate first. It's going to be Bang, no credit with the kill. Bang gets ahead of that dark cover, and now the Paranoia comes out late. Gravino thought he had the drop on narrate, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The raid eventually falls, and there it is. Nice little flash through the smoke. Little two-piece from GX now. Assume control of the side.
Westside peeks out, might be able to catch second.
Timing.
Gets the opening with the Outlaw.
Relay bomb might make things hard on the side. That's John downed. Westside sharp as attack, folks. And Cloud will hold his ground there on the side.
20 for 8 right now.
Yeah, we've had 15 rounds of play, White. 14 rounds of play.
That is an outrageous stat line. Thought it would be hard to beat Zekins on map 1, but he might just do it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, some interesting classic moments as well. The first couple of rounds kept him in the game.
I love how Westside repositions for those fights there.
John
gets that kill on Narrate, then immediately gets back to play off contact so he can swing Link. Really intelligent stuff from him.
Going from, bottom of the table in kickoff stage 2 to literal world caliber should be studied. GX, it's unreal how they've come alive. And now we're finally getting to see what they're made of in the second map of the series.
John has the trip set up for back sight control. We'll see if they try to make their way out at all. Second, I know John does get that catch.
Yeah, Ara in the corner. Still a lot of sight control for GX. Now they are deep. They can anchor in the post plant. Gravino very mindful of a sort of off-timing push out of Boba, though.
And Zelsis, he does have that full kit to get back in. Narrate's still with Prowlers to play with. The Seas as well. Sen have all the tools.
Harness Fury, though. Cloud going to try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away. Some damage done. Sentinels are against the clock. Need to get in here. Stinger there for Zelsis. Looks like fault lines avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game, and so far not too shabby, but Zekin is up on the side and demanding some attention. Brought down by Cloud, and Narrate's got to step up in his absence. Does Bang. Tough job. Someone's going to do it. And Flickless puts the round to bed. 12-4 for GX. Just dominant on Sunset.
If Sen can't get it done there, they can't get it done at all on this map. It feels effectively over. GX just 1 round away. They're 4-on-5. Sen have all of the initiator tools to get back in. Full kits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even then, Flickless not in the ideal position for that 1v1.
Doesn't matter.
Adjustment wins it out. Mental play from him.
I feel like Haven is such a wild card map to look towards our third here. Sentinels have to have put in some extra work there. When GX get to control the tempo, they look head and shoulders above.
Sen have just had no inroads on this map whatsoever. And it feels like the second they find some kind of advantage, GX just absolutely storm them in the round, and it is done. Their game plans on this map are just genuinely fantastic on both halves.
It's going to work mid again. Pretty underboard. Sentinels here. Zekin opts to go out, look for something. The setup was there for him.
Yeah, cosmetic stun. Just one taps him. Cool. That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back, meet up with the rest of their teammates in B main and try to close this game out.
2 pretty one-sided maps back-to-back if this round goes the way we expect it to. Some volatility has been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bang. They get some set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in that corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the site. Cloud with the plant. Now, going to be forced out of the cubby by that after shot, but John's going to have to get active. Another side of the cage set up. He does not want to show himself. I get it. But Ara and Cloud already racking him up. And John eventually falls. Zelsis pees in, gets one, but the rolling thunder will put him to bed. And Sentinels, well, they left the keys in the car. They didn't turn up for Sunset, I'll be honest with you. Invisible. GX absolutely flattened them. Straight out of the gates. It's a code hanger that leaves the American squad absolutely reeling.
360 ACS for Cloud, who drops 23 for 9. That is an outrageous performance from the IGL for GX. Their gameplay on that map was phenomenal on both sides. The game plans that they have coming into this are beautiful.
Lot to talk about here. We'll go for a quick break, then we'll bounce back, and the analysts are going to get us ready for a Map 3 decider in this opener.
Yo, say nice try. Oh, we lost against Eco. Yo, shield down, sit down. Oh. What a are we doing, boys?
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
This man is a big player in big games!
Prove it. Put your game sense to the test with the all-new VCT real-time prediction game, Shot Call. It's a Twitch desktop extension available exclusively on official VCT broadcast channels. With Shot Call, you and your friends will be able to call your shots, score points, and earn rewards. Here's how to play. During the official champion streams on Twitch, open up the Shot Call overlay on screen to make real-time predictions by answering questions. Whether it's predicting a Forsaken clutch or correctly calling a site rotate before it even starts, you'll score points, climb a live leaderboard, and have the chance to win prizes. Play along seamlessly with Shot Call's built-in notifications, or open the extension in full to check your progress and see how other viewers are guessing. You can call the shots during VALORANT Champions Paris starting on September 12th. Tune in, try it out, tell us what you think.
scope was so narrow. All it needed was a little bump. It's a skill I've yet to master. With time I'll know what to become. It's up to me, and only me. It's hard times, so I decide to set me free.
In true Giant X fashion, they don't look the best on map 1, but they hit back hard on map 2, which means we will be going to a map 3. Cuba not having the greatest time, but he is telling everyone to buy the GX bundle. Let's go! I'm not biased at all. Go on, join me. Join me.
You know what? I'll admit when our team is bested. We've been owned. I fear.
And holy smokes, were they bested?
Yeah,
it looked brutal. I mean, there were so many parts of the game where it felt like you had a lot of these players who historically do step up when things look bad. John delivered. He did his best, especially in the first half, to drag them over the halfway line. But everything after that was just rough.
And yeah, and there's a reason why EMEA fans are so excited about Flickless playing Initiator agents. He was so good on Breach. It actually annoys me that they took him off of it for Corrode. You never know what could have happened. But this is just classic Flickless playing at his best.
I mean, I think Flickless util was absolutely on point. I think the combination of him and Cloud, what they were able to do in terms of like the combo of like their ultimate plays coming online, just the sharp shooting, especially out of Cloud as well.
He had 3 Breach ults.
Yeah, it was
in what
insane.
17 rounds? Yeah, in 17 rounds. That's insane.
But so nice from the team. And I think it all started on the pistol round for them, on a nice retake. Then they lost round 2, and we were like, oh no, this could be ugly.
Right.
But still, the West Side Sheriff is just the best of the game. Gets a couple of kills up in main and there, so it ended up equalizing the half for them. And just continues to prove how good Giant X are with the pistols.
Yeah, and there was something about watching that round play out where you saw the first pick by Giant X and went, I don't like this. This has bad feeling written all over it. And sure enough, that bad feeling never really dissipated. It never really went away.
And then I think we ended up seeing them get to run a lot of these set plays later on. A lot of these aggro looks here. A little crunch maneuver, seeing the Neon through main, while Groovy goes down into tiles. And I think even once they froze, right, they didn't fall out of space. A lot of teams would take that fight and fall away. Giant X just stuck to their guns up in there, and it was this brawl that came after that initial fight that went so well.
Yeah, and I think there were 2, maybe 3 big looks like this, but then they also had a bunch of these little like micro traps at the beginning of the round where Groovy farmed. He had so many good moments. This is the second one that I'm referring to, where they were very intentional about taking the fight to Sentinel's doorstep, and they couldn't find a way to navigate around it.
And what I love about these rounds, so we just saw round 7 and round 9. And it's both of these early aggro plays. The calling from Cloud I love, because in round 8, it's when Sentinels played that painstakingly slow round where they almost lose on time. They plant with like 10 seconds left.
Oh yeah.
And it's surrounding that Cloud goes go, go, go.
Yeah, well, let's not live in the past because we're heading to Haven. This is going to be the decider. And again, GX have such a old school way of interpreting this map, and it works for them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think matching up against Sentinels that have started incorporating the Viper, that's getting a little bit more popular, at least in Americas, what this game is going to be to me is all about A main control. Usually Breach as an agent and with the Neon 2, you can dominate the fight over that space. But the Viper wall that typically you're going to be seeing John QT put down is going to be that one that slices through a lobby. And I think there's going to be a big test whether or not Giant X can prove that they can force out Sentinels from that space early on. Otherwise, it gives Sentinels so much control over the map.
I think on the other side of the map, you'll expect Giant X to take control of C long a lot. Yunso, I think you were the one who were mentioning it. They're very comfortable with the flash dash, or the slide, I guess.
Yes.
But that idea of establishing control early on, very similar to what we saw in Sunset. The thing about Haven, though, is that it's a 3-side map. It feels a lot bigger. There are less places to get.
What the heck is going on there?
Oh, I would love to know. But all I'm going to say is, GX, if you can hear me, they're going to go B. They're going to go B. Be prepared for B.
Hubert the baguette.
Yes, Uber and Wyatt, please give us something normal.
Save us.
Okay, well, I don't really see the problem with trying to provide Cubit with sustenance. That is pretty reasonable. I don't think he's got the anatomy to down a baguette, which is fine. Maybe puts him at a disadvantage out here in Paris, but hey, at least Kaplan is trying to feed the guy. I think he'd like to see more Sentinels rounds, though. I think that would be very beneficial and sustaining for Cubit. Very few of those at one Sunset. I understand he's looking a bit emaciated, a bit starved. Sentinels, look, I mean, I'm going to talk about that last series of their playoff run in NA. They looked dead. They struggled to bounce back from the beating they'd suffered. Sunset looked just like that. So do they have what it takes to dig deep here and show us a great Haven?
A map that we haven't seen much of them on in Stage 2, but they have gone to this double controller comp. Aura, does he dare swing? No, dark cover. Zekken wants to go in, though, off that recon.
All right, men at the door. Zekken bypasses them entirely and then decides to get on out, drawing a lot of attention. And now they're going to make the dive here through Garage. West side flattens Elsis. all over him like moss on a rock. No chance to recover. And the site's swarming with red.
Yeah, just a Sheriff bullet penetration going through default box. And now 2 players from GX ready to face onto Zelsis. He doesn't want to take that duel right now, though. He can just take things easy, slow down.
Coming. That paranoia doesn't hit Narrate, so he can stand a bit of first to the action. Not Grabinho on Flickless again, surely not. It's the Polish player alone. Zelsis waiting to step out into the sun. Still, a mildly furrowed brow for Sens fans. That could have gone either way.
That was an interesting little round. I mean, that's a pretty classic move on a pistol. Try to sell that B fake with your Neon who can get in, get out, pivot into the C split through garage, drone tags on the west side, and then he's lit up back box. Cool. That's a nice part of having the Sheriff, though, on these pistol rounds, is that you can actually shoot through that default box.
How does Grabinho put that quick 2-piece together? Dangerous as always, but Sentinels at least get their pistol. That's what they came for. Nice little pivot there into C.
So we have this gamble sack from GX that is based on this paranoia from Grabinho. If there's noise long, going to throw that out, and 3 players are ready to swing. But it seems like Sen are probably going to be dodging that unless they go for maybe a late C split again.
I don't know if Narrate liked what he saw off that recon. There was no Al drone used on that C-long position, though, so tough to spot this out. But with the spikes being left, very much a default look for Sentinels, and they are so... I mean, I think Cloud has kind of put the fear of God in them here about turning up in random places on those eco rounds, so Sen have to be... They have to spend that much more checking these random corners, clearing really thoroughly.
Yeah, they've gone ahead and worked all of long. Completely silent. After that, drone was early, second caught, but... quickly gets that shot off before going down to the classic.
No stone unturned for Sentinels on this A side of the map, and Zekken barely gets out of that one alive. Now, though, GX are going to have to play the A side retake, always difficult, with nothing bought up. They do have all the breach util, at least to spend, but the gamble stack does not eventuate.
Zelsis even waiting on this late little wrap through B. I have to say, it's tough for me to kind of rank where Sen are at with Haven in terms of their map pool right now. You know, map pool was something that Kaplan discussed heavily as an aspect of the game that they need to work on heading into these global events to actually get a trophy. And they played Haven twice in the second stage. It was against C9 and 2G in the regular, season part. They won both games, but just a very small sample size. So I feel it's very hard to evaluate where they're at the moment. And for GX, they've had moderate success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in stage 2. Beat Na'Vi a couple times here. So it's really tough, I think, to try to match this up.
And I think also we've got to take this map into context of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game. And on the defense side, that we've not really seen anything special from them yet. No real set plays, but this is the kind of round where they should start to rear their heads. The Sentinels, of course, still have a Stinger Bulldog Outlaw in the round.
Zelsis does fully invest into getting that Vandal. Early recon, certainly going to be broken. Cloud taking the opportunity to spam through that standard A-long dark cover that Sen can use to claim this space easily.
So far, and this is small sample size of rounds, GX are a little less proactive. Again, it's a 3-site map. You're spread a little bit more thin. Losing a player on the extremity hurts a lot more than it would on Sunset, for example, where there's almost always someone else to back them up. Even like a 2-1-2 or even a 3-1-1.
Eyes are down.
Sen have maneuvered all the way back to this C side, which was vacant. Westside wants to get in backside. Will anyone actually be here in time to assist him, though? He wants to break the recon that might come in on that top left side, but it doesn't. It's just a drone, yeah.
Okay, well, they've got presence, though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Grabinho. Plenty of GX plays here now. They're going to be lit as they come around the corner. Zekken, though, tracks back and then forward. Almost had the better of Ara. But the guy is a little too quick with it. Westside, backside, caught out. And Cloud, not inside. He is still making his way over. And has the unenviable task of making his way into C from defense spawn side.
So GX are able to rotate everyone into backside. Sen really slowed things down, but then eventually I do feel that that kind of played to their advantage. They get a lot of clean fights. At the end there, Cloud even caught by Narrate. Lovely little kill, and is now just one away from getting that Hunter's Fury in terms of the orbs. Bonus round converted for Sen.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, it's this late recon comes through. And GX, they really, feels like they kind of try to overfight there, you know, with that double swing coming back default, and it sends patience getting into the site that does pay off. Getting that recon thrown back sight after the drone had given them front sight.
PTSD?
That's a deep cut, John. Any knowers?
Okay, so sending it out. Pretty slow. They work slowly enough that Ara's able to get in there as well. GX maybe just not ready for that tempo.
Now on this round, GX looks like they maybe want to explore down mid, try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
I'm not surprised to see Sen waiting for a push out of mid, for example. And actually, GX more interested in trying to allot the correct number of resources to the side that they think Sen's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any of that so far. Again, the weapons don't really maybe allow for it. But they've made a gamble stack that looks unlikely to pay off for them. And honestly, that lurk wall over on the B side of the map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. And Westside has made his way into this backside that should be cleaned up, yeah. It's this double controller with the Viper that has really been the trend in Americas versus the very classic approach to running Neon on Haven, where you're running double initiator with Breach and Sova. And I think a lot of people do have concerns when they see teams picking Breach on maps that aren't Sunset right now. And I do think that's valid, but GX have shown a real proficiency with that agent still, where their sequencing of utility is really effective. Their timings are usually impeccable.
Honestly,
they're certainly going to have to be if they want to win this map against Sen, who are going to be at 4.
I think the KJ choice over the Cypher is an interesting one to examine. The turret lets you usually on the attack side watch for any pushes out of Garage, and Lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake circumstances on that A side especially, which is so hard to get back into. But GX here don't really see any ways of making inroads on the map. Cloud always seems to just ferret a killer way late in the round. No, it'll be GX perishing to the blast and hoping to hit the ground running in their second buy round.
All right, let's see if GX can finally stop this run of rounds the Sentinels have been on. Winning both the pistol and the bonus obviously gives you a crazy advantage in the series. The economy has finally gotten to a place where Aura can pick up that operator.
Okay.
We definitely highlighted that on the previous two maps, how that is really a linchpin for this GX success on defense. Him just being able to control space somewhere so they can rotate elsewhere with the rest of the players. Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper. Having to deal with the wall does make the angles on A bit more difficult to work around.
I definitely feel like the texture of the game changes drastically when Aura has a scope weapon in hand.
All right, that trip front sight going to be broken by the shock dart. Drone in first from Narrate, similar to what we've seen before, a slower approach.
Drone then recon has been the cadence. Backside, we're just going to see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels have seen or not seen enough.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate has been drawn very fast towards C. They obviously saw GX willing to do that on a previous round when they sent that sequence of utility on the C site. So now they're going to maneuver their way elsewhere. I think this is some really good calling from John. This B site is pretty open. Cloud wants to get in there.
Dangerous though. Yeah. Knew there'd be some utility to draw out, but Cloud overextends onto the side. It was ultimately a fake for Sen. Something that's been in their wheelhouse a lot in the past. GX though, convinced that was for real, and they get punished for it.
Wow, they have just been baited into all of these angles. Aura is absolutely going to be saving this off. Really excellent calling there from John, I feel. Just activating that same early util on C that drew all the rotates on the bonus round that they converted.
Oh,
wow,
no
he's even going to
way.
catch this kill onto Aura.
It's free, man.
But then drawing the rotates, pivoting to B, But then after they're delayed by that aftershock, they turn around. All of those GX players who were drawn out, baited out, they collect the kills, pivot to C where they've left. Zelsis inserted deep. This was a really excellent round from Sen.
And also a decent time to make the fake plant play on B happen. Still the GX, maybe that's something that also has come up to them in VOD review, because it is something that Sen likes to mix in. Just a point of tension in this game where, for whatever reason, they are convinced that it's worthwhile committing on. And they underestimate their opponents. Big punish as a result. Cloud definitely a lot quieter in this map. Now needs to get the troops rallied as Pipson is going to dial in and see what needs to be fixed in this timeout.
What's made GX so effective on defense is their ability to call rounds where they fully disrupt the plans of the attackers. So far, that just hasn't happened.
No, they've been trying to gamble stack sides.
They've been trying to gamble on some of the eco rounds, and they've been trying to flood on the buy rounds. We saw that on the bonus. We just saw that on this round, too. They all tried to flood back C, right? And so far, that hasn't been effective. It's just resulted in John having free reign across the map to lead his team and execute the plans perfectly.
How safe is it, though, to be pushing off these sites as individuals or duos for this early info, for this disruptive potential? There's been no defensive pops, right? There's been no sort of very aggressive early round movements here for GX. In fact, they're not even working the map much for information passively.
At some point here, I would like to see them do something active towards mid. I
think we're going to get it
mix
now.
that in. And yeah, I do think they're going to do it here with this half buy that they've got going.
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh, wow. So that's a recon paranoia with a stun from Aura into window. All of Sendo, they're stacked up towards this C side. Sight is going to be totally free.
He's bang.
Yeah, him teleporting up top while Zekin runs in so they can double face back Sight, but it is not going to be held by a single GX player. It is indexed in that mid play.
Yep. I like the set play. It give a lot of map control over, allow to contain, but there's no pressure coming from C Long because there's KJ util that can obviously read it as it comes.
This round is as good as done. Nice shot from Zekin. The west side was already
he's back.
On
Zekin's
such
back.
Low HP.
Ara and Cloud. Don't have a lot to say about this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke. Set up inside Garage here, and once again, there will be a player late in the round for Sentinels trying to punish this. But no one's looking in Zelsis' direction, and yet Cloud whips on him. Pretty unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted, no result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury, is that Zelsis even at the end there with a kill and the death, now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still haven't an op to hand, I would think. At least the option to go for one.
Maybe if Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere. This time, Sen, they want to go very fast towards A. Teleport cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's stunned.
Okay, well, Sentinels conditioned to a little bit of a slower early round from GX and don't really see the mid pop from them in the previous one, so think they can still play in that fashion.
And there's a stronger A fight from GX. I do like to see that, but this is a good response from Sen. They have gone so quickly towards this C side. Can GX flood in to support West side now?
West side Tux gets the perfect drop, and Zekin is lit inside that cage. Too easy for the Cypher, and finally West side gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, not the timing would have hoped for, I suspect. And now Narrate, unsuccessful in trying to crack the remainder of this C-side open. Finally, Giant X get on the board on Haven.
Signs of life. I like how they played that round from start to finish. It's that A fight, very aggressive, fault line comes through, recon into lobby. It was on a round where Sen wanted to go for an A fight of their own. They are completely caught off by that breach util. And then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way deep towards Plat. Gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how that util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play from before, the relay bolt, paranoia, and
Narrate takes his space back though. He's there in a second, Wyatt. Ara brought down. Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Zekin's got to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but could still be spammed down as Corbino wants to push up outside of lobby. chaotic early round. Leaves Sentinels down to 2.
Yeah, Westside stayed fully committed out of Garage, caught off Celsius, and now the neural theft would
buddy.
reveal these remaining 2 players. It's a 1v1. Oh, Second won that round, looking very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless. GX, they have to convert this.
They got all the info. John can't get anything done outside of the purview of GX. They know it all. Now, those thin walls may be his undoing. Flickless wants to step up. And John doesn't have the mechanics to answer. GX up to 2 rounds. Finally, we're starting to see some of their personality from EMEA's number 2.
Surge of energy coming into this team after an absolute drought. This is the play they ran on that prior half buy. This time Sen were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP. And they're pushing out of A, and they're pushing out of Garage. That was that play exactly as intended.
And Aura considered,
as they drew it up.
Aura considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play the passive line hold game. They want to brawl and do it again.
They want to fight for this A lobby. Very hard. Grabino gets the first. He gets the second even.
That's not where that came from. Zelsis was cut down in the corner there, and Bang is revealed, able to take 2. That's all he's going to get. That's the best he can do to give John a shot in this round. The money starting to dwindle. It's getting a little low for Sentinels, as this would be their 3rd consecutive round they've given away to the defenders.
GX, they are a team that can just suddenly capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round from the beginning of this first half.
John here has to keep it simple. Not surging out in that long direction. Has to make a correction here for Cloud, and he's in mid-air. IGL seals up another round for GX. And like he said after the first, 5 more to go. Well, they've managed to cut this lead in half.
5 also the number of ults that Sentinels have coming into this next 5. But hell, they've had a lot of them for a while. They haven't even had a chance to use them because GX are just sending it on them.
You see Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX. But it kind of amounts to him cowering in a corner while his team gets mowed down, and him with trigger discipline able to take 2 and then not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it was a cool position to get into, but then with Sen continuing to fight in lobby and just getting shot down by Grabino playing down there in short.
We are getting what we asked for, though. We wanted to see GX disrupt Sentinels in these early rounds.
Yeah,
push up, make it hard for
needed.
Sentinels to work the map passively, and then make a pivot into a site that they could divine was being less populated by defenders. They just have to keep this up now. This is good, as Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start expecting these early round push-ups. This is likely to slow them down, which could also work for GX if they realize they've done this level of conditioning to the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, what, 5 minutes ago, we felt like this was about to be a Sen walk in the park. They were up 6-0. Every round was so effortless.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And now they're forcing the timeout.
Cloud is reaching up to put the collar on Sentinels right now, so they better have their wits about them. 5 ults, though. It's a good number. You see a round here or there, 1 out purely on strength of those alone, so we'll see.
And now it looks like GX, they have a play to go down long. There's going to be a recon going in towards that seaside of spawn. Fault line, relay bolt, Aura running it down, and John is just stuffed into that corner on account of the util. They know where he's going to have to reposition to.
Sentinels obviously planning a pivot based on where that spike's been left. Zelsis needs to stay alive for this lockdown to be a factor in this round, but he has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That is an important correction to flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Now does A-side starting to crumble. Crack for Grabino! Emerges with 2 very important kills. That is going to put GX with a shot in this round. A real one now as Aura gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang, cannot keep up. It's too pacey. Headshot though, Dink onto Aura. Doesn't slow him down for a second. Slides in, and the overdrive will claim the final frag.
Second wanted to use his own ultimate, but while activating, is just rushed down by Aura.
Yeah, he's lost it now.
Who opens the round, closes it. It starts off another early round active play. This is just what makes GX GX and such a cool team to watch. John is isolated on that C side of the map. He goes down. And then, of course, Sen feel like we just need to accelerate into A. Also, massive credit to Gorbinho, by the way. That two-piece he had was so sick. And without that, the round is lost.
And it's crazy how frequently he is doing that. Even in these like eco scenarios.
Yeah, again, and started so slow, map 1, Gorbinho, but he didn't let it get to his head. He has stepped up both Haven and Sunset.
Some part of the map, Ara has been taking liberties for the last 4 rounds in a row, and it's no coincidence that those have been defense side wins. Sen have also lost a little bit in that ult battery now. Still have a lockdown. They just have them now to get to the stage in the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up, and this won't spot Ara out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This is crazy. There are 2 Sentinels players right now.
John's going to die to this. Surely. John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate there under extreme pressure as well. Zekin trying to respond, but if Ara gets out of here, this is masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 Sen players in there. How has that happened? GX were fully expecting a C-side hit.
Bro, they're not going to get to cross for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Ara is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at Sen on the map.
Time short, bang, deep into spawn. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
They're going to be Ara. They can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands. Spike recovered, but a pivot, a wise one, across the map will send them to C. A site they've got little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft of defenders. Zekin has to stick this, no choice.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter. Going to get the spike down. Now how do Sentinels position themselves here? Lockdown thrown on default. Yeah, GX, they really don't have an opportunity to break it, and Zekin wants to take the space that it's creating.
Doesn't want to over-push there. Cam dealt with. Delsus also has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in garage right now, surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's... Okay, Westside is watching it. Will see the barrel? Yes, wins it out. That leaves Zekin now. Oh, God, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Gorbinho on Spike, and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have to spray through, and he gets there! What a crucial round! The Red Bull clutch gets the Vibe Merchant on his feet, and much of Sen City in the crowd.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX can connect the shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
Jeez, they needed to come up for air though, didn't they?
I mean, that's how this run of rounds for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Oh, they needed a bit of magic, Quiet. A drought of it. Ever since round number 6.
Kaplan made a gesture like, I'll take it. Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
Yeah, well, this can just be credited to the individual. That's just fine for Sen fans. Now, they're still in that Hunter's Fury. Also, if they ever get to a post plant, which has been tough, they'll have a pit. GX uncharacteristically played this round slow to start with. Bang, same sort of bait play. On side, Paranoia, but Ara's there to check if it's the real deal.
That immediate bolt thrown down so no one can try to trade. Needs to get out of the way of the drone, but is a little bit too slow.
Viper's pick here, thrown inside B. Gorbinho now going to be decayed down if he lingers for too long. And Senna just headed elsewhere, leaving John behind to keep this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
Westside on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel, and now he can use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition, but a little bit too early. No one there to help.
Really exposed himself. Really showed too much leg there, Wyatt. And Zekin Franklin was waiting for a drift at the back of the site. The cyber cage wasn't enough to obscure him.
John, low HP, Narrate wins that out.
Foot off the gas so far for Giant X. Serving this round over to Sentinels. And Cloud, the IGL needs to get into the side in the 1v3, already down to 70. It's always good for one. That much we've learned today. But digging this high-low setup out is all but impossible. A late half recovery for Sentinels. They bounce back, but it takes this man on your screen to get them there. Just a moment of magic from the youngster. Zekin saves their bacon. In that round 11. Crazy stuff so far, and much to talk about, I'm sure, heading into the half. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of this decided map after this.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead. Good recovery on the hand, baby. Good recovery.
Top of the second half of Haven about to come at you, folks. It is Giant X, the number 2 seed out of EMEA, versus Sentinels, who frankly limped into champions this year. A lot to prove after a 4th place finish last year and then a pretty significant roster change. That saw the infusion of some younger blood in the roster. Narrate had to hit the ground running with this team. Now, every round that GX win on that defense side, it's paired with an aggressive pop, a moment of unexpected volatility from GX, and Ara is able to get in there and catch Sentinels unaware. 4 rounds on the defense side is going to have to be enough.
And that round 11 should have been a win for GX. That should have been their 5th on the board. They brought it down to that 3 versus 1 that Zekin won in miraculous fashion. And you can kind of see on the Coinbase Econ report that his report quite good on account of he's getting a lot of kills. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage.
That head-to-head against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half. Someone who was frankly taking the game over on Sunset. It was like 20 and 5 at some point. It was pretty absurd. You can see the spend to damage ratio is what gives Zekin such a high econ value. And again, it's tough not to point him as the protagonist on this map. 13 kills, 7 deaths after that first half, and a disgusting, what was it, 1v3, 1v4 moment from that round 11. Keeps them with their head above the surging tides.
And now Sen, they started this map winning the pistol and then winning the bonus. That gave them that early 4-round lead and all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win this second half pistol to stay in the game.
Less of a gamble stack approach here for Sen and more just distributed heavily in that A direction. The wrinkling here is actually going to be fruitful. They've got confirmation of at least one player pretty far into A long, and Ara has already set foot over the threshold of A.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound cues. Util exchanged, but no gunfire. Everyone's slowed down. Everyone's stalled out.
There's a lot of Util drawn out of the defenders, Wyatt. Narrate here forced to fight. Westside will get away and avoid the shock dart reprisal. All of A main is populated by attackers.
Sen at the moment have not much reason to leave, though. At this noise cut, at this time, now they do. It's that B side that could be open, garage could be open, and GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to get in, exactly as Sen give it up.
Or Sen picked the worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at
Glass half full, half empty.
Yep.
Depends on your point of view.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
And now Flickless does have that fault line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall out the center retake.
Narrate can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And then having to play the retake up for making the right call on the side. It's not too bad. Ara with the stopping power of a back truck. Deals with Zekin at least, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Grabinho. 32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of the Omen, but Grabinho doesn't give him enough to work with. GX, get that pistol locked up.
They needed it with absolute desperation, and they got it. Perfect timing window to get into the site. Sen were staying on A, they were staying on A, they were staying on A, and after enough noise cut, had to be concerned about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util, that line with the, where you can throw the fault line into spawn. And by the time Sen get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages. The double swing potential here as Narrate shows shoulder, but sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util. And, well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these underarm targets. Westside, yes, that's nice.
And lovely little shot. That aftershock good as well to push Narrate out earlier. Fault line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
Now we call that taking responsibility for what we start. Ball load basically chunked him down to minimal amounts of health. Zelsis here will look to simply exit the round, hoping to get some value. Even trade himself up. Never not shilling. You got to respect it. Also the homage to Sufat BB, his quote-unquote boyfriend. As was discussed in the press conference, he was expressed some, you know, regret that Wolves couldn't be present here. And I think seeing how they showed up in Toronto, many of us would feel the same.
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion, unless maybe Aura does go towards that B side. Nope, just going to run towards spawn. Hold up, wait. Potential for an orb.
All right, makes it a noise. There it is, Elsis. Not too shabby. Nexus around with an orb. Ara down, but the Outlaw was given over to Flickless to preserve that. So no harm, no foul, really, if you're the attack side.
We just saw some good util here from GX. Nothing unbelievable, but just the standard ways of getting players out of those angles into the open sight lines all works out.
One enemy remaining.
As clean as they needed it to be, they saved the crucial guns. And now on this bonus, we're able to buy up a rifle for Aura, Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has the Outlaw this round. The solo A main player.
GX were showing some real desire to get into that B site, but they slow things down. John forced away.
There's a nanoswarm in the default location that would also slow them up. I think I'm trying to get some early util out of Sentinels. It's never a bad call.
And you would imagine the alarm bot in that spot will often be broken by a shock dart from Cloud. That's usually the standard. Zekken does spot out Aura in Garage. GX are getting a lot of map control right now, but Aura goes down to Zelsis.
Yeah, just to send try and get 3 players on C. They've realized that they need to get in that B direction, and that's nice from Zekken. Grabinho's mostly been good for their first one in this series.
Yeah, this is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
Only Bang and Zekken susceptible to the one shot from the Outlaw right now.
And of course,
play it safe.
You know, when you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper Wall can come in handy as well. It's just a natural smoke for main.
Narrate takes a hit for that, tries to get him through the wall, but Flickless finds Zekken on the other side, getting in from the garage side of the map, and Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well, caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more breach, in fact. Down Flickless, puts Sentinel the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defused goes Zelsis, living dangerously and punished as Westside executes him with a pistol.
There is simply no way GX should be allowed to get away with a round win. 3 versus 5, they convert. Sen with better weapons coming into this. I mean, ambitious little spam from Narrate. Flickless is just open holding the angle. Zekken peeks out. Celsius wasn't ready to be there for a trade. A little miscommunication.
The Viper Wall's not in play because they're trying to fight out towards mid. You can't tell me your protocols for dealing with the post plant on B aren't ironclad at this point, at this level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus round. So it'll come down to honest gun rounds as to who will win this game out. Oh my gosh, nice shot from Aura, putting them in position to convert here.
Light armor gets you there. I am a little nervous as a representative of the North American region, I won't lie. Ara now with the scope weapon back to hand. He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players. Now we'll look to take that mid.
Thrown down top mid from Bang. Zekken working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site. Drone over top will confirm that.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe find out if someone was hiding wrapped around the drone's view.
This garage spot's starting to become a little more relevant now, Wyatt. As there's a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Bang sees Ara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient, collected. And he'll have himself a frag. Zekken now with that fast lane, trying to get in Grabinho's direction. It's a bit of wayward, ham-fisted. And Zelsa's now finally on the wrap, but this spike's headed on to B. They are going to end here. Westside though in a safe corner. Grabinho has the line covered and Zelsa's only has a classic. This is looking terrible for Sentinels.
Zelsis just no opportunity to upgrade that weapon. Flank from west side was perfect. Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players. How many times has Grabinho got a stunned kill, by the way, in this series? It's like the third time we've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs one bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption. And GX, honestly, like a decent pivot after things start to go a little haywire at B. They don't leave the site. Just a little reposition.
With spam being exchanged. Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off, make sure they have that tool.
Ara with a judge here.
And the overdrive, of course.
Yep.
So can just use both of them when he pleases. Aftershock to break a common turret position will do so. So that's some passive info gain that Sentinels would have had on B, now removed.
Yeah, now
Oh, no.
John has to watch it. He's giving it to him. Okay. Ara says, well, that's probably a little bit more than I expected. Ways from the fast lane in place. He's got no interest in trying to recover that weapon. Overdrive will suffice for him late in the rounds when push ultimately comes to shove.
Now, what is the move? Paranoia and Breach Util used on A to try to draw these Sen players away from the C site, where GX are intending on going.
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no longer effective inside Garage. Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And Corbino, he had that from the shadows, so he can use that Paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have full ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside, this late lurk through Garage. Flickless might even be a second player. Maybe Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here is beautiful. Westside so patient, so calculated. Emerges just as John had his back turned. Here come Giant Eggs. They are storming into the rest of the map. Looking really adaptable on this attack side.
Yeah, Giant X are always going to come in with some kind of cool set play around their ultimates. They've always got them. This time, it was working into C-Long, posting up Aura. You hate to re-clear a guy with a judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX running their Omen, their Breach over towards A-Long. They use the stun, they use the Paranoia. They're drawing all that attention from the shadows. Grabinho right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're always going to throw something unique at you. They're always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but it likely will feature some smattering of Guardians and maybe not full util. But this is about the round. This is as important as it gets for the North American squad. Can they reverse their fortunes now? Because so far they've struggled to really adapt to what GX are throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with, as was evidenced with those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
They just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in Garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
It's like really GX are getting a lot of what they want here. The push up into Ara's position, free judge pick. It being on a Killjoy of all people, which meant that Westside could actually pull a player into Garage, further thinning the defensive setup for Sentinels. Cannot afford to lose Senti so early.
Now, Sen, they have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require the attention of a second Sen player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on.
Yeah, you can't play off the site now.
So Narrate has to be back at A jump spotting for eternity, basically.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but like you mentioned, it can leave them a little limited elsewhere. I mean, look at how passively Bang is holding B. Only the Killjoy util on the C side, but there's going to be early warning there, at least for Zelsis, who's not offered himself up as a free frag early. Alarmbot spotted out. They're going to accelerate into this. I don't know if Sentinels can respond quickly enough. We're about to find out. Straight to the Nanoswarm they go. Some spray air out from Zelsis. Ara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the Poison Orb. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis, his spray through that smoke yields a kill.
Flickless quite low on HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a kill, that could certainly be enough to convert on this 4 versus 5.
Every other Sen player also 1 orb away from ultimate. They could rip that, but Ara
look
just
at
gets
that confidence.
Not allowed to swing into that as well. There's no response. Ara doesn't linger for long enough either way. Gravino in trouble though, getting hammered out by that molly. Flickless has to stand tall on the side. His teammate is on the other side of that smoke, so needs to ping them out.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're doing it again. Hunter's Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the Zekin from back here.
Doesn't quite have a bead drawn on the spike location. The smoke comes down.
And also, when I said, oh no, it was because Flickless used the ult, but he died before it went off, so he lost it.
Yep.
That is brutal.
I feel like that happened to Zekin a few rounds back. And he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, it did. But I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah.
That is real rough for GX now.
6 snake bite in the corner. I think that forced.
Yeah, that forces Gravino out. Gravino out in the open. Yeah, he had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run out.
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
Maybe trying to make a GX-like play there for a second with Zekin pushing down beard, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to over-invest in holding that site right now. It looks like Yezelsis is going to drift off of it pretty early.
And I have a drone from Narrate that's going into A long. It's of course not going to spot anyone out, so they can definitely remain confident in just playing other sides of the map.
Zelsis might be hoping for a lockdown mid-hit here to disrupt.
Yeah, and with this Zelsis position, he's keeping the alarm bot online, and he's also in position for the lockdown if they need to retake on A. So they're just cool with playing over towards this C side. Second back site.
They might call for a Narrate Hunter's Fury here from Spawn. Zekin though holding on it. Might have heard this TP come in. There's Cloud spotted. Yep, Hunter's Fury going to come from the Spawn side. Gravino walks into the sight line of Zekin, reveals himself, even though it was John that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. This Hunter's Fury slows things up for GX, but they are committed to this site, and Zekin is more than happy to hear it. There's the step up from West side, and the anchors are down.
Recon broken. Descent trying to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They know he's going to be there
right now.
Shock dart though, not enough to clear him out. Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the timing to leave that corner. The lockdown is going to give that control back to the defenders. How deep into the site can they get?
Just going to come down to spam.
That's how we have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt util-wise.
Cloud gets that Recon back, and the fault line is up.
Zelsa's lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows exactly where Bang is, and they're waiting for Zelsis too. Every contingency accounted for GX. And an important conversion here in round number 19.
GX had a really quality second wave fight into backside. He was here with Westside, with Flickless, picking off that player towards Plat. Because initially it was Aura. He went in with one of those breach flashes, but goes down right away. Then there was a cage spawn. No one could flood, no one could help. Then they refight backside, claim the kills on the anchors. They force Sen into a bad economic spot. Look at what they've got remaining. Not very much. It's John with a hero rifle. He certainly had some heroic plays. He has gotten some pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
It's time to dig deep. If you're an Americas fan, Stinger Ghost, Phantom. Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once they dip their toe in. This breach util, though, is going to be something that Sen have to contend with. It's dangerous to anchor against it, Wyatt.
But they are gambled correctly. 4 players ready to go here on this site. Did GX sniff it out?
Did they see the second player there? I think they've had enough. Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some haste moving towards C, totally empty. Going to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zelsis is going to hear a fair bit of this, and he'll know. He's even pushed ahead of the Viper wall on the B side of the map, so might be looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels with Overdrive and a Phantom.
And despite, unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, a couple rounds ago, Flickless has made a lot of progress towards getting one for the end of this game. could be used at a pivotal moment to close this out for GX. But right now, they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, Westside's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to stem the flow of Sentinels players, and they get absolutely bloody trounced.
GX just stuffed them in the choke, fighting together, swings from all angles, overdrive, no value. Zekin has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
No, he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get Sen back in it? They're down 11-9. Sen, who we absolutely expect to be at Champions, versus a GX who we still don't know how the hell they made it here.
And honestly, the work that GX have put in over the last couple of months is really showing fruit.
No, we certainly get it now. Hunter's Fury from Cloud coming into that. Sight not getting any tags. GX will slow things down for but a moment. Relay Bolt now are through.
Sen have lost their re-clear info though off this overkill. And GX don't quite have the stall for the post plant. No controllers up for the attack side here, and yet that allows Bang just to peer into the mix, see what is there. West side served up. They'll stay in the site. GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing. Again! It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Now it's just Bang. Has to clear Graffiti, but there's a crossfire from the drop. He gets that first up to Aura, but the adjustment isn't there. It's as you said, GX, they're so ready to fight together when Sentinels are coming in. They hit all of the shots.
They have no smokes, no paranoia, nothing to give them a material edge in terms of util. It doesn't matter.
It is straight up raw aim. It's Aura getting crucial kills, besting Zekin here on this final map of the series. Champions debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21-16. Outlaw to hand, overdrive in the back pocket. Should have been required. Match point here for Giant X. Sentinels have languished, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from Giant X, but it just does not quite work as well for them. And now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder. Narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Ara once again, steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinked out, they know he's there, he's cut down so easily, it's on second again. 2 kills will have to be enough for John and Zelsis to put it together.
West side on the lurk, isolates John. It's all on Zelsis, miles away, only has the stinger. Flickless even has the Rolling Thunder on account of the plant. This one is as good as done.
Not the auspicious opening that Sen City were hoping for as they took to the stage here in Paris. But it's much the same fashion that they'd limped out of America's playoffs with. Question marks over the map pool, question marks over the individuals, question marks over their postseason prospects. But now we have an answer, at least for now.
Up against a GX team that finished 7th, 8th in kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1. They bring in Aura, they bring in Flickless, and they've just won their first game at Champions.
And it just turns out that Giant X are the Goliath in this parable. Sentinels completely neutralized, often disrupted, set off balance by these aggressive push-ups for Giant X on the defense side. And then on the attack side, they get to lean into Ara's dueling potential. 286 ACS, 22 for 17 with 10 first bloods.
That is an unreal stat line to put up for Aura in his debut global match. What a stunning showing from GX, who display, I think, their unique, captivating play style with all of that aggression on defense, so many cool set plays. Really well-timed, impeccable utility that is a nightmare to deal with for the opposition.
Getting out of this group is far from a sure thing for Sentinels now. If they're going to do it, they have to get past either this team again or Paper Rex. They find themselves in early postings to be 3rd out of 4 at best in this group. Not where they want to be, not at all. The legacy demands more from Sentinels. But so far, Giant X have put in the work. No one could deny that. Going back to the well, to Tier 2, bringing players up from challenges at the end of a disastrous Stage 1. And I'll tell you what, Pipson has whipped them into shape real quick.
I'm so impressed by this GX team. These are some of Sen's best maps as well, by the way. They have an overlapping map pool, and they were able to beat them in this fashion.
The sunset set showing from Sentinels is going to haunt them. We're still iffy on that map. We don't know what to expect from them.
And I gotta say as well, individually speaking, Cloud was absolutely a man possessed on Sunset, puts up 19 on Haven. Grabinho, he started really slow.
So solid, man.
Looked like, oh man, does this guy have nerves right now for his debut? I mean, this is a young team, right? But no, he bounces back, has a great showing on Sunset, great showing on Haven as well.
We're starting to see the value of picking him up. Obviously, Grabinho with the stint on Heretics in the past, right, has been in the scene for quite some time. One of the more veteran individuals at this level, I think, come out from Koi this very year. Giant X have put him in a great position to be that rock-solid foundation for this team. I'm blown away from what we've seen from GX so far, and that just tells you at the depth that we have in EMEA. This is the team that got through Fnatic, plowed them in a 3-0, and ended up being stopped in their tracks against that Team Liquid in the EMEA finals. We're going to go down to Lou on the stage. She is standing by with Grabinho for our Verizon post-match interview.
Go ahead.
Fiers représentants des Giant X qui viennent de battre Sentinels, je vais pouvoir être rejointe par Groovy. Groovy, congratulations for this massive win against Sentinels. And I heard that you like interviews, so here I am. First of all, I wanted to ask you, it was a bit complicated at the start, you know, like first time on an international stage, and we know it can be shaky sometimes, but you guys were better today. So my question is, what were you scared about, maybe worried about before the game, and how did you overcome it, basically?
Thank you first of all. Hello everyone. It was like hard game for us. We know it's gonna be hard game because it's new stage. Also, it's the best teams from every region, so it needs to be hard. And we started our first map like always because in Europe we also were losing first map. And I think this is our routine. I think to start bad first map and then play better next.
Just used to it, I think. Donc première question, on a vu que c'était un petit peu compliqué au début, c'est leur première fois sur la scène internationale, donc de quoi il avait un peu peur et comment est-ce qu'il a réussi à dépasser ça? Et bah tout simplement, on savait que ça allait être un match difficile, c'est les meilleures équipes du monde, on a l'habitude en EMEA de galérer sur la première carte, donc c'était pas un souci pour nous et on a réussi à remonter. And second question, lot of fans, you know, you have lots of fans here who went and came to cheer for you, but a lot of people were saying that you were not going to beat Sentinels. So my question is, what do you have to say to the doubters? Why should people stop underestimating Giant X?
We like to be on position of underdog. Whole year was like this for us. I think we kind of like it, but maybe people can start believing a bit more in us.
I think it would be a good thing indeed because you guys are gaining power and power every time. Donc il y a eu beaucoup de fans, hein, Giant X qui étaient là aujourd'hui, vous les voyez de toute façon derrière nous, mais beaucoup de personnes ne s'attendaient pas, n'avaient pas prédit ce résultat que Sentinels allait perdre face à GX. Donc pourquoi est-ce qu'on devrait arrêter de les sous-estimer? Bah tout simplement, nous on aime bien cette position d'underdogs. Les équipes elles commencent à nous craindre. On est en situation confortable quand on commence par en dessous. Donc voilà, ne nous sous-estimez pas. On arrive. Thank you so much. Groovy, for your time. Good luck for next matches. And I think that's all for us on stage today. Tomorrow, we'll see you for some more matches. We're going to see NRG versus EDG and Team Liquid versus DRX. And I'm throwing back it to our analyst desk. See you.
I am about to be the most insufferable person forever. I've got Doug here with me, and I did see Westside. Westside is out there, so can
he's close by.
He's right there. If we can bring him in, it'll be amazing because I would love to speak to him. But Doug, are you joining me? Are you going to be insufferable as me?
I feel like I already am pretty insufferable. I don't know that I can be as insufferable as you, though, Sue. That's a different level of. I don't know that I can get there.
Yeah, but Giant, they beat Sen.
They did, and holy smokes, they did it their way. They were so much fun to watch.
Okay, we have Westside.
Dude,
Westside.
Congratulations, man.
No, we're not shaking hands. We're holding hands. But come sit down, put the headset on. Holy moly, Westside. First of all, I'm going to ask you the most important question before we get into all the other stuff.
Yeah,
Huh?
let's go.
Where did you buy the hat? Why are you wearing the hat?
Here.
But why are you wearing it? What's the law?
No, I actually got tired of my default cap, and this time I decided that I will try to bring on every game different hat.
Oh, I saw a different one already. There was a cap earlier when you were warming up, and then you switched to the beanie,
Yes.
right?
I will say this: you are undefeated in that hat.
That's also true.
I don't know
Maybe
that I
will
would change
just
it
keep
up.
it on, you know, and I will just keep on going and win.
Keep winning.
That's also
Never
like the idea.
Never wash it. Never take it off. Sleep with it. Shower with it. If you're winning, I mean, what are we talking about?
I think you're right. I think we need to get that hat as well.
We're not
By the
gonna
way,
win like he is.
I have a question. Should I hear you in these headphones?
You should.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, if we could tech support.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. We're doing great.
You can take one out just with the mic, the
but
other
I would
side.
do the other one.
There we go. If that helps.
Yeah, now it's better.
I'm
because-
really loud, so I think you won't have an issue with me screaming. And speaking of screaming, did you hear Lembo and the fans?
Yeah.
The
Did you
Giant
hear
Eggs
them from the
They
crowd?
were screaming like crazy all game.
Yeah. They bring some people from Malaga, from Spain, to cheer for us today. And when I was sitting on the stage with my headphones, I can still hear, like Giant Eggs, Giant Eggs. So many people.
I gotta say this: you guys have way better fans than we do. In America, we could never do something like that and it be that much fun. The GX crowd has been
They gave me a T-shirt. Have you seen the T-shirts?
Yeah, I mean, you should wear it for next game, to
I'm
be honest.
going to wear it.
Yeah, I
do
also.
you know how hard it is to be in an arena and be out cheering Sentinels fans? I
Yeah.
mean, you know how
Yeah.
it is. The Sen fans, they are everywhere. They travel everywhere for Sentinels. Do you think maybe that helped you, knowing that there were just as many people rooting for you in the
You
arena
need to
today?
repeat, I didn't hear fully.
Did it help that
Yeah.
there was a lot of fans? That you
I mean,
at
yeah,
your
it
first
was,
global event?
yeah, I mean, it was helping us. When we were struggling a little bit in the beginning of the event, we were like helping each other, like making like some speeches to each other. Like we need to focus. We can still like keep it up and do it. And every time when we heard like Giant Eggs, people screaming, I think it also helped us a lot, like to push it at maximum that we could.
Doug, why were you not screaming Giant Eggs today? I didn't see you down there.
Because I was in the green room watching the games. So that I can ask this question.
Okay.
6-0 down on map 3.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare of a start. You mentioned that a lot of the team was having to give each other speeches and stuff like that. Is that what the comms were like when you were down 6-0 to start off this map?
I mean, the comms were like, I felt like we went a little bit down with everything.
Yeah.
Then we took like the pause, I think. I'm not sure if we did. I think
You
we
did,
did. Yeah,
you
we
did,
did
yeah.
to take the pause. And yeah, we got said like we are not playing our game. We
Was
are playing
Danny
it.
screaming at you?
Yeah, no, he was not screaming.
He wasn't screaming?
No, he's not screaming. I don't know why people think he's screaming.
'Cause he looks like he's
screaming. Okay, he will scream probably only when someone will fuck up something.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
And
Fair
that-
enough.
and that's a
I
good
mean,
reason to
fair
scream.
enough, right?
Yeah.
I would do the same, to be honest.
So you know how each one of you have like the thing that you bring to the team. So like Groovy is the silent one. I know about Chicken Nugget as well. I've heard all about Chicken Nugget. And like Ara likes to hype everybody up.
Yeah.
I hear that you are the trash talker. Were you trash talking today? Did you?
I mean, little bit.
Yeah, what were you saying?
I mean, I was saying like when we went out of the stage after Sunset, when we lost first map, and then we come on Sunset, we destroy them.
Yeah.
I come back and my manager is saying, bro, please just win them. I just said to him, bro, they are so shit. I swear, bro, after the second map, I swear I said they are so shit because I didn't feel them on the second map.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really
I
play
didn't
the
believe we
second
will
map.
lose. After
Yeah.
the second
Oh,
map,
it's
I didn't
great.
believe that we will lose.
Oh, you're the best, Westside. I love you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
This
don't
is what
know.
you've been missing, by the way.
I mean, this is a treat.
You've been missing this.
This is your first champs win.
Yeah.
This is your first international
Yeah.
win, if I'm not mistaken. I hate this question, but I think it hits here. How did it feel?
I mean, I feel like I'm in home, because after all, they are coming from NA, right, to here. So they are coming to us, They are coming on our ground, and we are just sending them back.
Oh my God, Westside, I love this so much.
I mean, that's the idea behind it, no?
I love this because usually sometimes when like RS here or Flick is here, they're like, yeah, it was really fun, like can't wait to play again. And Westside's like, I don't care, we're sending them back. I love that. What anime you been watching lately?
I mean, I told you this new one is like gachi something.
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah,
I started because of you.
Yeah, it's really good.
Do you think it's a real buff, anime buff? It's real?
I think yes. I don't know if you know, but in my previous team, when I was in tier 2 in Diamond, my coach, he was like explaining me the basics of Valorant based on Blue Lock. That's why I love it so much.
Okay, so who have you seen Blue Lock?
No, I have not.
You need to watch Blue Lock.
I do need to watch Blue Lock.
Who are you in Blue Lock? Like, which character are you?
Oh, I don't remember his name fully, but I love this guy. He was lazy. He was super lazy, and he was on the phone all the time. You know him, right?
Oh, yes,
It's
yes,
Nagi,
I do. Nagi, it's Nagi.
Yeah.
He's my favorite.
He's
too.
gold.
Wait, you relate with him because he's lazy and on his phone all the time?
No, he's just super talented, like raw
Yeah,
talent.
yeah, but he's like all the time. He don't care. You know,
Yeah.
he's sitting on his phone. Then he's going into the game and he's like destroying everyone.
Yeah, like the whole thing with him is like he doesn't even want to be there, but he's so good that it's like I might as well. You know, if I'm that good, I might as well. Yeah.
I do want to ask you this because the series started off not great. Obviously, they walk away with map 1. Was there one thing in particular that you walked away with from map 1 knowing it needed to be fixed for the rest of the tournament?
You need to repeat a little bit louder. I think.
Is there anything that you saw in the loss in map 1 that you felt like you need to be able to fix going into the rest of the tournament?
Why is Flickless not playing Initiator on Corrode? Sorry, that's what I
think
took
so.
away.
Like after first game, we just what we do is just, we always reset. You know, we go next game and we just think it's our BO1. You know, we just play every game like it's BO1.
You're so used to it. Losing
yeah,
map
I mean, we are also used to it. Like Giants always lose first map and then we just win. Yeah.
It's so normal.
Yeah.
It's so normal. But if we look at the bracket, I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but GX will be going through. They have one win under their belt, which means Westside, if you beat Paper X, you are in a crazy, crazy good spot for a great run at Champions. Do you think Paper X will be better than Sentinels?
For sure.
Yeah? Why?
But I'm excited. Why?
Yeah.
I mean, they want Masters Toronto right now, right? Yeah, and I think they're individuals. They are insane guy mechanics, insane people. And also they speak like also native language, but Sentinels also speak it. But I don't know. Like you can ask me after the game.
Okay. Okay.
What I think, because I don't expect many things.
Do you watch Paper X a lot? You're familiar, like you watch their games?
Yes, there is so many of my friends like telling me, bro, I wish you will play Paper X because they want me to see like playing against them, you know?
Yeah,
they love them so much, but it's like because of the playstyle. I think it's gonna be annoying because they are like BBL or fast players, you know? They just go, pick, aggro, and you need to expect it. This is gonna be the worst part, probably.
I'm excited for it. How are you feeling about
I think
that?
it's going to be an insane match, and I think we also got to touch on the fact that XLG are playing Sentinels in elimination.
Yeah,
to go home to crack. That would be disastrous.
Who you got? You think Sen wins or XLG wins?
You need to tell me what was the, because I didn't watch XLG versus Paper X, what was the last two maps? Because I know first map was like, it was 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so first one was close, kinda, right?
It
And
was
second?
like 13-9, 13-8.
And second
They
one?
had a good start. They had a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, second wasn't so close.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I think Sentinels, to be honest.
Okay, that's interesting. What about tomorrow? As you can see on our screens, we have NRG versus EDG and then Liquid versus DRX. I'll ask you about Liquid because all the fans outside of EMEA are expecting Liquid to be really, really good. Do you? Is that what you think Liquid
I
are?
mean, yeah, I think they will be one of the strongest teams in their group, but to be honest, they have, I think, the hardest group of all of them, to be honest.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think so. They have, like, it's stacked. But I think Liquid is gonna win versus DRX, right? And it's EDG Energy, right? I think it's gonna be close.
I need EDG to do well and you guys to do well so Cloud gets his rematch. He has a lot of trauma against EDG.
I saw EDG. Yeah, I saw it somewhere. Someone showed me.
It's like he came to Champs and he has to play EDG first, loses to EDG, and that kind of kick-started EDG's, you know, people starting to respect them more. So I need that to happen, but I'm really getting ahead of myself. Thank you very much, Westside.
Thank you so much.
I'm really looking forward to your next hat. So we're going to keep a hat count, you know, see what hat he brings to us.
I will bring something.
Yeah.
Listen, if it's not broken, don't
He's like-
fix it. I'm saying you're undefeated.
Oh, I need you to bring one of these, you know, the Dan penguin hat. Maybe one of these.
They have?
Yeah, I think
I
they
mean,
do.
Penguin is insane.
Yeah, they've got a Killjoy one as well. You have a
Killjoy.
lot of choices.
Yeah,
You
I think
have
Cypher would
choice.
be insane actually, no? Cypher hat, imagine.
You could throw it off mid-game.
Yeah, no,
How do you
know,
put
but-
your headset over that? I mean, that would be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that would be difficult.
Okay, we'll talk to
figure
our
it out.
people.
We'll
We'll
figure
talk
it
to our
out.
people
Yeah.
to talk to your people. But thank you, Westside. Congratulations
Thank you
once
so
again.
much.
Thank you, Doug, for joining me, and thank you to you guys for being with us on the first day of Champs. We're going to be here for a while, and we're going to bring you some amazing Valorant, of course. But for now, have a lovely night, and don't forget to come back and join us tomorrow, starting with NRG versus EDG. We'll see you then. XLG wanted an opportunity to prove themselves on the global stage. Who better than PaperX to answer to that challenge as we head to the first match of Champs Paris, and surely this is PaperX's to lose.
That lamp's position, it leaves just two. Make that one standing. Only Viva left. A nice couple of shots though. Maybe in with a chance. All of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but this is just a shooting range. He's going to try and take this fight with a bucket. There's absolutely no hope.
As Viva struggles up close, but finds himself too. Now, inside the smoke, he will fall.
Drop will be known, and it's risky from Devi, but the risk pays off, and now No Man left alone. Pick going to be dropped, and Devi is there to close it. Forsaken coming in on this flank, managed to get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. In fact, he's going to take it all! Forsaken, a one-man retake!
That's a wonderful punish. What is going on with something here? And a swing from No Man that gets punished. Something's got three. Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner, but in comes his old buddy. Something here to save the day. It's more than bad. From something. 13-5, 2-0. PaperX looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win to open up Champions here in Paris.
It's not often that we have 4 players make their debut on the global stage, and it's going to be Champs that we see them on the side of Giant X.
See it, doesn't check the corner, danger abounds. Westside, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it. And there's Bang to fall as well. Razorvine already popped out on the side. Second is there already. And he's got an overdrive to work with. Straight through the pit he goes. He's ready to throw down. Spots that Gravino. It's electrified from second.
Flickless unfortunately peaks. It's 2 Sen players who've taken full aim control.
God. Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag and narrates. Slots in 4 to kick off Sentinels campaign here in Paris. Sentinels have not got off the starters mark in this round, and Second's not there to double up. Now trying to at least play off this aftershock. Zelka's got his, and it all falls apart. Talk about a team who likes to be assertive on the defense side. Ball line's avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game, and so far not too shabby, but Second is up on the site and demanding some attention. Brought down by Cloud, and Narrate's got to step up in his absence. Don't bang, tough job. Someone's going to do it, and Flickless puts the round to bed. GX absolutely flattened them straight out of the gates.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
Got a bit Aura, they can't get past him. Second slides in. Gravino on spike, and Second's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have to go through, and he gets there. What a crucial round. The Red Bull clutch. Down Flickless, puts Sentinel the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defuse goes Elsers, living dangerously and punished as Westside. Here's the push backside. Aura, just the player you want to stem the flow of Sentinels players, and they get absolutely bloody trounced. And it just turns out that Giant X and the Goliath in this parable, Sentinels completely neutralized.